I never imagined that my girlfriend, who I've been in love with for 5 years, would betray me by getting close to another man. One night, I accidentally found her in the bathroom, preparing to shave her body hair, but not for me. The shocking truth behind this made me feel disgusted and betrayed. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. My girlfriend is becoming closer to another man who I know is interested in her. My partner and I have been together 5 years. We're both in our mid-20s, met in college and have lived together for around 3 years. We needed to find a new location to live urgently about 6 months ago. Fortunately, we located an excellent location in the city. It's a touch costly, but we make it work. A weekend spent living here, my girlfriend met Lena, a neighbor who lives almost immediately across the hall. Lena lives there with her boyfriend and they are about our age, maybe a few years older. By the end of December, my girlfriend and Lena had become very close. I'm not sure if I'd call them friends because they never hung out outside of inviting us to dinner and vice versa, but I believe my girlfriend Lena texted every now and again. Lena is a great person, but her boyfriend Tom is an effing. He is arrogant and entitled and I do not like him. My partner didn't like him at first, in her own words, but she ultimately warmed up to him. Eventually we discovered that the two of them have an open relationship. I've never really understood the concept of open relationships, but that's really not my business, so ultimately I don't care. What bothers me is that I noticed Tom checking out. My girlfriend Lena has also noticed it and seemed to be uncomfortable with it. I do not think my girlfriend noticed it at first. When my girlfriend and I were returning after dinner with a friend around 2 months ago, we overheard the two of them yelling at each other from inside their apartment. My girlfriend wanted to knock and see whether everything was well. I preferred to depart alone, so we knocked. Tom responded saying it wasn't the right time and Lena pushed by him leaving with a suitcase. He yelled after her, but she instructed him to go for himself, and that was it. We had not heard anything from either of them. After 2 weeks, my girlfriend contacted Lena wondering if she was okay and received no response. This next bit I only know because my girlfriend informed me. She contacted Tom as he was leaving and she was returning home from work and inquired if everything was fine. He confirmed that they split up and Lena had moved out fully. My girlfriend visited him the next day while I was at work to check how he was doing and he told her what had happened. It's not particularly relevant, but I know some people may be interested. Apparently he cheated and Lena ended their relationship. I believe there's more to the story, but I'm not sure if Tom told my girlfriend. She told me. Since then my girlfriend and Tom have texted almost every day, if not every other day. I told her how uncomfortable I was with how close they'd gotten. She said she feels horrible because he doesn't have anyone now. I told her it was his responsibility for being a cheater, which bothered me. She feels sympathy for him. She promised to tone it down but stated she wouldn't completely ignore him. Then I asked 2 very foolish questions. The first was that she felt attracted to Tom. I expected her to say no, because she always said I was her type in terms of appearance and personality, whereas he and I are utterly different. She said it wasn't a fair question when asked why. She stated that she should be able to find other men attractive without being judged and that she is certainly drawn to other women. I agreed, but I pointed him that it's different when it's a guy who has been banging her at every opportunity. I interpreted her quiet after that as a yes. I also understood it to suggest she had noticed him looking at her. The second foolish question was if she would sleep with him guilt-free. She said I'm being unfair, because if she says yes, I'll be pissed, even though she would have authority to do so. My response was so that's a yes. We remained silent for a bit after that, until someone texted her. She looked at her message and then looked away, so I inquired who it was. She didn't respond and I became visibly furious. I began straight to our bedroom, grabbing a bag to pack some clothes. She followed me and said they are just buddies. I asked if she was willing to show me her phone. She hesitated but replied yes, and that was enough for me. I grabbed my backpack and laptop and said I just need to get away from here for a while and clear my mind. She inquired as to what that meant, and I replied that I needed to think about some things before leaving. So here I am sitting in a hotel room, wondering what the F is going on in my relationship and wondering if I screwed it up, she did, or both of us did. Let's ask the community for some pertinent feedback. The first app should have checked on Lena with the same larger operation. Consider how wonderfully that would have gone. Honestly, she deserved to be checked on, not this deceitful Yelp response. My girlfriend tried to contact her, but she never responded, but I agree that she deserves more. I do not have a means to reach her directly. Unfortunately, someone else joins in. Did she genuinely try to reach out? The op responds. I am only taking on her word that she did, which I understand means virtually little. At the time the op explained why she would console a cheater and the optics aren't ideal. She informed me. She went to his house to see how he was doing. After she finished it, I found out the next day. She never claimed to be telling the whole truth, but she also never hinted that there was more to the narrative. I'm not sure why she invested in soothing a cheater. She has never supported a cheater in the past. Nothing like moving to a new location only to discover that your girlfriend's new best friend is dating a walking red flag, but honestly, let us break it down. Your girlfriend starts texting this guy like a teenager with limitless bandwidth, and she suddenly defends his honor as if he were the victim here. Rather of reassuring her, you inquire if she thinks him handsome. No, you're hoping for you had the intellectual conversation about attraction, followed by the resistance with the question of whether she would sleep with him guilt-free, only to be met with the world's most suspicious quiet. Here is a thought. Maybe next time, instead of focusing on her becoming Mother Teresa of emotional support for Tom, consider why she's suddenly more concerned with his well-being than your peace of mind update. First and foremost, I want to state that I did not anticipate this to become as viral as it did, and I want to thank everyone for their positive comments and personal outreach, even if I did not reply. Many people claimed that I made a lot of mistakes, not checking your phone or confronting him, leaving following an argument in retrospect, I suppose, but I just didn't want to be there. In that moment I was able to reach out to Lena. She admitted that she and Tom had an open relationship, but it was one-sided, which she stated worked for a long time before it failed. She claimed. She told Tom after the first time we were asked to supper. My girlfriend was off limits. Then she verified that she arrived home and discovered them kissing. She also stated that it was not the first time he had breached the regulations. She apologized for not informing me sooner, but claimed she simply wants to put him behind her. She also asked that I not contact her again. I called my sister thereafter. She was the one who directed me to Lena's social media pages and we discussed me returning home for a time to clear my mind. I stated that it entirely depends on what I discover when I return home. I might have been willing to forgive a kiss when I arrived home yesterday night. Our apartment was deserted. It amazed me how unsurprised I was when she wasn't present. I set my belongings down. He took a big breath and proceeded into his flat. When he answered, I pushed the door open wider and my gaze was drawn to her. When she stopped moving and turned to face him, I asked if we could converse alone. I made an effort to push past him into his apartment. He sarcastically told me to enter and latched the door. I informed him I knew about the kiss. She seemed astonished. He did not. He claimed to have spoken with Lena at the time and I agreed. She told me everything. He expressed doubts. I added, I know he has cheated on Lena before and he has admitted to breaking the rules of their relationship, but Lena isn't a saint either, and she said that their relationship was quite poisonous on both sides, and I mentioned that she appeared like a wonderful person to me. He said I don't know her. They've been dating 7 years and he knows her better than anyone. I responded I did not believe him. My girlfriend told me that Lena sent her pretty horrible messages when she texted her to check if she was okay. In apologies, I shrugged and said so. She had every reason to be outraged. Tom quickly went to her defense and spoke to me. Paige was unaware of our relationship's boundaries. Therefore that kiss could have been inside them. It was quiet for about a minute and then I asked my girlfriend how long it took her to knock on his door after I left. She told me I had left her in relationship limbo and didn't know if I would ever return, which didn't address my question, but I dropped it because I knew I wouldn't get an honest answer. I didn't need to inquire if they slept together, because she was dressed in panties and a t-shirt, while he was merely wearing sweatpants. I went to leave and informed her I was moving back home and would be emailing our landlord to let him know I wanted out of the lease and that she would be taking over entirely. She claims you cannot afford it. I informed her that I don't care. Then I left. I phoned my sister and she is making plans to come fetch me, but she is 9 hours away and will not be able to make it until tomorrow or Tuesday. It gives me time to pack my belongings. At least that is not something I particularly enjoy. I will be staying here for a day or two. Unfortunately, I can't turn off my affections for her, and knowing she's getting screwed by another man across the hall isn't ideal. But I can't afford the hotel again. I'm not sure how I feel right now. I went from angry to sad to angry again, and now I'm just feeling numb. So that's it. I am wondering how we got here. Our relationship was not ideal and we had disagreements, but I never imagined we'd end up here. Let's get some more relevant remarks. First up may hurt right now, but honestly, bro, good riddance even better. You confirmed that they cheated on you, so you won't be stuck in limbo asking yourself questions you can't answer and hating yourself for leaving before confirming something happened in your first post. I was concerned you'd spiral and blame yourself for leaving so quickly. I'm very delighted you could confirm it, so you have no need to dwell on this bad relationship. You'll be fine and better. The op responds. I do blame myself a little. To be honest. If I had looked through her phone, I could have learned about the kiss sooner. I'm sure there's more that I do and don't want to know the answers to. It's too late now, so I'm trying not to think about what ifs the story thickens. Lena drops the bombshell that Tom's open partnership is more of a Tom does whatever he wants connection and surprise. Your girlfriend is caught in the crossfire. Nothing says we are just buddies like lying about in your underpants and sweatpants, right? So you return to your flat and it's emptier than your girlfriend's assurances of fidelity. What are you doing? I walked immediately over to Tom's apartment where they were all snug. Your girlfriend's excuse. She's in relationship limbo because you dared to take a break to clear your mind. Oh, the horror and the cherry on top. She cannot afford the flat without you, so she's stuck in her new love nest. Well, you get to pack your belongings and return home. Do you think this is the perfect climax to a modern love story? Good riddance to terrible garbage. I hope you will be better off. Do you have a similar story? Please share in the comments below. Next, I hope he has to let this cheater figure out her own way back into reality. My significant other is cheating right now. I don't know what to do. I also need to share my tale, because it is 5:00 a.m. and everyone I know is sleeping. I'm losing my mind right now. We've been together for 10 years and I've never doubted that she would cheat on me or do anything like that. How I knew she was cheating began the day she informed me she was going to a beer festival with a good friend at 2:00 p.m. I began my shift at work at 1:00 p.m. and usually end about midnight. We were only talking sometimes and she had forgotten that she had provided her whereabouts with me a few weeks before. I never turned it off solely for safety reasons if she did not answer to a text. I checked her location, which was at the beer festival. Work got busy and when I checked about 10 p.m. she was in an unknown area to me. I'm assuming she went to a pub after the festival. I informed her that after I was done I could pick her up and drive her home, which she agreed to at 12:15. She wasn't responding to my texts but remained in the bar. I tried calling and received no response. So my first impulse is to travel to the general area and see if I can find her at one of the bars. The first club I find has a huge window and I see her riding a man. I don't know his hands around her neck, as if they were kissing. I do not see her kissing him, but as I tapped on the window, she looked up quite guilty and knew she had done something wrong. I texted her to come out so we could go home. At this time everything might be somewhat explained and forgiven. People who are inebriated behave foolishly. She said she would emerge in a single second, despite the fact that my partner was present. The bouncer refused to let me in because of my track trousers. She kept babbling and I told her we could speak about it later and she should just come home. She declined, adding, "Go home, I will be fine. I'm with a pal." I texted her, "You're exaggerating the severity of this situation." She says, "Go home. Everything will be fine." "So how did you find me?" The manager comes out and says she's been in there for 90 minutes with these two guys and doesn't want me to break anything, to which I respond, "I just want to take her home and ensure her safety." My girlfriend doesn't come out for 30 minutes, so I'm texting her, no response. I get called since it's NE8 and decide to drive home, as I realize my relationship is definitely finished. When I arrive home and the bar closes at 3:00 a.m., I see her get into an Uber and drive completely the opposite way from our house to the bar. I texted one last time asking, "Where the F were you going?" She switches off location sharing and tells me I'll be home. There is no more reaction. I honestly don't know what to do right now. My heart is racing and I can't sleep. 10 years have passed and are now in the rubbish update. Sorry for taking so long to respond. I had a lot on my mind and honestly erased Reddit from my phone because I had been a shell of myself all week. I'm single and trying to figure out life on my own. I feel lost because I spent the last 9 years living with my ex and now it's just me. There was also no throwing away her belongings or texting her friends and family. That is not who I am. The community has some opinions. Let's check them out. You pack your belongings and put them by the front entrance. When she arrives home, instruct her to remove her belongings, turn around and return to where she came from. It's tougher to get stepped over when you're standing up. Brother, she is well aware that she has been apprehended and has most likely returned home with the man. What exactly is there to be confused about? She lies and cheats. This is most likely the first time you've caught her. Although she's not new to rodeo. The rudeness of telling you to leave after being caught and then going home with the guy is something I would never accept, and neither should you. The next person claims she'll wake up hungover and by some absurd story about how she didn't cheat. The sorrow of it all will make you desire to leave by simply accepting the story. Please do not do that. Do not avoid short-term discomfort, since it will lead to longer-term agony, which is worse. The op says that she messaged me and, like everyone has said, she is gaslighting me. I believe it is overtaxing and they were only buddies. I informed her that nothing she said had convinced me that anything she was saying was true. She has not muttered anything and I apologize. I simply can't believe it. Nothing says relationship goals like seeing your girlfriend channel a random dude through a bar window. At least you didn't have to pay for the beverages, so you decide to be the knight in shining armor and volunteer to pick her up from her beer festival adventures. That's so sweet. Instead of a thankful damsel, you have a front-row view to her impromptu audition for Cheaters. During the live performance, you see her with Mr. Hands-on knocking on the window. Like it's a scene from a bad romantic comedy. So what do you get? A guilt-ridden expression and a series of texts telling you to return home. How considerate. Meanwhile, the bouncers ever the fashion police refuse to let you in, since you're wearing track pants. Priorities correct. Fast forward to 3:00 a.m., she's taking an Uber in the other direction of your home, because nothing says fidelity like a post-star Uber journey. Who knows where and when you'll confront her. She turns the script, turning off location sharing and stating that she will be home. No apologies, no regret, just more gaslighting. You're single now, friend. It's time to pack your belongings, leave them by the door and urge her to return to where she came from. She can make whatever wild sauce she wants, but you don't have to buy it. Here is the next story. In the silence of the night, I examined the bedside clock. It said 2:30 a.m. My wife lay next to me soundly asleep. I was relieved that this time I hadn't bothered her and that I hadn't been talking in my sleep. I kept having the same dream, a foggy recall of an event from 2 years earlier. I sat at my study desk with a half-empty bottle of scotch, an empty glass and a cold drink. I would pour a drink, gulp it down without tasting it, then inspect the loaded cylinder, contemplating the end of life. Fortunately, these nightmares had gotten less frequent, occurring less than once every 2 months. Everything in the dream felt real. However, the details differed. There was a bottle of scotch, but I was seated on the living room sofa. There was no cold. I do not own a tool. I never issued any threats. I just got extremely intoxicated and passed out. To understand this, we have to go back 2 years. Everything went downhill. In 2002, my wife, Emma, and I fought city inspectors over the design of our home until an engineer authorized our drawings. Even so, we struggled with the contractor to keep on track until we relocated in a AUST. Meanwhile, we were both preoccupied with our jobs. My name is Fred Alpin. On March 6, 2002, Kathy and I celebrated our 6th anniversary. Despite the building concerns, everything else was fine. With the past 8 years, I've worked with Independent Investigations Corporation IEC in Indianapolis, researching fraud for huge insurance firms. As the main investigator, I select and assign cases and the work is profitable. And at 30 I'm 6'2" tall and weigh 185 pounds with some grey in my dark brown hair. People describe me as confident, with ordinary appearance and a slightly crooked nose from a college boxing battle. Kathy 29 is 5'8" tall with dark brown hair and turquoise green eyes. She oversees the accounting department at DC&H, which consists of 20 accountants. DC New Hampshire specializes in mergers and acquisitions and has had success, although troubles arose in its Indianapolis office in early 2002. In February, Alan Bartlett took over as manager of the Indianapolis DC office, succeeding Alan. Kathy and Alan both liked and appreciated the man, who was about 5'5" tall and little overweight. Vice President Eric Thompson was relocated from New York. Thompson, a fit and affable man in his mid-40s with gray hair, had a roving gaze that made me nervous, despite his professional reputation. By summer, the house construction was on pace and the DC and office interruptions had subsided. Emma credited Thompson for the company improvements. We moved into our new house outside of Indianapolis in early August, looking forward to a fresh start. On moving day, I joked about making love in each room. Kathy took me to the kitchen, where we had an intimate moment. Despite the fact that our hectic schedules kept us confined to our bedrooms, we kept our connection there, making time for each other, despite our busy schedules. During one of those nights we were making love. I mentioned the possibility of starting a family. We talked about it before and Kathy had suggested wanting to start trying in the fall so we could have a baby in the summer. I suggested that you stop taking your birth control tablets and start trying to get pregnant. I believe we should wait a bit longer. Emma responded. Eric suggested that I wait until next year. He suggested I might be eligible for a promotion by the end of the year. Therefore, I'd like to wait until after that, Eric. I inquired, shocked. When did you start calling corporate vice presidents by their first names? We're quite casual in the office. She explained. Why did you talk about our family plans with him? I inquired, feeling upset by her revealing our sensitive information with him. He inquired if we planned to have children and I told him we would start in the fall. That's when he said I should wait till next year. I wasn't delighted with it, but I agreed to wait until January. Kathy and I were inundated with work by the end of the year, leaving little time for one. Other weekends were supposed to be special, but work frequently interfered. Emma's department at DC&H was dealing with a large merger contract. I managed 3 investigations that needed to be completed by the end of the year. We both took the last weekend of November off and went Christmas shopping over dinner. Kathy informed me that we are expected to clinch a deal with National Pharmaceutical by December 20th, which implies I should be promoted. She said that's fantastic. Then we can begin trying for a baby. How about tonight? I recommended, not tonight. I'm still on the pill and I'd like to settle into my new work first. Don't tell anyone about this. It could endanger the transaction. She explained, albeit dissatisfied. I understood. You know I'm not going to say anything. I reassured her. December is known for workplace Christmas parties and both of our firms had theirs. Ike's party on December 6th was normal, with drinks, appetizers, dinner and dancing, but it wasn't very boisterous. The majority of ICI staff are field investigators. Thus we don't know one other. Well, my sole close buddy. There is Bill Ripley, with whom I have worked on numerous cases. The remainder of the team are only acquaintances. Unlike Emma's close-knit community at DC and Emma and I sat with Bill and his wife, Susan, and had a good time, despite the low-key tone of the gathering. We stayed until midnight before coming home and I led Emma to our bedroom. Following intimacy, we discussed our future plans and decided on having 2 children 2 years apart. Kathy planned to quit using birth control in February in order to have a baby in November, which would coincide with her hoped-for promotion. Though I was not delighted with the wait, I understood Saturday took a turn when I returned home from work and found Emma staring out the window clearly troubled. She was engrossed in her thoughts and did not acknowledge me. I waited until after supper before asking about her mood. We had a deal. The cook could relax after supper, while the other cleaned up. Emma had cooked, so I cleaned the kitchen before joining her in the family room. Knowing she wasn't going to bring it up, I gently began the subject. Emma, what is going on? It's evident that something is upsetting you. I spoke politely. Is there something I can do to help? Emma gazed at me with sorrowful eyes. She claimed there is a problem with the national pharmaceutical contract. Mr. Benson, their president, is making unreasonable demands. If we cannot satisfy them, we risk losing the contract. It may wreck everything for us. It will not wreck everything. Regardless of what happens, we have each other. Don't worry too much. What would be the worst-case scenario? I asked. You don't get it. She responded. If this agreement falls through, it might be because of me, and if I watch this up, I may lose my job. But if you're not in sales, how could it be your fault? I asked. I can't say anymore. I'm not supposed to discuss it outside of DC, and all I can tell you is that I did nothing wrong. If you done nothing wrong, why did you lose your job? I pressed. I've already talked too much. I may get in trouble just for telling you this information. Please allow me to tackle things on my own. She insisted I wanted to say more, but the expression on her face told me the conversation had ended on Sunday. I hoped Kathy would feel better, but she appeared even more depressed. She avoided looking at me, and any attempt to converse was met with silence. Monday morning I awoke early and prepared breakfast, but Kathy barely touched hers. She drank her coffee quietly before heading for the shower. I cleaned the snow from the driveway, and when I got inside, Emma was already getting ready to leave for work. Why are you going so soon? It's just 6:30. I asked. I have crucial meetings to prepare for. She answered, kissing me quickly before hurrying out to the garage. Monday a.m. Our neighborhood was garbage collection day, so I had to gather all of the waste baskets and take the trash to the curb. I carried the baskets downstairs to the kitchen and put them into a trash bag. While emptying the bathroom waste basket, something dropped out and vanished. I looked for a few minutes and couldn't find it. I brought the trash outside, loaded it into our large plastic can and wheeled it to the curb. Returning indoors, I hastily checked the kitchen again for the misplaced item from the restroom, finding nothing. I went to take a shower and prepare for work. Kathy still seemed sad. Monday evening I tried to bring up the subject again. Is work going any better now? I asked. She said, I can't discuss it with you. I'm under a lot of pressure, but I'll finish by Wednesday. Emma started to improve when I got home that evening. She kissed me and said she loved me, something she hadn't done since Friday night. She wasn't entirely back to normal. No grin, but she appeared less distant and focused. Can we talk about what's going on now, or is it still off limits? I asked. I shouldn't say much, but it appears we figured out how to please Mr. Benson. She remarked Eric said that everything might turn out okay after all. Emma's voice conveyed comfort or determination, but she did not smile, indicating stress. It had always disturbed me that she addressed Thompson by his first name while referring to Alan Bartlett as Mr. Bartlett, despite Thompson's status as VP. That night Emma craved comfort, but was uninterested in intimacy, and her problems weighed heavily on me. I held her until she slept, but I couldn't sleep. After tossing and turning, I went downstairs for a drink on the kitchen island. I sipped water and looked through the mail before noticing Emma's briefcase feeling forced. I opened it and discovered documents, but no obvious answers. Her day planner indicated a hectic itinerary that included meetings with Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Benson, president of National Pharmaceutical. I started to understand why Emma was under so much pressure. However, I couldn't understand why she, an accountant, was meeting with the client. She had not been part in earlier negotiations. I wondered whether this indicated Emma would be switching from accounting to sales after her promotion. Emma's planner showed several meetings with Bartlett and another with Thompson, scheduled for the morning of December 20th. In addition, she had written 10 p.m. on that day. The only item that stuck out on her planner was the month. At a glance page for December. Some entries didn't make sense to me. Kathy started writing on December 6th. The days after that were numbered 1 through 14. The number 14 was assigned on Friday, December 20th, circled and underlined. I wondered if this was related to her meeting with Thompson or if it was DC's Christmas party day. Perhaps they expected Mr. Benson to sign a contract. Then I still didn't understand why she numbered the days from December 6th to December 20th. I knew I'd need time to work it out. I returned Emma's planner to the briefcase and closed it. When I returned to bed, the briefcase was still on the chair, where I had found it. Emma's mood improved over the next few days, but she maintained her distance. Using my investigative skills, I realized that the 20th was critical. Probably the day Mr. Benson signs the contract. On Friday, December 13th, I closed one of my 3 cases and was about to close another. That evening I met Bill Ripley for a beer to celebrate. I mentioned what I found in a planner without indicating it was Emma's, which described the numbered days and the significance of the 20th. Bill couldn't help but propose that I speak with Grace Farrell, one of the top investigators, to get a woman's perspective. I dismissed the topic, so Bill wouldn't think I was obsessed with it and wonder why. After a little more chatting, I went home. It was another frustrating weekend. Kathy was attentive but aloof, and we spent more than a week without intimacy, which upset me greatly. Monday morning I informed Emma that I would likely be working late to complete my cases. She reminded me of the party on Friday and told me I needed to be home by 7:00 p.m. to prepare. I closed my second case on Tuesday and took Kathy out to celebrate, but she said she wasn't feeling well and we still didn't talk. Wednesday night was the same. I knew she was pressured at work, but my patience was becoming thin. I decided to wait until Friday, when Emma would learn about the National Pharmaceutical Agreement and her promotion from Thursday. I'm almost done with my last case. I expect to finish it fast on Friday morning, but I'm scared it'll take all day, making it difficult to go home by 7 as promised. During supper I mentioned it to Kathy. She grew irritated and reminded me of my vow. I apologue is and offered she leave without me if I was late. She reluctantly agreed to wait until 9:00 but insisted on being there no later. I vowed to do my best to get home by 7:30, and if not I'd meet her at the party. Kathy said nothing more. On Friday I invited Grace Farrell for lunch. Grace, nearly 6 feet tall with short blonde hair and piercing green eyes, had worked with the IC for 4 years and was both attractive and intimidating. During lunch I discussed the notations on Emma's calendar without identifying which calendar it was. After some consideration, she grinned. "What makes you smile?" I asked the numbers. She explained it took some time, but I believe I finally figured it out. "You stated that she began writing on the 6th and numbered the days 1-14, ending with the 20th circled and underlined, right?" "That is correct." I confirmed that the 20th was highlighted. "I believe she started writing on the 6th because that was when her last period began." She then counted down 14 days till the day she was most likely to conceive. Grace mentioned that she is charting her cycle since she is hoping to conceive. Does this make sense in your case? I was shocked Grace figured it out so fast, especially because it had never occurred to me before. I'm not sure, but that might make sense in this case. I replied. Thank you for your help. I think a pastrami sandwich was acceptable compensation for the little assistance I provided. Grace chuckled after lunch. Grace and I went back to the office. I spent the rest of the day doing papers and wondering why Kathy was documenting her menstrual cycle. She hadn't planned to quit using birth control, so it seemed strange my belly tightened as shards of information failed to add up. My schooling taught me the necessity of patience and gathering all evidence before reaching conclusions. Acting hastily could have major implications, and patience has always been one of my virtues. I completed work about 5:00 and drove home via rush hour traffic. I returned home around 5:30 p.m., parked in the driveway and picked up the mail, feeling accomplished for completing big cases and receiving some insight about Emma's planning. I approached the front door. I noticed that the hall light was on. I looked through the window and saw Kathy at the top of the stairs, nude and clutching a towel and a can of shaving cream. I leaned back, not wanting to scare her, and wondered what she was doing with the shaving foam. Kathy turned into the living room and hesitated near a wing chair, looking to be lost in contemplation. She looked lovely and I couldn't take my gaze away from her. I didn't want to scare her by entering the front door, so I entered through the garage so she could hear the door and know I was home. I took a moment to enjoy the vista before hurrying back to my car. I opened the garage door, drove inside and waited for it to close before entering the kitchen inside. I believe I heard another door closed somewhere in the home. I went into the kitchen, dining room and living room, but there was no trace of Emma. Emma, I'm home. I cried out as I walked upstairs as I entered our bedroom. I yelled out her name again and she responded, "You are home early." That's great. I am in the bathroom getting ready. Why don't you use the shower in the guest bathroom? Kathy recommended why I asked. I am busy in here. She said I pretended did not to hear and entered the bathroom. What have you said? I asked. Emma was perched on the edge of the bathtub. As I entered, she quickly attempted to cover herself, but not before I noticed what she was doing. Her hair down here was coated in shaving cream. She was going to begin shaving. It was intended to be a surprise. She explained. Who is the surprise for? I questioned. For you. Of course, I intended to surprise you when we returned home from the party tonight. Emma explained. Did I ever say I wanted you to shave down there? I asked. No, but I remembered you never saying you wanted to do this before I interrupted. What made you think I wanted you to shave? I have never stated anything like that. I told her sternly. Kathy struggled to come up with an explanation and I could feel my fury increasing. I suspected it might be something new. A lot of women are doing it these days and I thought you'd enjoy it. She explained. Do you think we should have discussed this first to see how I felt? I asked. Maybe, but it's not a huge deal. This is my body and if I choose to shave, it is my choice. It will grow back if we do not like it. She reasoned her point was valid, but I wasn't ready to give in. There was more to it than her desire to shave. Do not do it now. I insisted. Let us address it later if it is so important to you. Can shave tomorrow. Emma's expression reflected both fury and dread. I understood the hatred directed at me, but her terror perplexed me. I'm ready to go now, so why should I wait? She demanded. Because your husband has asked you to wait. I responded. I do not want you to shave. I do not want to feel like I am with a child. Why is it so important that you do it now? I was prepared to do it and I want to do it now. This is my body. If I want to shave, I will. She asserted. Fine, shave now, but if you do, you'll have to attend the party alone. I stated strongly before turning to leave the bathroom. Why are you acting so unfairly? It is something I wish to do, so why are you making a big deal about it? Emma pleaded. I'm making a huge fuss, because I don't believe you're being truthful about why you want to shave. I like your hair, so I understand this isn't about me. If you are unable to tell me the truth, I will not discuss this further. You can leave it alone. We will go to the party together. Alternatively, you can shave and go alone. It is up to you. Kathy gave me a melancholy look as she put down the ra and entered the shower. After she finished, I showered and reclined in my bathrobe having a beer while she applied her cosmetics. She remained silent, evidently angry, so I avoided speaking to avoid escalating the tension. Instead, I watched her dress provocatively, suspecting it wasn't for my advantage but rather to arouse jealousy or for someone else. Kathy slipped on black thigh-high stockings. Seemingly unaware of my sight. She changed into a black-tail dress and went to the toilet to straighten her hair. When she eventually stood in front of me, my wrath subsided, but I resisted and let it go. Unsure what the night might bring. At 7:00 p.m., I inquired whether she was ready. We drove silently for the first 15 minutes before Emma spoke up. I apologize for the shaving incident. Emma added. I thought it was a fantastic idea at the time, but I became concerned about tonight. I suppose I snapped when you gave me a hard time. No worries, I said we can discuss it over the weekend. Let's just have fun tonight. I tried to lighten the tone a little. The event was catered at the company's headquarters in a huge first-floor classroom. As soon as Kathy and I arrived, Thompson greeted us and led Emma aside. I paid great attention to them. I can feel my tension rising. Kathy nodded and shook her head during their chat, which appeared to irritate Thompson. He grinned and made a suggestion to her, and despite her displeasure, she nodded. When Kathy returned, she said that the national pharmaceutical transaction will be closed that night, with a meeting with Eric and Mr. Bartlett at 10:00. If everything went well, she'd get promoted. Despite the news, she appeared unemotional. I asked if we might start trying for a baby afterward and she agreed. Reluctantly, Kathy clasped her arm with Ma as we entered the party room. The area was tastefully arranged, with tables around the perimeter. One end has a band for dancing while the other has a buffet in an open bar. I scanned the room, remembering most of the faces from my 6 years of contacts with DC and H. Then I noticed him, a man around 35, 6 foot tall with a trim frame, dressed in a dark blue double-breasted Armani suit and standing alone by the bar. I pointed discreetly and asked Kathy, who is that guy over by the bar? I'm not sure, she said, but her body language suggested otherwise. I recommended we get a drink at the bar. Some of my co-workers are present. I would like to say hello to them. Could you fetch us drinks and I'll wait here? She countered. I went to the bar and ordered a glass of red wine for Emma and a beer for myself, before returning my attention to the man in the Armani suit. Mr. Benson, how is your evening going? I greeted him. He gave a momentary expression of surprise. How do you know me? He asked. It's part of my profession. I explained I need to deliver this wine to Miss Albin first. Then, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you. Mr. Benson looked at me for a time. I could tell he was wary, but he didn't appear terrified. I briefly wondered if he recognized me, but then disregarded the thought there must have been something else about me that drew his interest. Sure thing, I'll be right here. He responded. I got Emma a drink and offered to chat while she caught up with her. Pals don't wander off. She insisted stay close tonight. I will not be gone long. I replied that I wasn't in the mood to hear shop stuff just now. Kathy gave me a sad look as I left the table, but she did not stop me. I was certain she was not watching. I went back to Mr. Benson. I'm Fred from DCA Security. I introduced myself to ensure that everything goes properly tonight. It appears that Mr. Thompson has planned a nice evening. Mr. Benson responded. That is what he is saying. I'm just waiting for things to get started. That sounds like it starts around 10 for you. I commented, "You appear to know a lot." He replied uncomfortably, "Tonight. It's part of the job. I'm here to make sure you're not disturbed, especially later." I said with a wink and a smirk, "You're into brunettes, right?" "I love them." He stated that this was especially true for those with long hair, like Miss Albin. I asked knowingly, "Exactly?" He spoke with the same smirk. I wanted to punch him, but restrained back. "I bet you like me." "I prefer a lot of hair up top but none down below." I replied, winking again. "It's good to be bald." He chuckled with that information. I felt it was time to move on before I lost my cool. "I need to circulate right now. Ensure that everyone is where they should be. If you get into any difficulties, find me." I replied strongly as I walked away from him. I cursed myself when I returned to the other side of the room. The band had begun playing and a man approached Emma, inviting her to dance. She politely declined, then grabbed my arm and dragged me to the dance floor before I could sit down while we danced. I kept an eye on Mr. Benson to ensure he was not monitoring us. I didn't want him to know I was Emma's husband while I was still preparing my next moves, and I didn't want them destroyed. Before I was ready, I was still attempting to fit together the final pieces of the jigsaw I was working on, and it was already 9:30. Nervous stress was making my stomach spin. The song ended and I began walking back to our table, but then the band started playing a slow tune. Kathy drew me back onto the dance floor and held me hard. Kathy usually enjoys dancing close, but this time it felt suffocating. During the dance, I observed Benson observing us with a strained expression. I smiled and gave him a thumbs up before trying to ignore him. I wondered if watching me dance with Kathy made him skeptical of my identity, but at that moment I didn't care. After the dance, we returned to our table. I'd scarcely sat down when Alan Bartlett approached us with a tiny box. He grabbed Emma aside and said something. I handed her the package and departed. Emma returned to the table, hid the present behind her back and leaned down to speak with me. "I need to go to the restroom," she said. When I glanced into her eyes, I sensed something wrong. "Do not do it," I warned. "Do what?" she inquired innocently. I grabbed her arm and held it tightly while looking into her eyes. "You understand exactly what I mean. I am not stupid. I understand what's going on here." "Stop right now," I demanded. She insisted. "I don't know what you are talking about. I only need to go to the restroom." Emma yanked her arm away from me and went away, not looking back. While Emma was gone, I cobbled together the unsettling information. It began when she started calling Mr. Thompson Eric, which disturbed me and was exacerbated by her sudden melancholy over the National Pharmaceutical Agreement. Despite having done nothing wrong, she blamed herself. Her frequent meetings with Bartlett and Thompson, her monitoring of her menstrual cycle, despite being on birth control, and our disagreement about shaving all raised my suspicions. Earlier that evening, I noticed Emma nude in our living room via the window. Thompson's hand came out from a chair and touched her, causing her to tighten before relaxing. Recognizing the situation, I went to the garage to offer them the opportunity to halt. As I walked upstairs to meet Emma, I looked out the front door and saw Thompson hurrying across the street to his car like the rat bastard that he is. My impression is that Benson saw Emma, decided he wanted her and made it apparent to Thompson she was the deal breaker. I assumed Benson had insisted that she shave herself for him. I didn't waste time figuring out why this was all happening. I just knew I needed to stop it before it got too far. Knowing Bartlett and Thompson were heavily involved, I had to disrupt their plans and try to screw them over in the process. Emma went to the restroom, which completed the puzzle. I was convinced that Bartlett's box included shaving cream and a razor. Emma was presumably shaving so she could give Benson what he desired. Well, screw her too. Emma had not returned to the table by 9:45. I was becoming concerned because time was running out. Without a clear plan, I determined to find Kathy and physically transport her home, deal with the consequences. Afterward, as I moved toward the door, the band called a break and an idea struck me. When I saw Benson, Bartlett and Thompson at the bar, I knew I had found my target audience. I approached the band as they were laying down their instruments and spoke with the lead vocalist. "Can you keep your microphone on?" I asked. "I need to make some announcements." "Sure, no problem," he said, handing me his wireless microphone. "It is already on. Simply turn the switch on the side and you're ready to go." "Thanks." I paced back and forth trying to organize my thoughts. Before taking a deep breath, I turned on the microphone. "Can I please get everyone's attention?" I began. Many visitors turned to stare, but the room remained boisterous. "Could I have your attention, please?" I repeated it louder. The talk eventually dwindled down to a few murmurs. When I saw Emma emerge from the restroom, I looked over at Benson, Bartlett and Thompson, who were all looking at me with curiosity. "Can I gain everybody's attention now?" The room was silent and Emma stood in the doorway staring at me. "Thank you." I simply wanted to take a time to remark about this important occasion. First and foremost, I'd like to express how great this party is. Let us extend a round of appreciation to those who organized it. Almost everyone started clapping and Emma approached slowly toward me, her face filled with anxiety. "I've had a few beers and I'm feeling fantastic, so I hope this turns out well. I'd like to offer some information about my wife, Kathy, and me." I smiled at Kathy before turning to the three men at the bar. I couldn't tell what they were thinking, but they didn't appear happy. First, good news. Emma and I are expecting a baby. Applause erupted among the attendees. Emma covered her face with her hands, appearing moderately ashamed to others who did not know the reality. Thompson appeared angry. Bartlett was bewildered and Benson's look was inscrutable. There's more good news. Emma informed me tonight that she's receiving a promotion for her efforts on the National Pharmaceutical Agreement. I hear Kathy, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Benson will be signing the contract upstairs. Isn't it great? More applause flooded the room. Oh God, please stop. Emma's voice reached me. She came to a standstill about 10 feet distant and slumped slowly to the floor. The first two jerks were furious, but Benson seemed almost amused. This evening started out strangely, so I thought I'd share it with you. When I returned home from work tonight, I discovered my wife in the bathroom prepared to shave, but not her legs or armpits. Some in the audience laughed while the majority sat startled and quiet. We argued over it. She claimed it was a surprise for me and I told her not to do it. I felt I had won the argument. I now realized she was not shaving for me. She was following Eric's orders. Emma just got out of the restroom and I believe she shaved herself while there. I'm sure you're all wondering why Eric Thompson would insist Emma shave her genitals. An audible gasp echoed around the room. Emma was now bawling on the floor and the majority of the guests looked at me as if they were watching a disaster unfold. Now there were only two jerks remaining. Benson looked to have bolted. Thompson's face turned bright crimson and he trembled. Bartlett approached me as if he thought he could make me stop Emma shaved, since she was supposed to be a gift for Mr. Benson tonight and he wanted her shave. Apparently your company's management believes it is a smart business practice to push staff to sleep with potential clients in order to secure contracts, even if it destroys a marriage. Bartlett was now directly in front of me, attempting to take the microphone away. I grabbed it from his grip and turned it off. Listen, jerk, you try to steal this microphone again and I'll dump you like a sack of bricks. Actually, come to think of it, I may do it anyhow. Bartlett took a step back from me and looked at Thompson. While they exchanged looks, I turned on the microphone again. Finally, this is for Bartlett and Thompson. I'm pursuing a lawsuit against this firm for what you caused to my marriage and I want a fair payment. Your termination will be one component of this. You too, along with anyone else involved in this fiasco. Good night, everyone. Enjoy the remainder of your celebration. The crowd grew silent as I sat down the microphone and walked over to Emma's position on the floor. I squatted near her. Kathy. She looked up at me, tears run down her cheeks. Fred, "I'm so Emma, do not say anything." I cut in. "Do you still believe you'll receive the promotion?" I stood up and looked around the room. People stared at us, but when I looked back, they moved away. I looked down at Emma one last time before leaving the room. I grabbed my coat and walked across the lobby to the exit when Thompson barred my route. "Do you have any idea what she did?" He demanded. "Yes," I responded. "Ed, I screwed you before you in DC, and I can screw my wife. I hope I cost you millions. I hate to think we went through all of this for only a few hundred. You will pay for this," Thompson warned. "Actually, I believe you will be the one paying," I responded, "along with my lawsuit. I'll be speaking with the SEC. They may find your company's business procedures interesting." As I started to leave, Thompson grabbed my arm. "Just 1 minute. I am not done with you," he urged. I shook off his grip. "I warned you that if you touch me again, you will not leave tonight." As I went away, I could hear him curse beneath his breath. When I came home, I went straight to the liquor cabinet and grabbed a bottle of scotch, gently drinking to shut out everything. By the second glass I had observed something blue and a potted plant. It was a blue plastic case buried beneath the leaves opening. It reinforced my suspicions. I'd seen something fall from the bathroom waste basket earlier this week, but hadn't considered looking in the plant. I put the case on the coffee table next to the scotch and poured myself another drink. "It's entirely full," I said. Glancing at the contents after several drinks, I awoke on the sofa on Saturday morning with the scotch bottle nearly empty. My head throbbed and my mouth tasted terrible, dizzy, and with a complaining stomach. I turned on the coffee machine and took a shower. Emma was nowhere to be seen upstairs, and I did not anticipate her to be home. She was probably terrified or irritated when I disrupted everything at DC in the shower helped, then sat back on the sofa with 2 glasses of coffee, thinking my next move. It hurt me to think about how much I had loved Emma. Her willingness to be intimate with a customer for a transaction including shaving for him on Thompson's directions was upsetting. I wasn't sure I could forgive her, but I thought she deserved a chance to explain herself. I wouldn't press her for an explanation if she didn't feel the need to. Maybe I did not need to know why. The why would only be important if she desired another opportunity with me. I couldn't think of anything to do but wait and see whether Emma contacted me. I started wondering where she had gone that night, remembering how she looked when I left the party. I felt guilty for leaving her on the floor like that. I realized I should have taken her home with me. I wasn't proud of myself, but I was hurt, angry, and had no sympathy for Kathy. The more I thought about it, the worse I felt, and the more I wondered where she was staying. I was still sitting on the sofa at 11:00 a.m. when the phone rang. I thought it may be Kathy calling, and I wondered whether to answer. I picked up on the 6th ring. "Mr. Alpen." "Yes, this is Special Agent Walker from the FBI." The voice on the phone asked, "Is your wife with you?" "My wife is not home." I said I questioned why the FBI wanted to speak with Emma. "Not an issue. I need to talk to you," Agent Walker said me. I asked, "What is this about?" "I'd rather not discuss it over the phone." He said, "Can you come into my office this afternoon?" "I guess so," I said. "Where are you located?" Agent Walker sent me to his office and we planned to meet at 2:00 that afternoon. After disconnecting up, I tried to find out why the FBI was interested in me. I assumed it was related to one of the cases I'd recently worked on, but why couldn't he just tell me over the phone? Over the years I'd spoken with various law enforcement agencies about instances in which I was engaged and it never disturbed me. But for some reason this offer from the FBI made me apprehensive. At 1 p.m. I dressed in pants and a sweater and drove into town to meet Agent Walker. I parked my car in a garage across from the high-rise that housed the FBI offices in downtown Indianapolis. I rode the elevator to the 7th floor and informed the receptionist my name. "I'm here to visit Special Agent Walker." I said, "Take a seat and I'll notify him that you've arrived." She responded. I waited about 2 minutes before he came into the foyer to welcome me. Unlike the pricey Armani suit from the night before, Special Agent Walker now wore blue Dockers and a white Oxford shirt without a tie. "Mr. Albin, thank you for coming in," he said. "Kindly follow me." I followed him into a conference room and sat down. Agent Walker offered me a cup of coffee, which I accepted. He put 2 cups from the coffee maker onto a neighboring table and handed me one after sipping his own coffee. He sat across from me. "Should I call you Special Agent Walker or Mr. Benson?" I asked. "Why not try Agent?" He responded, "And can I call you Fred? Frederick will be fine." I bet you're bewildered right now. Agent stated, "Yes, I am, but I believe I'm beginning to understand what is going on." I said, "So you went undercover as Mr. Benson?" "That is correct," he said. "I'm relying on your discretion to keep everything we discuss here confidential. I'm an investigator myself, so I appreciate the value of anonymity." I explained I am still confused whether you are on my side or not. "I hope you can explain everything to me, especially how my wife got caught up in this situation. I will tell you what I know and answer your questions as long as it does not affect our inquiry." "Okay, I'll listen," I responded, "but I have to tell you I'm quite angry that my wife was deceived in this way. This circumstance may have ruined my marriage. Things might not be as bad as you think," Agent reassured. "Let me fill you in first and then you can ask any questions." "That works for me," I responded. "Earlier this year, the SEC contacted the FBI. He began by informing us that they had received worrisome information about his business methods from an insider and requested that we investigate. Following up on the SEC lead, we uncovered sufficient evidence to warrant further investigation. I can't go into details about our inquiry, but it prompted us to perform undercover operations." Agent jumped up and began pacing as he continued to talk. "During our inquiry, we discovered that DC&H was seeking to approach National Pharmaceutical about a merger. Mr. Benson, concerned about DCS procedures, spoke with one of our agents. Since no one from DC or H had met Mr. Benson, he agreed to cooperate by letting me assume his identity. I convinced Mr. Thompson and Mr. Bartlett that I was Mr. Benson, leading them to believe I was interested in the merger plan and might even sign a contract. As they excitedly anticipated millions from the transaction, I feigned to be hesitant, professing an interest in speaking with other firms. First, the idea was to see how they would attempt to persuade me to sign with them." "So you include my wife?" I asked. "Not precisely. During my initial travels to DC&H, I met your wife while being taken to the conference room to speak with Bart and Thompson. I told Thompson that I wanted to talk with Mrs. Halpen. His remark was, 'Isn't she quite attractive?' I agreed, but it wasn't the reason I wanted to talk to her." "Why did you wish to speak to her?" I inquired. I informed Thompson that because Kathy was the head of the accounting department, I wanted to examine the financial health of the company I was meant to merge with. The actual reason was that your wife had informed the SEC about how DC&H conducted business. "So Emma was where you were working covertly for the FBI?" She said no. When I asked, I could not tell her. Agent said that the material she submitted to the SEC implicated individuals higher up in the organization than Bartlett and Thompson. She implicated the company's president and CEO. Given that my job was to investigate Bartlett and Thompson, I couldn't be certain she wouldn't reveal my identity to protect them, so Kathy blew the whistle on the company's leadership. I was not sure what that meant for me. If she didn't realize Benson was a fraud, was she going to be close to him at the party? I had some questions for Agent, but I chose to wait until he finished to see if he would respond in his explanation. As I was saying, I intimated to Thompson that I might back out of the transaction, so he inquired about what it would take to ensure my commitment to DC, and I asked what he had to offer. That's when Thompson mentioned, "I noticed you found Emma Albin attractive. How would you like to connect with her?" That really surprised me. I expected a bribe. I'm curious to see where this would lead. I mentioned that I could be interested, but I did not commit. The next section may be tough for you to hear, but it is critical to the story. There is nothing you can say that will be more upsetting than what I've already gone through. I said okay, waited a few days, then met with Thompson again. He inquired if I had considered his offer. I asked whether his offer meant arranging for me to have close contact with your wife, and he confirmed, trying not to appear overly enthusiastic. I responded that I was fascinated, but dubious whether she would be worth it. Thompson told me she would be, and indicated that she had shaved. "It wouldn't you like that?" he asked. "So you never suggested Emma shave herself?" I declined, stating that I had no intention of becoming close to her. That thought never entered my head. I was also uncertain how Hansen could keep his promise, so I inquired how he intended to persuade a married woman to agree to this in exchange for a contract signature. "Don't worry about it. If you desire her, she is yours, shaved and all." It was his response. "That disgusting individual," I said. "Who does he believe he is? He's a shady bastard." The more he talked about my connection to your wife, the more excited he became. I got the idea he had more reasons for extending his offer than merely getting the contract. I let him continue and then asked when he might arrange for me to meet with your wife. He instantly agreed that we could do it during the business Christmas party on the 20th. "So you actually intended to go through with it?" I asked. "You plan to become close to my wife in order to continue your undercover probe?" "No, that was not my plan." Agent clarified. "First and foremost, it would be unethical of me to do so. Second, I was almost convinced that the room where I was going to meet your wife would be equipped with concealed cameras and microphones to capture evidence. They intended to use it not only to induce me to sign the contract, but also to perhaps blackmail me." "How are you going to get out of it?" I inquired. I intended to pull out at the last minute, alleging that the conditions were not ideal. Then I would suggest finalizing the sale on the condition that Mrs. Alpin accompany me to my hotel room after the party once alone. I plan to confess my identity and bring her here for questioning. We plan to arrest Bartlett and Thompson today by this morning. We hope to have enough evidence to charge them both. Then last night you approached me and identified yourself as being from security. I knew who you were and was concerned you would be part in their scam. I didn't know which side you were on until your speech," Mark continued. "Oh damn," I exclaimed. "I hope I didn't jeopardize your inquiry, but I couldn't just stand by and watch my wife be used in a business deal." "I understand." Agent assured me you were truly helpful. "Your actions saved me from having to attend the meeting with them yesterday night at 10:00. I departed with my cover intact and was able to speak with Thompson again this morning. He offered me a hefty cash for signing today. I agreed to meet him in his office on Monday, and we intended to arrest him after he handed over the money. That is when we will close down DC and their activities and extensively scrutinize every transaction they've been involved in over the last 3 years. I'm still not sure where Kathy stands in all of this. I admit your wife was attempting to do the right thing by reporting the corporation." He remarked of her role in the offer offered to me. I assume Thompson was coercing or blackmailing her. "Did they mention utilizing protection?" I asked. "Yes." After I agreed to the terms, Thompson reiterated that Emma requested I wear protection. "We would not want to make the poor girl pregnant, would we?" Thompson stated. Now I knew I had to find Kathy. I wanted to know her side of the tale. She wasn't completely innocent in this situation, but there were reasons that could explain her conduct. "That's all I can say for now," Agent remarked. "Do you have any other questions?" "Not at the moment." "Good. Please remember not to discuss this investigation with anyone. Also, I would suggest you not to tell your wife anything yet. Wait until Bartlett and Thompson are indicted before revealing that it was all an FBI sting operation that should be only a few days from now. We'll want to talk to her then." Anyway, I agreed to remain silent about the probe, promised me he'd phone when it was safe to inform Emma about the FBI sting. He also stated that they could want to depose me to hear my side of the tale. We shook hands and I exited the building. When I arrived home, there was a note from Emma requesting me to call her. I dialed the number she left and a woman responded. "Can I ask who is calling?" a voice inquired. "Tell her it is her spouse," I responded. Emma's voice sounded tense when she got on the phone. "Where have you been?" she asked. "I had been trying to reach you all day, not all day," I corrected her. "I was home till 1:00 this afternoon." "That's around the time I started calling you." I was not going to make things easy for her. She needed to prove she was prepared to explain herself. So I remained silent. "Fred, can I come home?" she asked. "This is your house, right?" I responded, "You should be here now." "I'll be there in 1 hour." "Okay," I replied and then hung up. I examined the clock. It was already 5:00. I decided to get dinner ready when she arrived so that we could converse later. I started cooking and walked upstairs to prepare for our chat. When I returned downstairs, I grabbed the blue case from the coffee table and placed it in my pocket. I cooked pasta with meatballs and made a salad. I then opened a bottle of Kitty. Kathy walked in at 605 and dinner was ready. When she saw the meal and the wine, her countenance relaxed. She realized the situation might not be as horrible as she had imagined. We sat at the table silently at first. I poured the wine and we started eating after a few minutes of awkward silence. I asked Emma where she had spent her night. "One of my friends drove me home after you left," she replied. I couldn't resist a little jab. "Oh, you didn't stay for the rest of the party?" "I noticed you very much ended the party with your remarks," she responded. "I believe I owe some individuals an apology for that, not to you and especially not to Bartlett or Thompson." "I guess you're correct. I owe you an apology." She admitted I interrupted her and suggested we complete dinner first, then chat. We fell silent again as we had nothing else to talk about. After supper, Kathy started loading dishes into the dishwasher, but I interrupted her. "You can clean up afterward. We need to talk now," I insisted. We went to the family room and sat opposite each other. "Do you want to tell me everything or should I ask questions?" "Regardless. I need the truth," I replied strongly. "I'll tell you everything," she responded. "You presumably know when it started." "It was the day following your Christmas party. Eric called and told me that their huge deal with National Pharmaceutical was in peril. He stated that Mr. Benson insisted on signing only if I consented to a tight relationship with him. I was furious and couldn't believe he had asked that, but Eric stated the purchase was critical for the company, guaranteeing a large reward and a promotion. I didn't want to, but Eric insisted, claiming many people relied on me. I stated I needed time to think. They stressed me out so badly that I couldn't think clearly when you got home. I couldn't stand to hurt you like that. Eric and Mr. Bartlett pushed me all day. Monday, Mr. Thompson informed me that if the sale failed, it would be my fault, and if I spoke up, I would be fired. I tried to tell you everything I could. I knew if you knew everything, you'd make reckless decisions and I'd lose my job by Tuesday. When I rejected again, they asked me to reconsider. Then Mr. Thompson alleged that the corporation was missing more than 10,000. He threatened to conduct an audit. That would make me look like a thief. For years, Eric threatened to put me in jail unless I cooperated. He promised me money and a promotion if I obeyed, but he threatened to charge me if I did not. Finally, I had no choice but to accept his request. Every day, Eric and Mr. Bartlett pressed me to stay committed. They insisted I was doing the right thing and attempted to persuade me that you would understand if you realized how important this transaction was. I had been listening silently up until then, but now I was getting upset. You cannot imagine that I would have ever agreed with what you were doing. I replied, you should have told me everything. I would have found a way to aid you. I know. Kathy said I felt relieved after deciding to go through with it, but I felt so bad for what it was doing too. You must understand. I was frightened of going to jail. I felt compelled to take the risk. On Friday, Eric brought me into his office and informed me that Mr. Benson had requested that I shave all of my hair. I told him I couldn't do it because it would make you upset, but he stated that was not negotiable. If I didn't shave, Mr. Benson would back out of the arrangement. Eric instructed me to do it before the party without letting you know, and later I was meant to tell you it was a surprise, he said. If you became furious, all I had to do was apologize and let it grow back. The trouble was that you arrived home earlier than intended and spotted me preparing to shave. So was I correct? I asked, did you shave? In the restroom. At the party, Emma gazed down at her hands. Yes, Mr. Bartlett directed someone to purchase a razor and shaving cream, and I walked into the washroom and did so. When I returned to the party, I noticed you with the microphone attempting to gain everyone's attention. I was so afraid. I had no idea what you were doing and didn't know how I could stop you. I couldn't believe. You told me I was pregnant. I didn't mention you were pregnant. I clarified. I mentioned that we were going to have a baby. We had discussed this, right? Okay, but how are we going to begin a family or not? I inquired. Yeah, we are. I'll stop taking my birth control pills tomorrow and then we can start another thing. Did you inform Benson that he needed to use protection? Eric stated that he would see that Benson used protection. She said I'm glad he did, because I hadn't considered it. I was so stressed that I couldn't think straight. Then you delivered your speech, which effectively destroyed my career at DCA and probably wrecked the contract with National Pharmaceutical. So you're saying that Bartlett and Thompson coerced and blackmailed you into agreeing to have intimacy with Benson to close a business transaction. They also insisted on shaving oneself, but I messed things up by catching you in the ACT. Despite my warning, you still shaved in the end. The only reason you did not sleep with Benson was because my speech destroyed everything. Is this about right? Yes, however, I do not blame you for what you did. I understand your reaction. She explained. Okay, good, so you forgive me for trying to prevent my wife from sleeping with another man. I replied sarcastically. That's not what I intended. I understand you had every right to react. I shouldn't be unhappy with you for doing what you did. I am upset with myself. I should have been honest with you from the beginning. Do you believe you'll ever forgive me? Emma asked. It depends. I responded. Is this everything? Have you told me everything I need know about what has been going on? Yes, I have told you everything. Kathy said. I love you and I can't bear the thought of losing you because of this mess I've gotten myself into. Well, things don't appear as horrible as they did at first. I added, watching Emma's smile gradually return. I just have a few of questions and maybe we can get past this. Okay, which questions? I could hear relief in her voice. I took the blue case out of my pocket and tossed it on the coffee table. I found this in the trash the other day and it is full. You tossed away all of your birth control pills last week and didn't inform me and even tried to convince me you were still taking them. Just 5 minutes ago. You vowed you'd quit taking them tomorrow. Could you explain it to me? Kathy looked as if I had hit her mouth open several times, but no words emerged. She eventually spoke. I could see she was lying. You're correct. I stopped taking my pills. She said I intended to let you get me pregnant and then surprise you. I knew how much you wanted to create a family, so I thought it would be a pleasant surprise to tell you that the plan would only work if we were genuinely close, but we haven't. Since the day you stopped taking your medications, I pointed out. Emma claimed that she was so unhappy by what Mr. Bartlett and Eric wanted her to do that she wasn't in the mood for it at the time. Did you know that last night was the most fertile night of your cycle? I posed the question, which appeared to stun her again. No, I was unaware of that. I had too much on my mind to think about it. She admitted. It just seems unusual to me that you were intending to have intimacy with Benson yesterday night, which happened to be the middle of your monthly cycle, and you never thought to insist on wearing protection, but Eric decided to need it. I pointed out. What exactly are you trying to say? She asked that I knowingly took the danger of becoming pregnant. I'd never do it. She insisted, visibly shaken. Kathy was visibly upset. I've chosen to stop playing games. Emma, I have one more question. I began. How long have you been with Thompson? What was all she had to say? No more falsehoods. I know you were charting your cycle and marking it last night in your planner. I knew Thompson insisted Benson wear protection, and because we were not intimate, Thompson is the only one left. Did he want to get you pregnant? I looked at Kathy. Tears flowed down her cheeks and she didn't respond. Hanson, not Benson, wanted you to shave. You did that even though I told you not to. It demonstrates that he has more power over you than I do, and in case you're wondering, I'm guessing. When I got home last night, I noticed you were naked in the living room, with Thompson stroking you intimately. He kissed your stomach in the same way. A man kisses a woman. He wants to have a baby with her. Did you think I'd be so foolish as to assume it could be mine, or were you going to leave me from the start? Did you spend yesterday night with him? Emma cried loudly as I rose up and exited the room. When I returned to the kitchen with my bag, Emma looked up when she noticed what I was doing. She sprang out of her chair and raced to me. Please do not abandon me. I love you. I don't adore Eric. I told you that he blackmailed me. I had no choice except to do what he demanded. Why didn't you just keep taking your birth control pills while lying to Eric about it? You had no trouble lying to me. To be honest, I believe what you tell that rat bastard more than anything else you've said to me recently. I responded. I neglected to mention that last night while I was watching you and that a whole I overheard. You tell him you love him. So where does this leave me? I do not love him. If I am pregnant, I will have an abortion. I love you. Please, you need to believe me. She implored. No, I don't, and please don't abort the baby just because of me. When I looked back from the garage door, Emma had collapsed on the floor and was crying. She looked just as upset as when I left her at the party the night before. I no longer felt any love for her, only disgust. Leaving the house we worked so hard to build was difficult, but it carried no pleasant memories for me. Fortunately, we hadn't been there long enough to acquire such recollections. I walked out on Emma almost 2 years ago. After leaving her, I moved into a furnished apartment and attempted to start over. That was when the nightmare started. Unsatisfied with my employment, I resigned and moved to California. Once settled, I founded my own insurance investigative firm. I contacted Bill Ripley, who became my partner 2 months later. He added that Grace Frell expressed an interest in joining us after learning that we were beginning our own firm. Grace moved out here 14 months ago, and 2 months later we began dating. After 3 months, we decided to live together. I was astonished by how quickly I fell in love again while I wasn't in a hurry to marry. I appreciated having someone special to share my life with. I've communicated with my friends in Indianapolis via many individuals, including Special Agent Walker. It turned out that Kathy had revealed the business president and CEO at Eric Thompson's request, with the intention that this would expose their shady practices and result in their expulsion by the board. He imagined he would eventually become DC and HS president. Emma's claim that she didn't love Thompson appears to be true. She was manipulating him because he was obsessed with her and thought he could win her over to achieve what he desired. After I departed, Thompson attempted to impregnate Emma for more than a month, but was unsuccessful. It was eventually discovered that he was sterile. His wife discovered his romance with Emma and divorced him. Thompson was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison for his acts at DC, and H. Bartlett also received a sentence of at least 2 years in a federal minimum security prison. Kathy was sacked from DCNH and the company was later reorganized before being acquired by a larger consulting firm. Kathy was teaching accounting at a community college near Columbus, Ohio. When I last heard from her, I try not to dwell on Emma. The grief is still too raw to reflect on the pleasant moments we had. I do not miss her, which is a relief. Grace has filled the void. Emma left in my life, which is why we married. Now I'm sitting here looking down at Grace, wondering if I should wake her up not to share the dream I had again, but to tell her I adore her. Grace stated last night that I just need to ask when I'm ready for a baby, but you should order early because delivery takes 9 months. Grace joked. I'm considering submitting my request tomorrow. By the way, if you were curious about DCNH, you are correct. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I always thought my marriage was as solid as a rock until I discovered my wife Evelyn's secret with another man, Liam. This affair not only shattered my trust but also made me question the very nature of love. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Small things can have a significant impact on major events. For example, in 1986, the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded owing to a faulty O-ring that cost only a few dollars. This little component resulted in the deaths of 7 passengers and a loss of millions of dollars. Similarly, a minute blood clot imperceptible to the human eye can be fatal if it prevents blood flow to a key organ such as the brain. It's vital to remember that even the most little things can have huge repercussions. A small buildup of sticky cells can cause death. Even a small patch of ice on the road might cause a car to lose control and crash. An unexpected turn of the wheel can result in a tragic accident or a sharp turn. There are several examples, but even a tiny oversight can have a significant impact on any project. Consider the meaning of marriage. This is obviously a significant project. My marriage to Evelyn is a significant commitment that I value very highly. We've been married for a little over 8 years and have 2 great boys, Alex and Charles. Alex is named after myself, whereas Charles is named after my father. Our family lives in a comfortable home with adequate room for a growing family. Despite my lack of formal education, I have succeeded as a qualified mechanic, allowing me to offer a good life for my family via hard work and dedication. My profession involves hard hours, but the financial security it provides makes it all worthwhile. I have always considered my marriage to be the pinnacle of my life, and I have made altruistic efforts to care for my family. I regard this task as incredibly essential and approached it with utmost seriousness. However, my marriage ultimately ended owing to small factors. In my instance, it was a little blood vessel in the brain that happened to be too close to another vessel. As a result, the vessel enlarged and collided with another, causing severe headaches known as migraines. It was during one of these bouts that everything changed on that fateful day, when the usual symptoms returned. The brightness was intolerable. The sounds grew louder and the scents became overwhelming without notice. The intense pain rushed through me and I realized I was about to get a migraine. Unfortunately, I had forgotten the immature inhaler, which was my primary method of alleviating the illness. The medications I had on hand were less effective and would have taken too long to provide considerable relief. The agony was worsening and I realized I wouldn't be able to function well until the migraine passed. I went into my boss's office and told him the sad news. He was instantly frightened and directed his assistant, Peggy, to assist me in getting home and ensuring that I did not drive while intoxicated. Peggy graciously helped me to my feet and, along with the boss, guided me out of the office and down the corridor to the exit. Peggy held me as I leaned against the wall, hiding my eyes from the brightness and resting my palms on my temples. To relieve my headache, I put my hands to my temples. The discomfort was nearly intolerable. Sitting in the car seat, I tightly closed my eyes, hoping to block out everything around me. The agony intensified, making it impossible to see clearly. The glaring brightness outside pushed me to close my eyes. The sounds in my mind were loud and the scent made my stomach churn. Peggy knew my address, so I didn't have to give her directions. As she drove, the ride appeared to stretch on indefinitely. She eventually pulled over, got out of the car and opened my door to assist me. I obeyed her example. As she led me inside, Peggy walked me into the kitchen and instructed me to open the fridge to retrieve my inhaler. She discovered it, brought it to me and encouraged me while I took the medication. I inhaled the aerosol, which swiftly went through my lungs and into my bloodstream. I requested her to take me into the living room next to the kitchen and help me recline on the sofa with instructions to close all the blinds and turn off the lights. She cooperated with my request and waited until I was relieved before leaving. After thanking her for taking me home, I slipped into the solitude that followed her departure when the agony subsided. I must have fallen asleep quickly, for I awoke to the sound of conversations in a dimly lit area, indicating that it was late in the day. When I came to, I found the ache was gone. It appeared like I had been through a tough ordeal, but it was simply the residual effects of a migraine. I sat down carefully and waited to ensure that the pain did not return abruptly. While I was seated in the dark, I could hear my wife Evelyn and her neighbor Rebecca talking. They did not appear to be aware of my presence, as the room remained dimly lighted and the lights were turned off. God bless me. Evelyn must have let me oversleep, believing I'd return home early. However, when I looked outside, my car was not in the driveway. Maybe she didn't realize I was here. Perhaps I can surprise them both. As I prepared to sneak through the door, I listened to their chat. "Come on, Evelyn. How did it go?" one of them inquired impatiently. "Was everything as good as before? Give me all the details." Evelyn responded excitedly. "That was wonderful. I felt as though I was in heaven. This time it went even better than previously. I can't believe this. It was simply fantastic. It was the most incredible experience I've ever had, even amazing than with Alex. Better than being with your husband. Damn, that was great. I admire Alex, but he has never made me feel this way. Never. I've never allowed him to treat me like we. He would have judged me harshly, but Liam must believe you've lost. He thinks so, but I am his love toy and I enjoy it. Oh my God. I look forward to our future meeting. Are you concerned that Alex will find out our secret? Have you considered the possible consequences? It's a scary scenario, but I'm confident Alex will never find out, and even if he does, I doubt he will take any extreme measures. He is a nice and forgiving man. He cherishes our family too highly to risk losing it. He understands that I would never jeopardize the safety of our children. I just need a nasty lawyer to have him fired. This is not typical for you, Evelyn. I have never heard you talk about Alex in that way. How can you say you love him and still make such statements? It is disturbing, girl. I believe you are making a serious mistake. I truly want to warn you. I adore Alex, true, but I also don't want to lose what we have with Liam. I want both. I require the physical intimacy that Liam and I have, as well as the emotional connection that Alex provides. I need both. I did not want to give up. I have hit my limit. The migraine had subsided. The ache in my heart was excruciating. The pain was so intense that my gut tightened and my breath caught in my throat. My ears rang and blood was beating in my skull. Fear creeped up. I was worried I would have a heart attack. I pressed against the door frame to support myself until I regained some sense of control. Despite my inner distress, I kept discreet, but as I recovered control of my emotions, my wrath intensified and I felt like a bomb was about to go off. With all of my resolve, I stood up straight, raised my head and walked into the brightly lit kitchen. Rebecca noticed me first and the room fell silent. As she gazed up in surprise, her eyes widened. Her mouth opened and she gasped gently, covering it with her hand. Evelyn, sensing a shift in attention, whirled around to see me standing there. Her satisfied expression was swiftly replaced by surprise at my unexpected presence. I straightened up straight, lifted my head and walked into the kitchen light. Rebecca's reaction was swift. When she noticed me, the room became silent. She lifted her head, her eyes widened and her jaw dropped open in surprise. Evelyn, observing Rebecca's reaction, looked to see what had piqued her interest. When she noticed me standing there, her attitude shifted from pleased to incredulous. In an instant she shifted from terror to rage, pulling back her chair. She stood up and demanded from me, "How much have you heard? Why did you hide and spy on me?" I remained motionless, glancing at Rebecca, who quickly rose up and declared that it was time for me to leave Paul and I will look after the boys till you return for them. "I will call you later with that." She dashed out the side door. I stood silently as she went without saying anything. When she went, my eyes returned to Evelyn, the lady I had loved with all of my heart for the previous 8 years. These 8 years were filled with nothing but love and happiness, and I was confident that we would spend the rest of our lives together. But now that dream was in tatters. Evelyn's actions that night broke our eternity, and I stood there lamenting what might have been. I couldn't help wondering, where were our 2 sons when you had fun with your lover? Did you think about him, or were you too preoccupied with the joy of talking with someone else that you ignored his emotions? I felt more composed and balanced, yet the ache persisted. It was both sharp and enduring. It would take time for the ache to fade. Evelyn's look was filled with rage, transforming her beauty into something unfamiliar. Perhaps this was the genuine Evelyn who had been hiding below the surface all along. Turning around, she stated that the boys were with their neighbors. Rebecca and I went shopping, and Paul looked after them. She made it plain that she was solely with Rebecca and no one else, and she felt victorious. Her face changed from angry to satisfied. Then she discovered I had been at home all along and inquired why I was there where my car was and why I was sitting in the dark. She inquired whether I was spying on her, hoping to catch her doing something. I got home sooner than intended. George, suffering from chronic migraines, requested Peggy to take me back, since I couldn't handle the brightness after removing the tracks. I fell asleep and have stayed at home ever since. Suddenly a wave of nausea hit me, causing me to race to the bathroom. Your chat woke me up and the topic made me feel sick. I need to go to the bathroom right now. That's why I dashed into the bathroom, attempting to force the contents of my stomach out via my lips. Despite my best efforts, it failed, but my body surely made an attempt. I sat on the cool bathroom floor, placed my face against the porcelain and started to relax. Gradually, my unruly stomach eventually settled down and my breathing returned to normal. The moisture on my face had dried up and the nausea was subsiding. After a few minutes, I stood up, splashed water on my face and rinsed my mouth. When the shaking lessened and I regained my composure, I returned to the kitchen where Evelyn was seated and looking out the window. "I am going to pick up the boys and put them to bed tonight," I announced, walking past her and out the door toward the Anderson house next door. Paul and Rebecca Anderson were close neighbors and friends. We spent several evenings together conversing and drinking. It hurt me to acknowledge it, but they were truly our best friends. I was interested what Paul knew and I realized I should have asked him when I got to the back door. I knocked a few times before entering. Rebecca was in the kitchen sipping coffee and talking with her husband. She seems to have already informed him about something. When I walked in, he looked at me sympathetically, whereas Rebecca seemed terrified. I indicated that I'd come to pick up the boys and asked whether they were ready to leave. Without waiting for a response, I went into the living room and let Paul take them away. I imagined the boys were playing with their teenage daughter Leonie. When I entered the room, I noticed that they were working on a problem together and Leonie was observing them. She smiled at me and stood up asking if I'd come for them. I nodded. She said she'd bring them jackets. While watching their conversation, I felt a feeling of melancholy rush over me. I suspected they were victims of infidelity. The modest delights that formerly made the family happy are now overwhelmed by adults' selfish behaviors which have caused irreparable damage. It appeared that this circumstance was no exception. "Thank you, Leonie," I said as I stepped into the kitchen. Paul and Rebecca remained where they were, and I couldn't help but worry if they knew the truth. "Have you heard that she cheated on me?" "Paul, didn't you care? Did it damage you? Did it give you any satisfaction?" I asked. My words laced with rage and grief. I needed to know what my buddies knew. I should have known. Paul's expression mirrored his fury, as he replied, "I didn't know anything. Buddy, to be honest, if I had known, I would have told you immediately. Paul was surprised to hear that his wife knew about the secret and kept it from him. He felt misled and hurt by her conduct. He couldn't bring himself to apologize for this awful deed. Despite his hostility against his wife, he made it plain that he was going to be there for me as he gazed at his wife. Even minor details can have a significant impact on major events. For example, in 1986, the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded owing to a faulty O-ring that cost only a few dollars. This little component resulted in the deaths of 7 passengers and a loss of millions of dollars. Similarly, a minute blood clot imperceptible to the human eye can be fatal if it prevents blood flow to a key organ such as the brain. It is crucial to remember that even the most trivial things can have catastrophic implications, such as a small buildup of sticky cells that might lead to death. Even a small patch of ice on the road might cause a car to lose control during an accident. A sudden turn of the wheel can result in a tragic accident on a sharp corner. Examples can be supplied indefinitely. A tiny oversight can have a significant impact on any project. Consider the meaning of marriage. This is obviously a significant project. My marriage to Evelyn is a significant commitment that I value very highly. We've been married for a little over 8 years and have 2 great boys, Alex and Charles. Alex is named after myself, whereas Charles is named after my father. Our family lives in a cozy house with adequate room for a growing family. Despite my lack of formal education, I have succeeded as a qualified mechanic, allowing me to offer a good life for my family via hard work and dedication. My profession involves hard hours, but the financial security it provides makes it all worthwhile. I have always considered my marriage to be the pinnacle of my life, and I have made altruistic efforts to care for my family. I regard this task as incredibly essential and approached it with utmost seriousness. However, my marriage ultimately ended owing to small factors. In my instance, it was a little blood vessel in the brain that happened to be too close to another vessel. As a result, the vessel enlarged and collided with another, causing severe headaches known as migraines. It was during one of these bouts that everything changed on that fateful day, when the usual symptoms returned. The brightness was intolerable. The sounds grew louder and the scents became overwhelming without notice. The intense pain rushed through me and I realized I was about to get a migraine. Unfortunately, I had forgotten the immature inhaler, which was my primary method of alleviating the illness. The medications I had on hand were less effective and would have taken too long to provide considerable relief. The agony was worsening and I realized I wouldn't be able to function well until the migraine passed. I went into my boss's office and told him the sad news. He was instantly frightened and directed his assistant, Peggy, to assist me in getting home and ensuring that I did not drive while intoxicated. Peggy graciously helped me to my feet and, along with the boss, guided me out of the office and down the corridor to the exit. Peggy held me as I leaned against the wall, hiding my eyes from the brightness and resting my palms on my temples. To relieve my headache, I put my hands to my temples. The discomfort was nearly intolerable. Sitting in the car seat, I tightly closed my eyes, hoping to block out everything around me. The agony intensified, making it impossible to see clearly. The glaring brightness outside pushed me to close my eyes. The sounds in my mind were loud and the scent made my stomach churn. Peggy knew my address, so I didn't have to give her directions as she drove. The ride appeared to stretch on indefinitely. She eventually pulled over, got out of the car, and opened my door to assist me. I obeyed her example. As she led me inside, Peggy walked me into the kitchen and instructed me to open the fridge to retrieve my inhaler. She discovered it, brought it to me, and encouraged me. While I took the medication, I inhaled the aerosol, which swiftly went through my lungs and into my bloodstream. I requested her to take me into the living room next to the kitchen and help me recline on the sofa with instructions to close all the blinds and turn off the lights. She cooperated with my request and waited until I was relieved before leaving. After thanking her for taking me home, I slipped into the solitude that followed her departure. When the agony subsided, I must have fallen asleep quickly, for I awoke to the sound of conversations in a dimly lit area, indicating that it was late in the day. When I came to, I found the ache was gone. It appeared like I had been through a tough ordeal, but it was simply the residual effects of a migraine. I sat down carefully and waited to ensure that the pain did not return abruptly. While I was seated in the dark, I could hear my wife, Evelyn, and her neighbor, Rebecca, talking. They did not appear to be aware of my presence, as the room remained dimly lighted and the lights were turned off. God bless me. Evelyn must have let me oversleep, believing I'd return home early. However, when I looked outside, my car was not in the driveway. Maybe she didn't realize I was here. Perhaps I can surprise them both. As I prepared to sneak out the door, I overheard their chat. "Come on, Evelyn. How did it go?" One of them inquired impatiently. "Was everything as good as before? Give me all the details." Evelyn responded excitedly. "That was wonderful. I felt as though I was in heaven. This time it went even better than previously. I can't believe this. It was simply fantastic. It was the most incredible experience I've ever had, even amazing than with Alex. Better than being with your husband. Damn, that was great. I admire Alex, but he has never made me feel this way, never. I've never allowed him to treat me like way. He would have judged me harshly, but Liam must believe you loose. He thinks so, but I am his love toy and I enjoy it. Oh my God. I look forward to our future meeting. Are you concerned that Alex will find out our secret? Have you considered the possible consequences? It's a scary scenario, but I'm confident Alex will never find out, and even if he does, I doubt he will take any extreme measures. He is a nice and forgiving man. He cherishes our family too highly to risk losing it. He understands that I would never jeopardize the safety of our children. I just need a nasty lawyer to have him fired. This is not typical for you, Evelyn. I have never heard you talk about Alex in that way. How can you say you love him and still make such statements? It is disturbing, girl. I believe you are making a serious mistake. I truly want to warn you. I adore Alex, true, but I also don't want to lose what we have with Liam. I want both. I need the physical intimacy I have with Liam in my emotional bond with Alex. I need both. I did not want to give up. I have hit my limit. The migraine had subsided. The ache in my heart was excruciating. The intensity of the anguish caused my stomach to clench with my breath and catch in my throat. My ears rang and blood was beating in my skull. Fear creeped up. I was worried I would have a heart attack. I pressed against the door frame to support myself until I regained some sense of control. Despite my inner distress, I kept discreet. But as I recovered control of my emotions, my wrath intensified and I felt like a bomb was about to go off. I'm summoning all of my resolve. I straightened up straight, raised my head and stepped into the well-lit kitchen. Rebecca was the first to notice me and the room was silent. She stared up in surprise. Her eyes expanded. Her mouth opened and she gasped gently while covering it with her hand. Evelyn looked around sensing a shift in attention, and found me standing there. Her dissatisfaction rapidly turned to surprise at my unexpected presence. I straightened up straight, lifted my head and walked into the kitchen light. Rebecca's reaction was swift. When she noticed me, the room became silent. She lifted her head, her eyes widened and her jaw dropped open. In surprise, she gently raised her hand to her lips and sighed. Evelyn noticed Rebecca's reaction and turned to see what had piqued her interest. When she noticed me standing there, her attitude shifted from pleased to incredulous. In an instant she shifted from terror to rage, pulling back her chair. She stood up and demanded from me, "How much have you heard? Why were you hiding to spy on me?" I remained motionless, glancing at Rebecca, who quickly rose up and declared that it was time for me to leave Paul, and I will look after the boys till you return for them. I will call you later. She hurried up the side door. I stood silently as she went without saying anything. When she went, my eyes returned to Evelyn, the lady I had loved with all of my heart for the previous 8 years. These 8 years were filled with nothing but love and happiness, and I was confident that we would spend the rest of our lives together. But now that dream was in tatters. Evelyn's actions that night broke our eternity, and I stood there lamenting what might have been. I couldn't help wondering, where were our 2 sons when you had fun with your lover? Did you think about him, or were you too preoccupied with the joy of talking with someone else that you ignored his emotions? I felt more composed and balanced. Yet the ache persisted. It was both sharp and enduring. It would take time for the ache to fade. Evelyn's look was filled with rage, transforming her beauty into something unfamiliar. Perhaps this was the genuine Evelyn who had been hiding below the surface all along. She turned around and stated the boys were with their neighbors. Rebecca and I went shopping and Paul looked after them. She made it plain that she was solely with Rebecca and no one else, and she felt victorious. Her face changed from angry to satisfied. Then she discovered I had been at home all along and inquired why I was there, where my car was and why I was sitting in the dark. She inquired whether I was spying on her, hoping to catch her doing something. I got home sooner than intended. George, suffering from chronic migraines, requested Peggy to take me back, since I couldn't handle the brightness. After taking in the tracks, I fell asleep and have remained at home ever since. Suddenly a wave of nausea hit me, causing me to race to the bathroom. Your chat woke me up and the topic made me feel sick. I need to go to the bathroom right now. That's why I dashed into the bathroom, attempting to force the contents of my stomach out via my lips. Despite my best efforts, it failed, but my body surely made an attempt. I sat on the cool bathroom floor, placed my face against the porcelain and started to relax. Gradually, my unruly stomach eventually settled down and my breathing returned to normal. The moisture on my face had dried up and the nausea was subsiding. After a few minutes, I stood up, splashed water on my face and rinsed my mouth. When the shaking lessened and I regained my composure, I returned to the kitchen where Evelyn was seated and looking out the window. I am going to pick up the boys and put them to bed tonight, I said, as I walked by her and climbed the door to the Anderson house next door. Paul and Rebecca Anderson were close neighbors and friends. We spent several evenings together conversing and drinking. It hurt me to acknowledge it, but they were truly our best friends. I was interested what Paul knew and I realized I should have asked him. When I got to the back door, I knocked a few times before entering. Rebecca was in the kitchen sipping coffee and talking with her husband. She seems to have already informed him about something. When I walked in, he looked at me sympathetically, whereas Rebecca seemed terrified. I indicated that I had come to pick up the boys and asked whether they were ready to leave. Without waiting for a response, I entered the living room, allowing Paul to go ahead of me. I imagined the boys were playing with their teenage daughter Leomy. When I entered the room, I noticed that they were working on a problem together and Leomy was observing them. She smiled at me and stood up asking if I'd come for them. I nodded. She said she'd bring them jackets. While watching their conversation, I felt a feeling of melancholy rush over me. I suspected they were victims of infidelity. The modest delights that formerly made the family happy are now overwhelmed by adults' selfish behaviors which have caused irreparable damage. It appeared that this circumstance was no exception. "Thank you, Leomy," I said as I stepped into the kitchen. Paul and Rebecca remained where they were, and I couldn't help but worry if they knew the truth. "Have you heard that she cheated on me?" "Paul. Didn't you care? Did it damage you? Did it give you any satisfaction?" I asked. My words laced with rage and grief. I needed to know what my buddies knew. I should have known. Paul's expression mirrored his fury, as he replied. "I didn't know anything. Buddy, to be honest, if I had known, I would have told you immediately." Paul was surprised to hear that his wife knew about the secret and kept it from him. He felt misled and hurt by her conduct. He couldn't bring himself to apologize for this awful deed. Despite his hostility against his wife, he made it plain that he was going to be there for me. As he gazed at his wife, his eyes were filled with rage and disappointment. He couldn't believe she'd known about it all along. After reflecting on the incident, I concluded that Rebecca and Evelyn had pulled a nasty trick on me, making me look foolish. Cuckolded for a week, I caught sight of Leomy out of the corner of my eye. I mustered a grin as the boys left the home, each holding a cookie. I hoped she hadn't overheard my earlier statements, but her look suggested otherwise. This was Rebecca's final meeting with my children. I've established a goal for myself. I'll do it. Even though I had no idea how to do it, I was determined to try. We entered the house through the back door and the lads immediately went upstairs to change for dinner. I strolled past the abandoned kitchen into the living room where Evelyn sat in a dimly lighted area. She left the light on to contrast with the darkness that encompassed both of us, as we contemplated the unknowns ahead. After taking precautions, I turned on the lamp on the side table and closed the drapes, allowing in the last rays of sunlight. The chamber was surrounded in darkness and the dark corners appeared to represent concealed secrets. My wife kept. Evelyn appeared weary and untidy. Her eyes were red and gleaming from tears. Her face was pid and wrinkled. Her shoulders slumped. The rage and rebellion that had once defined her had vanished, leaving her as a fearful woman. But it was too little, too late for me. Rather than hope, I was disgusted. Did she experience any regret at that point? Was she afraid? It was difficult for me to imagine such a huge transformation could occur in just 10 minutes. No, this was only the start of the war for dominance. She was an adulterous wife who concealed her infidelity from me. Her expression conveyed duplicity and cunning rather than remorse. When I glanced at her, the first thought that came to mind was, who is he? What does he have? That I do not. She stared at me in silence and I was unsure if she would respond at all when I was going to leave. She replied, it doesn't matter who he is. It isn't your concern. Alex, I am sorry you had to find out this way. I did not want you to find out the truth or be hurt. I apologize. You heard my talk with Rebecca. Please try to comprehend. This is quite crucial. It was weird that there were no words of regret or apologies for these actions. I am sorry that this occurred. I swear it will not happen again. Sitting in the luxurious recliner she gave me for our 5th wedding anniversary, I couldn't help but sense the seriousness of the situation. Although I still love this chair, it has taken on a new meaning. Please give me an opportunity to explain everything. It does not have to mean the end for us. We can go on while maintaining our loving spirit. Let's sort it out together. She glanced at me with a desperate expression that I recognized from previous interactions, usually when she requested something I didn't approve of. Can you just attempt to understand? She implored. Can you assure me that it is over? Can you swear to me that you will not see or be with him anymore? Will you do this for me? I stayed calm. My body felt stiff. My hands gripped the arms of the chair hard, keeping my cool. Evelyn looked at me, tears flowing down her cheeks, her eyes wide open. She remained silent, but her expression spoke for itself. She was determined to get her way and would not give up until the end. I'd overheard her chatting to Rebecca and it was evident she wasn't going to allow me get in her way. It was clear she wanted me to agree with her. That is what I stated. After dinner I'll put the boys to bed and we'll talk about our possibilities. Tomorrow I'll start gathering my belongings to move out of the house. I have decided to stay with my brother for a time. I left the room and went to the kitchen, where I found comfort in familiarity. At stressful times. It's interesting how the kitchen becomes a shelter. As I navigated the maelstrom of my collapsing environment, an uncommon thought struck me. Evelyn was busy making dinner while I entertained the boys in the playroom for almost an hour, enjoying their unrestrained joy. Evelyn interrupted us while we were playing to go get dinner. We sat down at the table and I hustled the boys to the bathroom. It was usual to get them ready for dinner. That evening's meal was exciting. The boys talked and joked, enjoying the food and one another's company. In contrast, their parents sat silently. They are lost in their own thoughts, reflecting on the repercussions and decisions that needed to be made. It's intriguing to consider the shift from infancy to adulthood. What makes children want to grow up so much? Perhaps it's the tempting freedom and independence that adults appear to have without a thorough knowledge of the obligations and repercussions that may arise. Children may regard adults' decision-making processes as easygoing and rule-free, without appreciating the gravity of their choices. As we become older, we realize how complicated adulthood is and how important it is to make intentional decisions. However, not everyone understands this concept, and some continue to live without fully recognizing the implications of their acts. Evelyn, like many others, contemplates freedom unlimited, ignoring the repercussions of her actions and breaking the rules. After supper, as I took the boys upstairs to bed, Evelyn washed the dishes and cleaned the kitchen. We spoke and read fairy tales for an hour before the boys settled down and allowed me to put them to bed. Standing at the entrance to their room, I turned off the lights and watched them sleep soundly under the covers. Preparing for bed opened up a world of options and thrilling new experiences for them. My eyes wet and my throat clenched with sadness as I stared at them. This moment was likewise coming to a close. Sitting in the armchair downstairs, I clutched for something to grip onto, because it appeared that my world was collapsing around me, slipping through my fingers with no way to stop it. My love for Evelyn was strong and unwavering, and while I waited in the dark, unable to shake the words, I had just heard a heavy heaviness settled in my chest. He has never made me feel this way, and I'm his toy. The words rang in my memory, instilling a strong sense of betrayal. I understood there was no turning back at that point, and the love I had felt inside me appeared to be disappearing. Evelyn entered the room and sat in an armchair with a somber expression on her face. "We need to talk," she said, her voice quiet but forceful. I know you are furious, but you must understand. The weight of her remarks hung in the air, forcing me to dwell on the terrible realities of the situation. My relationship with Liam is entirely physical, a sensation, a feeling of something fresh. I know this obsession will pass, but I can't seem to get away from it. This emotion draws me to him, but this does not change my feelings for you. I genuinely care about you, not him. He's only a momentary distraction. This phase will pass and we will be able to resume our previous activities. You just need to faith that everything will work out. Her words flowed freely, but I had trouble understanding what she was saying. Will I actually be able to accept it? I can't get rid of the sense that I want to see him constantly. Should I let this continue? Was she mad, or was she just imagining things? Whatever it was, it needed to stop. It appears that you are the only person who is aware of the reality of the situation. There is no more us or we. It is just you and him. Our relationship is over. There is no space for negotiation here, and I'll never settle for less. After 8 years of marriage, you must understand that I will never accept your affair. I adore you, Alex, and you are the only man I've ever loved. I do not like Liam, and I hope you understand. Please allow me some time to figure things out for the sake of my marriage and her family. Please grant me this time. Take all the time you need. I'll contact my lawyer tomorrow. Let's divide everything equally. I do not want to hurt you the way you hurt me. I simply want this to be over. I was emotionally drained and simply wanted to rest and escape. The headache went away, but the pain in my heart remained. I just wanted to forget myself for a few hours, but what occurred next surprised me. No way, we aren't getting divorced. I will protest at every stage and will undoubtedly demand my part. I will do anything to keep you from gaining custody of the boys, and I will limit your visitation rights as much as possible. If you do not comply with my requests, you will pay terribly and Liam will still be with me. You cannot stop me. Remember that as I absorbed these words, I knew that this marriage had ended long ago. This amount of rage and disrespect was not an unintentional outburst, but rather a deliberate and planned action. She showed little consideration for my feelings. If she was worried, she would not have acted so aggressively. She could have halted it before it even began. Instead, she expected me to discover the truth and, rather than quit, she decided to injure me as much as possible. Her acts lacked love. They were motivated by selfishness and a desire to disgrace and hurt me. As I watched her, my rage grew and I could see from the look on her face that she had over the line. Her comments were venomous and turning satisfaction interfered with me, and then I said, I need to tell you something, Evelyn. If you corner the rat, it will resist. It will struggle until it is unable to escape. You should have known this before pushing me, but you did it and now you must face the consequences. I don't want to do this, Alex, but I don't have another option. You are incredibly important to me and I will do everything I can to keep you from leaving our family. If you refuse to acknowledge and accept this, I will stand firm. Finally, you will have no choice but to remain at my side. I understand that your love for me and her children is too powerful for you to abandon. I know you will, Alex. You aren't leaving. Goodbye, Evelyn. Please inform the lads that I will see them whenever possible. I'll pack some items quickly before leaving. The remaining products can be picked up at the designated time. I ran upstairs and packed the suitcase with only what I needed to survive a day or two. Nothing fancy, simply bathroom things, a couple pieces of underwear, pants and socks. After 8 years of marriage, all I had to take with me were painful memories, but my 2 sons were the only thing that mattered to me. At the time. When I got down the stairs, I discovered Evelyn sitting in the kitchen near the entrance, appearing ready to attempt again. Alextopher, please, I beseech, you do not do this. Simply tell me you're done with him. Promise me you won't see him again. Maybe then we'll get a chance. I can't stand it, please. I pulled her away, resisting the temptation to lash out at her in rage. I knew I needed to exercise self-control. I'll come in the evenings after work, so the kids don't instantly suspect anything. After exiting through the door, I dropped my stuff under the back seat and entered the car. The door banged closed. I drove out of the garage and into the road. I got out my cell phone and called my brother Derek. He resided close after his wife left him for another man 2 years ago. Derek had been living alone, with no idea where she was, despite the fact that he no longer cared. He was too depressed to take action, but they were still legally married. Derek refused to be persuaded. He considers himself an enthusiastic alcoholic and frequently engages in late-night drinking with buddies. Despite my attempts to reason with him, Derek persisted in his practices. It is worth mentioning that he rarely became intoxicated, preferring to maintain a steady degree of inebriation. I suspected drinking would help them cope with his past hurts, but this was merely an assumption. Despite this, Derek valued our chats and welcomed me to his home. He assured me he'd return later, so I went there. I took the key from its hiding spot under the flower pot on the porch and entered the home. Everything appeared to be in perfect order, as it had many times before. Derek was neat, a trait that had always been consistent and was comforting to witness. Now, following his advice, I drew several bottles of beer from the refrigerator and made myself comfortable. I was already feeling tipsy when he returned. He went to the store for beer and we kept drinking. When Derek got home, I told him about the fight with Evelyn as a show of support. He sat at the table and finished the beer, hoping to keep me from losing control. He promised me that he would always be there for me like a brother. The next morning I awoke with the effects of excessive drinking, including a hangover and a searing headache. I knew I was too responsible, regardless of why I had done what I did. I entered the bathroom and took a shower, hoping to wash away the physical and mental effects of the previous night. Standing beneath the cool water, I let it wash away the traces of my drunkenness. It was pointless to remain hungover. I needed to find Derek. I found a note indicating that he was at work and would contact me later. It was not surprising. We both had to work on Saturday. Derek and I worked for a company that leased heavy construction equipment to contractors throughout the state. Customers traveled from far and wide to obtain their equipment, and we were recognized as the 2 best mechanics. Our key task was to keep the equipment operating despite the hurdles. The job paid well and required a significant amount of time to support my family. I saw the significance of earning enough to keep the enormous house Evelyn cherished. I believe she shared my vision of home as a symbol of security and a place where our family can thrive. I took satisfaction in my status as breadwinner, seeing it as an opportunity to show my love and loyalty. However, Her statements from last night made me wonder if she saw things in the same way. Evelyn saw it differently. It was a question of security for her, as well as a way to maintain control over me in the event of a divorce. She wanted the property and the money I earned, but only to spend it on expensive clothes for herself and trips to Victoria's Secret for her lover, pouring more water to block out the disturbing thoughts. Despite being behind time, I recognized I needed to go for work, so I could clear my thoughts, strategize and decide something I couldn't concentrate on at the moment. Evelyn had thought of everything. Her statements from last night revealed that she had painstakingly prepared this betrayal, anticipating my astonishment and perplexity upon finding she knew I'd be emotionally distraught and unable to think rationally. She had meticulously planned every facet of her divorce strategy, which was designed to leave me distraught, deprived of everything, including custody of her children, and casting me as the villain in this position if I dared to show disapproval of her affair. She considered herself cunning, not willing to risk her luck with an envious husband. I quickly packed a box and heavy-duty rubbish bags, expecting her to depart with the children to her mother's. In the morning, I pulled up to the house and entered. I emptied the closets and drawers, placing everything in trash bags. After gathering the essential goods from the bathroom, I placed them in a tiny bag and transported them to the vehicle. I stowed my stuff beneath the back seat and returned home. I had no intention of leaving quickly. Instead, I intended to return after work and spend time with the children. I had a lot to think about and a lot of choices to make. One thing was certain: my marriage had ended and I would never speak to Evelyn again. She was no longer my partner, but rather someone else's. She would never become my wife, lover or confidant again. Tears welled up in my eyes as I thought about the scenario. I found myself bawling on the floor of a room that used to be ours. The pain of loss was overpowering. I wanted to distract myself. I focused on my job, skipping my lunch break to avoid distractions. I relished the ability to bury my emotions beneath the pressures of my employment, concentrating on duties like repairing fuel injectors, timing chains and pumps. I solved intricate problems ranging from faulty gearboxes to hydraulic lifts. I took on the most difficult chores without hesitation and was completely immersed in my work for several hours. When Derek interrupted me and urged me to take a break. "Come on, kid. He urged, "You make everyone else appear lazy." He glanced at me with surprise on his face and I apologized, explaining that I was attempting to distract myself from what I wanted to forget. I must have been on the edge of tears as Derek carefully guided me away from the steps to the recreation area. Derek and I had grown close since our parents perished in a car accident 11 years ago. He was the best man at my wedding 8 years ago and now serves as godfather to my 2 sons, Alex Jr. and Cameron. When I sat down at the table and stared into space, Derek came back with 2 steaming cups of coffee. The taste was dull, but the warmth was comforting. I poured my heart out, detailing every detail of Evelyn's betrayal. I couldn't help but express my guilt, humiliation and disdain at her hands. I informed Derek of her threats to manipulate and control me, stopping me from carrying out her devious schemes. Evelyn had done everything she could to make it impossible for me to take action against her without surrendering everything I valued. It was a premeditated maneuver that left me feeling imprisoned and powerless. But as I spoke, a weight lifted off my shoulders and I realized I had finally found someone I could trust who actually listened and understood. Derek was by my side, offering support and counsel as I navigated the murky waters of Evelyn's deception. As the talk progressed, I realized I wasn't alone in this battle. I had a friend who was willing to help me through any obstacles. Then Derek inquired about her expectations from me. I told him about the look on her face as she humiliated me in public, divulging sensitive details about her life with Rebecca and her contemptuous attitude. When she threatened to ruin me, she made it plain that her relationship with her lover came first and she would not give him up. Derek was shocked. He had always seen Evelyn as a decent woman and a loving mother. He had thought their marriage was stable, but now everything had changed. Derek gazed at me, noting the deep pain on my face. It was agonizing. I was a dependable parent, a loving provider and a true friend to the boys at the garage. I was always there for them, going above and beyond. Anger bubbled over in Derek. He couldn't understand how she could betray me like way. What were her thoughts? What has gotten into her? Alex exclaimed, "Please, Alex, you cannot leave it like that." He urged, "Weck, help you. We will work something out. This is intolerable." His brother's eyes were concerned. His expression was full of pity. I felt the warmth of his compassion. Through my shattered expression, I inquired, "What can I do if I leave her?" "She will take everything from me. I'll have to pay alimony and support her financially, provide for our children's needs. I would never harm them. Unfortunately, she manipulates her children to harm me, while knowing I would never harm them. Now this is attempting to take my position as their father, disrespecting me and believing that having an affair with a married woman is appropriate behavior. I feel powerless in this scenario." Derek shook his head in despair and muttered, "To hell with both of them. It hurts me to see Evelyn, whom I adored, like a sister, behave so despicably. Now that she's accepted her predicament, she must face the repercussions. We need to go after them. First, we need to figure out who he is. That'll be simple. I'll make some telephone calls. Then we may talk about our next moves." I simply shrugged in answer. "Okay, but I'm not sure I can help if she doesn't reveal anything about him. What if she does not cooperate? We'll seek him down and deal with him the same way we would any other target, and you realize that Evelyn's return is now out of the question due to her conduct, correct? If you continue your behavior, she will lose all respect for you." "No way, my friend, she currently belongs to someone else." I was surprised at first, but then I smiled. "You're correct. She is no longer the woman I once adored." Last night demonstrated how fast love can turn into hatred, and my rage at her now outweighs my feelings for her. She took what we had and transformed it into something that would ultimately harm her. I informed him of the circumstances and he resumed the chat, completing the task without overtime. We decided to go to the nearby small bar, not expecting to become intoxicated because we had essential tasks to complete. Derek called a few others and we met to brainstorm and devise a plan. I was profoundly moved by the support I received from my friends who provided their assistance without hesitation or asking questions. Together, we were able to create a strong plan. I arrived home at 7:00 p.m., parked at the entryway and entered the house. When I walked in, I felt nervous. It was no longer my home, but rather the house. I'm taking off my jacket in the kitchen. I entered the living room and found Evelyn seated in an armchair watching our 5-year-old twins, Alex and Cameron, play video games. I stood and observed the scene. It will be forever engraved in my memory. Evelyn met my gaze as she watched the children play. A tiny smirk came on her face, which I saw as a sign of her scorn for me and her family. She hid behind a veneer of deceit. In that instant I saw through her deception, responding with a disdainful glance rather than a grin. When I left, she turned away and entered the kitchen, opening the refrigerator. I finally realized the entire extent of her dishonesty. I microwaved some leftover fried chicken and mashed potatoes. I wasn't hungry, but I needed something to do with my time. I had planned to talk to the boys before they went to bed, but Derek encouraged me to wait. I grudgingly postponed this work for later, knowing that speaking with them would mark the commencement of a war that had begun in Evelyn. I knew the chances were stacked against me, but I was prepared to fight until the finish. Sitting down at the table with a dish of food, I began to eat carefully while thinking. Despite the absence of taste, I forced myself to eat to stay energized. I needed time to gather my thoughts, so I sat and gently ate my meal. About a half hour later, Evelyn entered the room and sat across from me. I gave her a fleeting glance before returning my attention to the meal and beginning to eat intently. We didn't talk because I didn't have anything to say to her right then. "Have you calmed down since last night? Can we have a civil conversation now?" she asked. Rather than attempting to find out the situation, I decided to remain silent. "Alex, will you ignore me? Like a child, I had great hopes for you. We need to consider how this will influence our children. Are you actually their father?" "No. I can't get this thought out of my head. Perhaps I should consider checking it out. There's no reason to get furious. Simply speak gently. When I interfered, Abel's look became sour with wrath. As she prepared to respond, I reminded her to lower her voice, stressing that the children could overhear. I pointed out that the night before she accused me of forgetting about the children when I was upset, and she now needed to consider how her actions would affect their life. It wasn't just that you had a great time with someone else. You've caused significant harm to our family. Please consider your actions. Evelyn, I mentioned. Evelyn paused, spoke softly and murmured. It appears you didn't take my word seriously yesterday. I was hoping you'd find a way to forget about it and return to our previous relationship. Nothing will change in the home. You are still precious to me and you are my husband. That has not altered. I carry out my activities in secrecy, waiting until the kids are in school and the parents are at work. You have nothing to worry about, because I am always available to you. I remained still silent, eating slowly and deliberately, maintaining a neutral countenance and without responding in any way. When I looked into her eyes, my expression was blank. As Evelyn sat there, the sense that she was gradually falling into herself permeated the room for the first time. I observed a faint shiver of terror run through her body. What are you planning to do? She asked. Will you make my life difficult? I assumed you cared about me enough to give me time alone. Last night, I promised you that I had not taken anything away from you and then I will always be there for you. Why don't you understand this? Alex. Evelyn was growing increasingly upset, but I kept composed as I watched her carefully take another piece of my dinner after swallowing. I encouraged her to wait until the kids were asleep before beginning this topic. I had listened to her the night before, even if I did not agree with all she said, and now it was her turn to wait. Evelyn appeared to understand and resumed smiling, thanking me for the offer. She admitted you were correct about some of your statements. Your comments have injured me. I'll take the boys upstairs soon and then we can talk about it further. She added, as she passed past me, her hand lingering briefly on my shoulder, automatically recoiled, unable to conceal my horror at her contact. Despite my efforts to keep the children in a normal environment, I fought to accept that everything was going to change. Evelyn's actions had wrecked our relationship and if I should simply accept my role as a cuckold and come to terms in the end. She said she still loved me and wanted to stay married, but I knew I couldn't do it, not at the moment, not ever. Evelyn walked into the room after 9:00 a.m. and slumped into a chair, sighing heavily and smiling tiredly but contentedly. I just put the kids to bed. She explained. They're already really huge. They say they're going to bed, but I know they'll continue reading after I go. I nodded in accord. They're really good kids. It's unfortunate that they have to confront such hardships. I have no idea how to make things better for them. What do you mean? I thought you understood. Nothing has to change. Just give me what I want and we can be the loving family we once were. Please be patient. I promised it would be over soon and I would not lose everything. I genuinely love you and I wish to stay your wife. It is simply a necessary task, she pleaded. I stared at the woman who had been my partner for the previous 8 years. I married her because I couldn't imagine living without her. We had 2 great children and a strong marriage, but everything changed last night. She couldn't understand why I felt compelled to bring up the matter. I wasn't going to talk about it in length tonight, but I needed to clarify the issue. Evelyn. I listened to you last night. You stated your wishes and admitted your love for me. I want to remain my wife. You argued that he had not taken anything away from me. I said. Evelyn's expression darkened as she listened to my description of how I felt threatened by her the night before. I then made it obvious that if we divorced, I intended to take everything from her, including the children. Notwithstanding her silence, she was clearly upset with our chat. The words, while familiar, seemed more frightening as they came out of my mouth. She recognized the veracity of my statements, but Alex, you can't see this from my perspective. She explained. This issue has nothing to do with our marriage, but you refuse to hear why. Can't you trust me when I say I still love you and want our marriage to be strong? I countered last night. I felt nothing except scorn from you. Evelyn, contempt for me and her marriage. When I conveyed my displeasure, you responded with calculated threats. Contempt for me. After all of my attempts to build our relationship over the years, you continue to ridicule, denigrate, threaten and accuse me of misunderstanding. You knew how I'd react, but you are acting as if you have already decided what to do with me. Why are you so certain? In your responses to all of the questions. I felt my fury rise as I realized she had neglected something vital the night before. Evelyn. You once threatened me. They cornered me, believing I had no way out, but I told you that and I will tell you now. Even a mouse will fight a cat if cornered. That will not result in any losses for me. I said, standing up and leaving. When I arrived to the kitchen where Abel was sitting, I came to a halt. I decided to spend the night someplace else and return home after work, so the kids wouldn't realize anything was wrong. Why did you choose to remain elsewhere instead of here? We will be unable to solve our problems. If you are not present, Alex, please do not do this. You mean a lot to me and I do not want to lose you. I'm not sure how I'll cope if you depart. Please let us go through this together. There must be some way to remedy this, Evelyn pleaded. I'm very sorry, Evelyn. The only certainty I have right now is that my feelings for you have vanished. Your betrayal last night ruined my entire love for you. That is the truth. I understand. I'm not sure what to do next, but one thing is for certain: there is no way back. I said, Alex, what happened to your vows to love and care for me? Have you forgotten them? Abel asked. I still recall the vows you made on our wedding day. You pledged to leave everyone in love. Just me. No, you did not fulfill your pledge. Despite my care, love and dedication throughout our marriage, you decided to share what we had with someone else. It was not enough. You handed away what rightfully belonged to me to someone else, breaking our love. After this betrayal, I can move forward. You have utterly shattered my feelings. For you, I can and will leave. I left for Derek's. He graciously enabled me to stay for as long as necessary. I need time to finish what I had started. Soon everything will be behind me and I will be able to start Arish. In the days after, I concentrated on work and spent my evenings with the kids, avoiding additional contact with Evelyn. She attempted to initiate a discussion with me multiple times, but I always avoided it. She eventually raised her voice at me, but I snatched the keys and left without saying anything. During a work break, one of the group members approached Derek and informed him that all preparations had been done and that everything will be ready shortly. All that was left was to wait patiently. This scenario did not change until the next week, when I returned home every evening to find Evelyn becoming increasingly concerned. The youngsters did not seem to notice anything strange, but Cameron inquired about my workload. I was embarrassed, so I asked for clarification and he said that he only sees his father briefly in the evenings. I told him that we'd find a solution over the weekend. Cameron seemed pleased. The small crisis was resolved. Evelyn continued to ask me questions, but I chose to ignore her and go as soon as his mother took the children upstairs to put them to bed. When she returned downstairs, I had already departed. Derek entered the break room and sat at the table, signaling the conclusion of the week. He gave me a folder. I gave him a quizzical look, but he simply shook his head, curious. I opened the folder and glanced through the brief report inside. It contained 2 pages, each with Liam Donovan name at the top. Liam was a junior attorney at Lincoln Rhyme Law Firm in Halls at 24. He was about 10 years younger than me and was currently single following a divorce 2 years ago. He must have been wealthy. He resided in an apartment and Evelyn paid him 2 visits that week, each lasting at least an hour. Now that I have his name and address, I have a better notion who he is, but I couldn't figure out what traits he held that Evelyn was willing to give up their marriage for, but I didn't care anymore. If Evelyn had confessed to me earlier, perhaps things would have been different. I did not simply take it as true and proceed without examination. So what are the following steps? What should I do to get started? I seek advice from Derek. Despite the fact that I am the one with the problem, it seems to me that Derek made his own decisions. I was thankful to have a buddy and brother like him. It appeared that being a good friend and putting forth effort at work were all that was required of true friends, and I needed them more than ever. The gears were already turning. The first lesson is expected. Tonight, when everything is ready, I will contact you at your apartment. Please ensure that your cell phone is available. When I call, you can inform her about it and stop the situation. It's not ideal, but I felt imprisoned by Evelyn and her boyfriend, so I had to refuse, and as a mechanic rather than someone with the resources to create intricate circuits, realizing what needed to be done did not bring me any happiness. In life, I've always been a selfless worker seeking to do my best for my family, and the only way I know how is via hard, honest labor. I was proud of my abilities to provide for loved ones, especially my wife, Evelyn, but she wasn't pleased with my efforts. Despite her displeasure, I stuck to my strategy, confident that she would eventually grasp everything. I returned home in the evening and joined the family for supper, as if nothing had happened. Evelyn spoke to the youngsters and I answered their questions and even initiated a few conversations myself. Despite my anxiety, I was able to hide it. After supper, I joined the kids to play video games and help them with their homework. I assumed the role of a conventional husband and father. When Evelyn finished cleaning the dishes, she stepped into the room to see what was going on. She believed I was calmer today, since I resembled my old self. She came to assume that everything will eventually fall into place. While I was playing with my sons, Liam Donovan exited his office and went to a car parked on the street. He was on his way to his residence on the other side of the city. Reflecting on Evelyn's events, I couldn't help but recollect an unexpected rendezvous at his residence just 2 days before Evelyn demonstrated fresh confidence by meeting his every wish in a way she had never done before. It wasn't until she cleaned herself up that she divulged the cause for her abrupt shift in behavior. Her spouse had uncovered their hidden romance. This information astounded Liam. He reassured her that she didn't need to worry. It appeared unusual to me that her husband, knowing about her behaviors, exacerbated her promiscuity. Doing things in bed was the greatest option for them. Therefore he rejected all reservations. On the way to the parking lot, where he had left his car, he felt a sharp shock and started losing his footing. When he tried to stand up, someone grabbed his arms and took him into the alley. He was pulled into the courtyard and pinned against the building's wall. Liam felt a solid hold from 2 men on either side of him, their features masked behind black ski masks. Their intimidating forms terrified him and he wondered what they wanted from him. Liam couldn't comprehend their motivations because he didn't have any money or goods. A third man, also dressed in a mask and gloves, appeared in front of him and firmly lifted his chin. Liam felt a chill when he heard the name Liam and questioned in a raspy voice. "Oh no," he whispered, aware of the gravity of the situation. "It's all about her spouse, whom she never discussed." Since he was so terrifying. In a state of fear, Liam denied knowing anyone with that name, trembling as he attempted to downplay the situation. The big man struck him in the ribs, causing agonizing pain and leaving him fearful for his life. When the man began to question him about Evelyn Phillips, Liam's FIB did not fool him and he eventually revealed that he knew her desperate ideas rushed through his mind and he prayed to get out unarmed. The man cautioned Liam that he would never see or speak to her again, and Liam understood. "Maybe it was only a threat," he thought, attempting to calm down my friends, "and I doubt that a man like you, who seduces married ladies, is intelligent. We want to ensure that you are well aware of this." After that they ceased pinning him to the wall. A strong strike threw him off his feet. He nearly passed out from the pain. When he regained consciousness, he quickly blacked out. They forced him remember a few words and constantly repeat them. He had no memory of anything else until he awoke in Memorial Hospital's emergency room. His injuries were not significant, but he was admitted to the general care unit for further treatment. He was given numerous drugs and was in tremendous pain. He lay there silently praying for survival. He was notified that she may contact him and told what to say. He fully remembered what he had to say to her. "I sincerely apologize, Mrs. Phillips. I accept complete responsibility for my conduct and feel profound regret. I agree to discontinue any communication with you and your family. I apologize for ever crossing paths with you. Goodbye." Liam leaned against the headboard, eagerly expecting her call. He mentally repeated the directions, reminding himself not to make mistakes. The ramifications of not meeting their expectations tormented him. He promised not to harass a married woman regardless of her identity. My mobile phone rang at 8:00 a.m., interrupting my thoughts, and I rushed out to answer it in another room. While playing with the twins, Derek's caller ID displayed on the screen. I answered the phone. I received a short message. "Everything is ready. The first lesson is over." Before we finished talking, I learned that my wife's lover was in the hospital. After hanging up, I placed the phone away and returned to the living room. Happy Evelyn saw my reaction, but said nothing. She smiled back, assuming it was good news when Evelyn eventually took the kids upstairs. She gave me a quizzical look. I promised her that I'd be waiting for her. When she got back downstairs, she smiled pleasantly and rose to put the children to bed. I went into the living room, sat in an armchair and waited patiently. The moment had arrived. Evelyn entered the room with a coffee pot and 2 cups in her hands. She offered to chat some more, noting that I appeared to accept the situation. I was relieved to hear this from her, since I was frightened of losing her and the prospect hurt my heart. I knew it was difficult for her to believe, but I really appreciated her understanding. "I adore you more than words can convey. It breaks my heart to think that I could lose you over such a minor issue. Our love is far stronger than any challenge," I said. Glancing at her while she spoke, I still noticed her beauty. She is a woman I have cherished for many years, and I envision a future in which we will grow old together. However, our goals and dreams have been wrecked. It's time to accept the inevitable conclusion. Evelyn, I have something very essential to tell you. Please listen carefully. I said I know your lovers. Liam Donovan is an assistant attorney with Lynn Cohen, Rice and Holmes. I am quite aware of him, and I understand you have met with him twice this week. When I signaled for Evelyn to be silent, she appeared surprised and prepared to talk. That is the point when I expressed my disapproval. He threatened to divorce me. You threatened to take all I own. I recall your remarks clearly. They left an unforgettable impression on my memory. I explained, my voice full of emotion. You said I will steal everything you have. You spoke a lot of nasty words, but these were the ones that stuck with me. They were filled with scorn, which ultimately contributed to the dissolution of our marriage. Those remarks were meant to restrict me and make me feel helpless. You pursued an intimate relationship with another man. The following night I warned you that even a cornered mouse would resist. I saw fear and pain on your face, but you had no idea what was going to happen. However, she was astute enough to know that this was not what she desired. Her shoulders stiffened and she automatically dropped her head in defense. I know you told Rebecca that I never made you feel like you did with him. I'm not sorry that things has to finish in a way that you won't appreciate. Mr. Donovan has been informed unequivocally that his relationship with you has ended. He will never look at you again or have any close relations with you. He was told plainly that he was not allowed to communicate with you, and he agreed. As I continued, I noticed her expression of shock and bewilderment. I will initiate the divorce process, but you will not receive spousal support. I will launch a lawsuit due to your adultery. Our sons will be supported by alimony, ensuring that they have all they need. As long as you fulfill your responsibilities to them, I will offer the necessary monies. However, if you want something for yourself, you will need to work hard. I will handle all of the paperwork and ensure proper maintenance. Evelyn sprang up, her cheeks flushed from fury. You must be insane if you think I'll agree to this. She said, "I'm going to make you regret it, just as I promised." Despite her anxiety, Evelyn remained stubborn. She intended to adhere to her strategy and blow bluff until the end. "Why don't you phone Mr. Donovan now?" I asked. "Let us see what he says. Perhaps you should call the hospital." Earlier, I received a call informing me that he was in the emergency department at Memorial. I believe he's already been hospitalized. Just contact him on his phone and see how he feels. If required, you may use mine. I already have his number. Evelyn inquired, horrified. "What did you do? What have you done to Liam?" "Oh my God, Alex. What did you do?" I was astounded by her claims. "Why are you asking me? I've been at home with you all evening. I used to be at work, so I couldn't have harmed anyone. Why do you suspect me of wrongdoing? You specifically warned me not to become involved in this matter." It wasn't my issue, but Evelyn was worried by my actions, because she'd never seen me like this before. I used to be polite and non-confrontational, never raising my hand to punish my children. I always leave that to her. But she viewed me in a new way, cold and unyielding, with emotionless eyes. Evelyn entered the next room and I overheard her conversing on the phone. She was visibly stunned by the news and tears streamed down her cheeks. As she returned, she collapsed into a chair, fading into unconsciousness. I kept calm and picked up the newspaper, assuming she had just learned about it over the phone. Her partner was about to end the relationship because he was threatened with violence by 3 males who intercepted him after work that day. They discussed the causes for his illness and what would happen if he started communicating to Evelyn again. They wanted him to understand the gravity of the situation, so she wiped her tears away and took a big breath. Evelyn turned to face me and conceded defeat, conceding that I had won. "Liam told me he didn't want to see me again and that my belongings will be given to me. He indicated that he did not intend to contact me in the future. In answer, I told him that I had a legal representative and would act appropriately. I'll have to act rapidly to resolve this," I said, putting down the paper. I got up and planned to go. "This weekend I'll talk to the boys about our upcoming divorce. I hope they are old enough to comprehend. If not, they will." Eventually, as I was leaving, I noticed Evelyn crying. I remembered her assurances that our breakup would be brief and that everything will be back to normal soon. I let out a bitter, angry laugh. As I said, "Evelyn, you are still young and beautiful. Perhaps you'll meet someone who will indulge your violent desires, someone who desires an open marriage that allows them to interact with as many guys as they like. Of course, I will never be able to maintain this lifestyle, but that is just me. I wish you good luck. Children may not grasp it, but adults do. We must confront the repercussions of our decisions, and those consequences can be awful." A month later, we were officially divorced. The divorce was rapid and my adulterous wife was depressed. She kept crying and asking for forgiveness, but it was too late. I wanted her to find a partner who valued an open relationship. Following the divorce, Evelyn frequently missed to pick up the children from kindergarten and drank excessively. Our children did not feel her love and care, and they frequently informed me that their mother didn't love them. 2 years have passed and I'm now living with a lovely woman who is 5 years younger than me and devoted to my children. Evelyn was not doing a good job raising the twins, so I was granted full custody. Now the 4 of us reside in a large house where the kids are content with Anna and me. Evelyn looks really terrible. The marks under her eyes indicate that she continues to consume large amounts of alcohol. Paul stated that he often sees her with different men. Apparently no one wants to pursue a meaningful relationship with such a promiscuous woman. Story 2. The weather in mid-Ohio was horrible that winter day. The powerful wind came from the northwest, blowing snow everywhere. I didn't feel good. I had contracted the flu while working as a carpenter. I'd been working a lot of overtime lately, attempting to save enough money to take our kids to Panama City, Florida for spring break. Since we purchased the large new house that my wife insisted on a few years ago, money has been scarce. During our family vacation, I was looking forward to resting and watching college students on the beach, but today I felt horrible. I had a headache, a high fever, and due to the awful weather, I decided to leave work early. When the foreman noticed me, he insisted that I return home before I got any worse. I am grateful for the care. I swiftly drove away in my pickup, though I considered phoning my wife. I was too fatigued to do it. Before I proceed, let me tell you a little bit about me. My name is Ronald Hardy. I am 36 years old and of medium height. A strong man's weight may be substantial, but I enjoy drinking beer and relaxing when I'm not at work. My hair is starting to thin, but I'm not looking for new romantic opportunities. So what is the difference? My heart belongs to Nellie Short. For the time being, I've been living with my wife for 6 years. We met at school and married after graduation. After graduation, my wife and I moved home with my parents to begin our family life. Fortunately, they possessed a large old house with much space for us. My mother and I now get along great, which makes our lives much easier. My father helped me acquire a job as a carpenter, where I honed my skills. He now works part-time in a doctor's office, 3 days a week, managing medical records and processing insurance statements, which provides additional cash for our family. Nellie is not glamorous, but she is a beautiful woman. Nellie is of medium height and full build. Just like me. She carries a little more weight, but she wears it beautifully. Despite having 2 children, she maintains a beautiful appearance that still arouses me. Our children, Brad and Angie, are 15 and 13 years old respectively. Both study well and behave appropriately as a family. We achieved a balance. Mel acted as a student while I played the role of a teacher. The day turned out to be overcast and I got home at midday feeling miserable. All I could think about was returning home, taking a long hot shower, then taking some NyQuil with aspirin before retiring to bed. Fortunately, I now had the day off and I hoped she would take care of me. I didn't want to pass on my condition to her. When I pulled into the garage, I noticed her car was gone, but I figured she had gone shopping. Closing the garage door, I entered and went up to our bedroom eager to finally rest in the shower. When I entered the bedroom, I was looking forward to having hot water wash my fatigued body. I couldn't help but notice how the usually immaculate bed had been left unmade. This was surprising given the lack of tight cleaning standards. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I once deeply loved my wife, who betrayed me and had been unfaithful with the best man at my wedding for nearly a year. This is not only a personal tragedy but also a severe test of marital trust. In the video, I will elaborate on how I discovered this betrayal and how it completely changed my life. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I, 37, had been married to my ex-wife 34 for 4 years. Unfortunately, we had to part ways, since my ex-wife committed the worst thing a woman could ever do to her husband. My ex-wife and I met at a business lecture in town. We went there to listen to a well-known corporate guest speaker and we happened to sit next to one another. Throughout the seminar, we discussed a few topics, the majority of which were related to what we had studied. Following the seminar, we exchanged contact information, we began talking, and about a week later we decided to go out to lunch. As we ate lunch that day, I was struck by her intelligence and enthusiasm for business. Following our initial date, we saw each other more frequently. I fell in love with her, so we eventually started dating, and a year later we married. We had been married for 4 years before I realized she was making a fool of me. I'd want to add that while my ex-wife and I were married, there was nothing she desired that I didn't provide. I was, and still am, a businessman who earned a respectable living. My ex-wife did not have a business like mine. She worked for a business consulting firm and was paid nicely. We didn't have kids because she stated she wasn't ready, and I was fine with that. Throughout our 4-year marriage, I did my best to be a nice husband and even helped at home. I wanted nothing more than to have a happy marriage for as long as possible, which is why I treated her like a queen. I offered to help in the kitchen. I took her on surprise vacation and did pretty much everything a man would do to make the lady he loved happy. Even on my busiest and tiredest days, I made sure I got home early. I never cancelled on her, and I usually had to reschedule a lot of things, because I believed that family was one of the most essential things in life. On our third wedding anniversary, I made sure to do something huge for my ex-wife just to make her happy. I know this sounds basic, but the most important thing to me has always been my wife's happiness. I didn't know that while I was always thinking about my wife's pleasure, she didn't prioritize mine and she didn't care about me as much as I had imagined. A few months after our third anniversary, my wife's attitude started to shift. She became chilly towards me and lost the spark she once had. She used to be really clingy in a good manner. We had always had a close bond and exchanged random kisses, but that all came to an end. It started with fewer talks and then she began to drive me away with her attitude. She stopped chatting about her co-workers, girlfriends and the minor details we gossiped about. Then it turned to complaints. As a concerned husband, she would moan about little matters and become easily offended. I was concerned about her sudden change and attempted to talk to her about it, but things did not go as planned. Instead of attempting to resolve problems, she informed me, and I quote, "There are different seasons in marriage and this is just one of those seasons where I want to be on my own, and I would appreciate it if you could give me space." Her remark surprised me and, to be honest, I felt terrible about it, because I never asked my wife for distance, even on bad days when she asked for it. I did, and our communication worsened. From there things became so bad that we barely communicated and I ended up cooking for myself while she cooked for herself while this was going on. I never notified my in-laws, and neither did my wife, despite the fact that she was a daddy's girl. I didn't tell my in-law, since I expected my wife to change her mind and we'd return to our old ways, but months have gone and things appear to be growing worse between us. One day I was at home when I received information that my wife had airdropped her pictures to me, and when I opened them they were racy photos of her. She had not sent me photographs like these in a long time. I only received that type of image from my wife while we were still dating and in the early years of our marriage, but from the moment things became tense between us, I didn't receive a single text message from her. That day my wife returned home. She asked if I liked the images and she was being friendly to me, which was strange. That was the longest chat we'd had in weeks, so it didn't make sense for her to suddenly send me photographs and appear as if everything was fine. When she behaved that way and even made me dinner, my senses told me there was something wrong and those photographs had to be an accident. So I dug that night. She was sweet enough to join me in bed after a long time. I had planned to snoop through her phone after she slept, and that is exactly what I did. After she slept, I opened her phone using her fingerprint and discovered a significant secret first. My wife had been cheating on me for almost a year and the person she intended to give the images to was the best man at my wedding, not me. It felt like a dreadful dream that I needed to wake up from. I was crushed and distraught, and I couldn't believe that the woman I adored could do such a terrible thing to me. After all I had done for her. I considered addressing her, but knew it would not go well, so I captured screenshots of their conversations and sent them to myself. Then I removed any signs that showed I had touched her phone. The next morning, she returned to her usual attitude, unaware that I had found the truth. That same day, I contacted a divorce lawyer to begin filing our divorce papers, and then I emailed all of the proof to her father just to show him the beast he had created when her father viewed them. He didn't call me. He called his daughter instead, asking her to explain what he had just read. When she found out I knew, she started phoning my phone and screamed at me for not speaking with her. Instead, I told her it was meaningless, because she and her partner were already going to leave me. When she returned home after all of their plans had been completed, all of her belongings were on the front porch and she gently removed them without making a commotion. The most distressing aspect is that she never attempted to apologize or expl. Lying. She quietly left, and when it came time to sign the divorce papers, she did so without fuss. We are now divorced and she has been one of my biggest life regrets. I adore that woman more than I do myself. In the end I got played anyway. This happened 3 years ago and I thought I would share it. Most women are awful and they do not deserve to be spoiled or cherished. I haven't been in another relationship since then and I doubt I ever will be. I've been scarred for life and it's better to devote my time and energy to growing myself and becoming the man I want to be. I am sorry you had to go through this. Your wife was a serpent, and I wish you hadn't done so much for her. Women make it very tough to be loved. Imagine how she treated a good man like you simply to be with another man who will abandon her as soon as he gets weary anyway. It's excellent that you've moved on and are focused on things that will benefit your life. Do not worry about starting another relationship right now. There is no haste. You were a decent man and I hope you find someone who truly loves and cares for you someday. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Let's move on to the second story of the day, story 2. My wife and I had just been married for 3 years and I assumed our love would last forever until I found a dreadful truth. My ex-wife and I had known one another for a long time before we married. We were high school sweethearts and began dating around the conclusion of my senior year. I adored my ex-wife because she had the ability to make anyone happy from the moment I introduced her to my parents. She got along well with them and they loved her. My ex-wife and I dated for over 5 years before getting married, so you can understand how close we were. We, like other adolescent couples, experienced ups and downs, disputes and separations, but we always came back together because we loved one another. She was my first genuine love and I can't picture living without her. Fortunately for both of us, we were admitted to the college of our dreams. She wanted to stay in our hometown for school so she could care for her sick mother while I attended school in another state. Fortunately, after graduating from college, we both found well-paying employment in the town where I attended school, forcing her to relocate. We married a year after she moved in with me and I honestly believed that nothing could separate us. My ex-wife was a good girl. She remained calm and constantly smiled, and she was not a social butterfly. She wasn't a social media addict, but she could make everyone around her feel loved. We had no conflicts or fights for the first 2 years of our marriage. We were content and were working towards purchasing our first home. Since my parents divorced and my mother cut off all communication with my father, I requested that he pay me and my ex-wife visits on occasion. I believed he'd be lonely back in our hometown, so he'd usually stay with us for weeks until he got bored of being around. My father and ex-wife had known each other for years, so she never objected when he stayed with us for a bit. In reality, the two of them had a wonderful connection and got along really well. I was always glad that my father could visit my house without feeling excluded, and I always commended my ex-wife for treating and caring for my father as if he were her own father. All the time I was blithe congratulating my ex-wife on getting along with my father. I had no idea that anything unholy was going on right beneath my nose until I found out. Also, every time my father would stay at my place for some strange reason, I would go to bed early and sleep until morning with no memory of what had happened the night before. It had been going on for a long time and it was becoming increasingly suspicious. I wanted to tell my ex-wife about it, but it would sound ludicrous to assume that someone was either giving me sleeping pills or taking my memories away on various nights, so I opted to keep it to myself. On that fateful night, I purposefully refused to drink the glass of water my wife had placed by my bedside to determine whether my suspicions were accurate, and what I observed that night transformed my marriage. Around 2 a.m., I awoke to the sound of television and laughter. I checked the time and it was an unusual time for someone to watch TV or laugh like that. When I turned to tap my ex-wife, I noticed she wasn't in bed and our bedroom door was slightly open. At first I wanted to shout out for her, but when I heard the sound and laughter, I realized it was my ex-wife and my father laughing. I got out of bed because I was curious about what they were seeing and why they were so cheerful, and to my great astonishment, I caught my ex-wife and father cuddling in a really amorous posture, kissing one another. I was so astonished and heartbroken that I had no idea what to do for a minute. After processing what I had just witnessed, I took a few photos before returning to bed as if nothing had occurred. There's no point in questioning if I'll be able to sleep the rest of the night, because I didn't. My wife went to bed at 5:00 a.m. and when it was 6:30 a.m., she got up and got ready for work. Because I was so devastated and had no one to talk to, I called my mother and told her what I had observed. Following my parents' divorce, my mother and I had a tense relationship. I was upset at her for abandoning my father and kicking him out of the house, and I always assumed she did it for the money she wanted from him. But when I informed my mother what I had witnessed, I discovered that the reason she left my father was because she saw my ex-wife and father cheating throughout our dating years. She discovered romantic messages and nudes they had shared, and she couldn't tolerate the betrayal, so she divorced him. My father had been talking nasty things about my mother for a long time, even accusing her of cheating on him with a younger man. Meanwhile, he was the guilty party. All of the nasty things he said about my mother enraged her friends and family, who sent her cruel texts. I was devastated to see how he had depicted my mother as the black sheep. Meanwhile, he was the one who had an affair with a younger person, and discovering the reality inflamed my rage even more. Long story short, my mother came over to my house that day and we kicked my ex-wife and father out. My ex-wife started crying and asking for a second chance, claiming that my father encouraged and coerced her into cheating on him. I couldn't believe my father had been doing it with my wife for nearly 4 years and had kept me in the dark. He would come to my place for weeks, even in my absence. They had been doing it, and I suppose they only needed a daughter-in-law and father-in-law relationship to repay them. I made sure to send those photographs to everyone who had ever sent unkind words to my mother, and when they discovered the truth, they sent angry hate letters to my father and ex-wife. I've never been so heartbroken and betrayed in my entire life, and even though my wife and I separated and I cut off contact with my father, I still feel the pain every time I think about it. My sole comfort is that my mother and I have reconciled, and she is currently the only family member I have left. To be honest, I would never have guessed that my calm and humble ex-wife would do something so nasty with my father. Life occurs and I am pleased she is no longer in my life. I will never remarry and no woman will ever have the opportunity to hurt me or play with my emotions in that way again. This is really awful. I can't imagine the anguish and heartbreak you felt when you discovered the truth. Your father is a nasty person who does not deserve to be called a father. He could have had an affair with another woman, but he decided to do it with your wife. Your ex-wife never loved you. If she knew, she wouldn't have cheated on you in the first place. I'm very sorry you had to go through this, and it's fantastic that you've reconciled with your mother. You are not obligated to remarry. If you do not want to go forth and enjoy life, do what makes you happy, take care of your mother and remember that there is more to life than marriage. Here is the next story. After many years of marriage, it might be difficult to maintain amicable ties, because most of your time is spent with your family. When I managed to achieve some balance at a recent camping trip with friends, I discovered the terrible truth about my wife, prompting me to launch my own research. Some males are utterly unaware of this. I was one of them. Once men who don't notice this should have a special meeting area where we can gather, drink a few glasses and admit our stupidity. The only difficulty is that we will most likely not understand this meeting is for us. Sophia and I married when we were 20 years old. We spent so much time together that we reared 3 children, while also having fun in between pregnancies. I attempted to follow the book's recommendations, presenting myself as a devoted husband. When Allison left to college, I wondered how Sophia would spend her time after her children were grown. It found out that she chose to volunteer at the hospital. She volunteered 3 days a week, alternating shifts between the gift shop and the children's playroom, among other places. Despite the fact that her children were no longer living at home, our circle of friends remained close and met on a monthly basis for barbecues and house parties. Because of our shared interest in fishing, I got particularly close to 3 of the males in our group. We frequently scheduled weekend excursions together, generally 4 or 5 times per year. I used to think that our marriage was just like everyone else's. The couples around us live a conventional lifestyle. Our children have grown and gone away. Our ladies were preoccupied with other things. Some were working, some weren't. On the fishing vacation, we, the spouses, were focused on our careers, counting down the days before retirement. We talked about it all, sometimes delving into deeper issues like relationships and intimacy. In May, 4 of us went fishing. We sat on the boat staring at the water while my fishing line vanished beneath the surface. Our conversation began with Eric discussing his recent trip to Stanford to see his kid. He explained how his wife discovered an empty contraceptive packet in their son's room, which distressed him greatly. In response, Oliver shared a story about going home after visiting their daughter. College Liam admitted to his wife that she had an intimate relationship with her boyfriend. We smiled when he mentioned a young guy who was always wearing unclean clothes, slouching and in severe need of a shave. Daniel remained silent for a moment. I sensed his thoughtfulness. I asked Daniel what he was thinking about. You appear to be deep in thinking. He hesitated before responding. I don't want to say anything. If I'm incorrect, I might start something that offends someone, and if I'm correct it could harm all of us. Did you witness anything, or is this speculation? I asked after a little pause, and without being distracted by fishing, he eventually confessed. I observed your wife park the car behind the Marriott. Who wife? When I questioned him 3 weeks ago and the day before yesterday, he said. Eric asked, are you implying that Michael's wife is unfaithful? I cannot confirm her behavior. Daniel explained that he had only seen her at the Marriott twice in the past month. I bring groceries to the Marriott 3 times a week, just like every other hotel in the neighborhood. Oliver nodded, understanding his error. Thinking about the issue. I couldn't help but wonder why Sophia would visit the Marriott twice a month. Is she unfaithful to me? I stayed with the group to fish, not willing to disclose my suspicions about Sophia's infidelity. Back in town, I picked up Eric's car and headed home only to discover that Sophia had left. I sat down at my computer contemplating how to discover the truth about her whereabouts. I spent the next few hours searching for clues online, eventually ordering materials that could aid my inquiry and having them delivered to my workplace. When Sophia returned, I began flirting with her, but she waved me away, claiming she had a headache. It was expected. Within the next week, Sophia and I continued to live our lives normally, but I couldn't shake my concerns. I kept an eye on her and even called her at different times, but everything appeared to be in order. After receiving the box, I spent the night in the garage, discreetly placing a GPS tracker on her car to follow her activities. The next day I received another package and decided to install it so that I could discreetly listen in on discussions in Sophia's car. The next morning, Sophia remarked during breakfast that she had no responsibilities at the hospital and was going shopping from my office. I kept a close eye on her as she walked to the mall, then to the market. She returned home with her shopping at 1 p.m. at 130. She stepped outside again and drove south for 10 minutes, then east for another 10, till she arrived at the Marriott. I decided to leave the workplace and follow her to the Marriott. 5 minutes later I discovered her car and parked nearby, unseen but with a clear view of it. At 4:20 p.m. she left the hotel and drove straight to her car as she was leaving. She observed Ryan White exiting the same way. They nodded as she drove past him. Ryan White's appearance astonished her because he was married to one of the most stunning women in her social group. After he went, she remained in the parking lot until her phone rang. The voice on the other end seemed distant. Michael. Sophia, why not simply say hello? She inquired, confused. Hello. What do you want for dinner tonight? How about trying something new, perhaps a hot sauce dish? Oops, we are out of sauce. Do you have any further ideas? Perhaps something fresh and healthful, like a salad or grilled salmon. I attempted to redirect the talk to familiar themes, diverting attention away from my genuine feelings. What time will you get home? Around 5. That sounds wonderful. See you later. After I finished up the phone, a sudden thought hit me and I decided to park and enter the Marriott. I observed the daughter of one of my clients at the front desk and made small conversation for a few minutes before gathering the guts to ask, I heard that my pal lives here. Could you check it out without hesitation? She inquired for his name, Ryan White. I responded. Her fingers quickly tapped the keyboard and after a few moments she responded. He checked into his room. As usual every Thursday morning, he checks into a room and remains until the following morning. Always choose the same room, sometimes these days, other days, but on Thursdays he has a consistent tendency. The computer was able to trace the pattern back to January. When questioned if it would be difficult to print out his notes, she wondered if no one would know about it. To this question, I promised her that this would not occur. "Do you require a hard copy?" She asked. "Yes, please." I responded. She offered me a memory folder which I wasn't sure I'd need right now. I thought it would come in helpful. I put it in my briefcase and returned home when I came. Marital prepared a salmon salad for us to share together, as well as tea. She also told me about her buying experience. She mentioned that she stayed at the mall until 3:00 and then stopped at the market on her way back as she spoke. I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't speaking truth. Justifying myself, I went to the restroom inside. I noticed a damp shower and clothing in the laundry basket. Anger rose within me. How could Sophia have had a month-long affair with Ryan? It was clear that she was being dishonest with me. After supper, she sat on the couch with a book. While I went to the computer and scrolled through our social media, I uncovered Ryan's wife's email addresses. When using another mailbox, I sent a message to her personal address which she appeared unfamiliar with. My message was direct. "If you want to discover who cheated on you, when and where, Ryan, please respond to this email. I have some evidence you might be interested in. I am not searching for financial gain." I sent the letter at 8:00 a.m. and received a response by 9:00. "I have virtually the entire day off tomorrow and I'll be seeing the new house on Oak Street in Claremont. Please feel free to come to my house for lunch or at other time while it is open to talk." After that, I deleted both her and my emails before going to bed. Sophia joined me while I was already asleep. She had awoken early in the morning and was getting ready for her day at the hospital, while I was, as usual, getting ready for work around noon. I called Sophia and asked if I could take care of dinner that evening. "Are you planning on cooking? What is it exactly?" She asked, "Is there a particular meal you would like me to prepare?" I asked. "Jambalaya." She exclaimed, "Jambalaya." "It is." I reassured her. After confirming Sophia's GPS coordinates at the hospital, I quit my job. On the way I spotted Ryan and two other men enter the dining area. As I drove by his office, I soon located a parking area and discreetly inserted another GPS tracker in Ryan's vehicle. Then I went to the sandwich store to eat lunch. I requested a sandwich for myself and a salad for Ryan's wife. At around 1:00 p.m., I parked near the open house sign and approached it. Victoria blanched when she saw me. She got up quickly after seeing a sign on the street that said she'd be back at 2:00 and returned to the house. We sat down on the sofa, tears filling her eyes. She appeared to be on the verge of an emotional breakdown and was unable to speak. I also felt a wave of fear wash over me as I hurriedly searched through my briefcase. When she finished reading, I handed her the merry papers. Tears welled up in her eyes. As she spoke softly, I said, "I apologize." She looked up at me, her face filled with suffering and vulnerability. "This disgusting man has been cheating on me for several months. He was romantically involved with my wife Sophia for at least some of that time. I sincerely apologize." She said. She paused, wiping her eyes before firmly stating that he will pay for this piece of paper means nothing. We need hard evidence and we must be prepared for the consequences. I agreed. I have the tendency to act without thinking. We need to devise a well-planned strategy. Victoria removed the lunch sign an hour later and we talked for nearly 4 hours. Unfortunately, no one showed up for the open house, but we had a plan ready before I left in the late afternoon. While browsing the internet, I discovered a conference in Las Vegas specifically designed for professionals in my field, as well as another for real estate agents. Excited, I informed Victoria, who also wanted to attend both events. As soon as my reservation was confirmed, I informed Sophia about the conference, emphasizing the opportunities for making contacts. I invited her to join me, but despite her apparent interest, she asked for time to think and said she would respond the next morning. Meanwhile, Victoria waited for Ryan to return home, informed him of the conference she intended to attend and invited him to join her. Unfortunately, he had to decline due to a hectic schedule. The next day, Sophia called me at work to express her concerns about traveling to Vegas for 3 days and 1 night, as well as the long drive. Despite my attempts to hide my disappointment, she mentioned the possibility of visiting her sister. We didn't discuss the trip at work. The next day, I contacted Henry Hawkins, my business lawyer, to ensure that Sophia had no personal or professional conflicts of interest. After confirming the situation, we discussed the possible consequences of the divorce and I carefully documented our conversation in a digital file I discussed within the division of the family property and expressed my concerns about fair treatment. He outlined a strategy to protect me and my assets and organized the collection of evidence of their affair. At 4:00 in the afternoon, my phone rang. It was Victoria calling from a pay phone. I had a room booked at the Mirage Hotel and she was staying at Treasure Island. She listed the things she needed to take with her and I advised her to take a laptop, a personal phone book and a cell phone that could be used in Vegas without a high fee. In the evening when I was finishing in, Sophia came and checked my suitcase. "You forgot your swimming trunks," she remarked. "I'm not planning on swimming," I replied, "but a quick swim can refresh you." After all your meetings, she advised I got the swimming supplies ready and she didn't say anything else. After packing my things, I put my suitcase in the car and did my evening chores before going to bed. I playfully suggested Sophia have some fun in bed before the trip, but she looked too tired. "Maybe when you come back," she said with a smile before dawn. I set off at 7:30. The phone rang and I answered. It was Victoria asking, "Where are you?" "I'm almost to Pomona," I replied. Then she reminded me. "Do you remember that there's a Denny's restaurant where we usually stop to go to the fair?" "Yes, it's about 2 mile ahead." I confirmed. "We go there and I'll meet you in 20 minutes. Do you agree?" she asked. I agreed. "Of course I'm hungry. Should I make an order for you?" I suggested. "No, I'll wait. You go ahead and start." She refused. I drove onto the highway and parked in front of Denny's restaurant. Victoria came in jeans, a loose Western-style shirt and boots, which was a surprise compared to my expectations. She greeted me with a smile and sat down and the waitress quickly brought her the menu and coffee while we were ordering. I couldn't help but notice how different Victoria was from the usually polished professional woman I was used to seeing, even at social events. After we ate, Victoria complained that she would have to go to Las Vegas alone. I asked her to come with me and she agreed. She followed me to the nearest parking lot. When we arrived, I asked about the price of parking for 3 days and found it acceptable. We parked next to each other and I helped her move her things into my car. Since neither of us needed to travel alone, we set off together for the next 3-5 hours. We discussed plans. I drove the car and she took notes. We stopped at Baker to refuel and take a break. Our connection arose due to the fact that we had experienced infidelity in our marriages together, but now a friendship had developed between us. I felt a strong connection with her, despite the fact that we had never really known each other during our journey. We experienced laughter, sadness and a strong sense of camaraderie. After dropping her off at a hotel in Las Vegas, I arranged to meet her for dinner later. While in my room I called my lawyer who, laughing, informed me that it was possible to return. He told me that my wife had gone to her lover's house and that they were captured on video engaging in compromising activities in the backyard pool. Even today's issue of Time magazine was on the table next to them. Maybe I should ask his wife to contact you. I wondered aloud. I wonder if she's already been contacted. If you both hire me, I can save you a significant amount of money. Thank you. May I ask a hypothetical question? Of course, what happens to the case if Victoria and I decide to be together during our stay in Vegas? Unless your wife or Ryan is monitoring your whereabouts, nothing will change. We will block both numbers. Do you want her to submit the documents first? Order them before you return. No, I want to be present when the locks are changed before the documents are brought to her. I also want to get a restraining order to keep her away from my business and home if possible. When do you need to prepare everything? I'll talk to Victoria and let you know. An hour later, I arrived at Caesar's, the restaurant Victoria had chosen. We sat down at the table, talked and began to enjoy the meal. Using my mobile phone, I contacted her lawyer and advised him to refrain from any action until our return. In the meantime, I've instructed my assistant to gather additional evidence while we're gone. It is preferable to have enough evidence than not enough. After the conversation, we paid the bill and walked around the shopping district together, refraining from physical contact. Despite my strong desire to do so, the thought that Sophia might cheat on me in my absence did not leave me. We reached the taxi rank and she returned to her hotel when she was about to get into a taxi. I felt how she wanted to kiss me and I reciprocated, but we restrained ourselves half an hour later. When I entered my room, the phone rang. It was Sophia. It's getting late. Where have you been? She asked. I had dinner at Caesar's and went for a walk. I responded, I saw a beautiful outfit that I think you like. Should I buy it for you? Open clothes. You know I don't often dress provocatively. I can't believe I'm almost 50, so it's a rejection. Yes, it is, but if you come across a beautiful necklace or another piece of jewelry, I would be grateful. Okay, I'll take a look tomorrow. In the meantime, I'll turn off the phone and get some rest. Good night, Sophia, I adore you. Sweet dreams. Good night. She never said she loved me. When I finished my nightly routine and climbed into bed ready to turn off the phone, there was a knock on the door. Hi, I said, opening the door and letting Victoria in and closing it tightly behind her. I was standing in a towel and she was still in jeans and a Western-style shirt. Ryan was at home and didn't respond to my call. Since he was laying in bed with your wife. I could not quit thinking about it. During our cab ride to the hotel, I returned to my hotel and begged the receptionist not to disturb me for the night. I quickly made the bed and came straight here. She welcomed me with a smile and a hug. I couldn't help but wonder, are you here to exact revenge? Initially I wanted to be with you to punish the treachery that we both endured, but now I don't feel motivated. Ryan damaged our marriage. I might be sad for years and pretend to be a victim. When melancholy music came on the radio, I was drowning in self-pity instead of collapsing into despair. I made the decision to modify my life and accept it as it was. I want you to be next to me in bed, but I don't want us to be intimate. I longed for your company and love, but I wasn't ready for anything more yet. She explained, and I put my arm around her shoulders. I asked her what she liked. I like being loved and taken care of. She said, I will give it my all. I promised. I went into the bathroom and started the shower. We took turns, showering and kissing before going to bed. Victoria, I'd like to lie down, hug and fall asleep with our arms around each other. I said. Victoria softly held my face in her hands, a tear running down her cheek. We exchanged gentle kisses before she climbed into bed. I made place next to her and she snuggled up, wrapped her arms around me. I gently kissed her on the lips and we both fell asleep. When I awoke, she shocked me with another kiss, resulting in a more intimate encounter between us. She took the initiative and I couldn't resist her advances. We were both exhausted after a passionate meeting and chose to sleep some more. When we eventually awoke, it was nearly midday. After showering and dressing, we went to Victoria's room where she needed to change into fresh clothing. I phoned our lawyer, who told me that Ryan and Sophia had spent the night together in our marital bed. In addition, the photographer photographed several rooms in our home, including the backyard bedroom, living room and my computer desk. I thanked the lawyer for the information and finished our talk. Then Victoria and I got in my car and drove to Lake Me. As we continue our trip, we will have conversations packed with a range of emotions, from rage to grief. The discomfort had not subsided by the time we arrived in Kingman, Arizona. My heart felt heavy with despair. Our chat revealed that Sophia and I had lost the love and connection that we once enjoyed. We still care profoundly about our children, but our love for each other had evaporated. Victoria also saw that her relationship with Ryan had reached a breaking point. We stopped in Kingman for dinner before returning to Las Vegas. We're lost in our own thoughts. The time passed quickly as we talked about our life and future plans, including our hopes for the coming years and what would happen to our children after the divorce. Back in the hotel, I collected my belongings, loaded my bag into the car, checked out and moved into Victoria's room. She began crying while we were laying in bed together. Despite my best efforts to stay solid. Like John Wayne, my hero, I too found myself on the edge of crying. Unlike my prior experience with Sophia, where our time in bed was centered on achieving rapid pleasure, lying in bed with Victoria provided me genuine joy simply because she was there for me. These new emotions were unlike anything I'd ever encountered before. The next morning we had another private time before deciding to snooze. When we awoke, we got lunch and drinks in our room and prepared to leave. We exchanged passionate glances and kisses. When we arrived at the parking lot where Victoria's car was parked, she inquired what now I also considered our next moves. I do not want to share a bed with Ryan. I want to be with you. She sat down and looked at me bewildered. You stated that you wanted me to be with you. Not. Ryan and Sophia have been doing this for a long time. Why can't we let them do it? I responded really. She said yes, let us do it this way. We won't feel furious, abandoned or offended. They will be able to realize their aspirations and we will win. Have we won? The true victory is waking up with you every morning and living with you. But what if Ryan is only playing games with Sophia and does not truly want to be with her? In that situation, people will only receive what they deserve if they give up honesty. They are missing two lovely people as well as their homes and family. Increased transparency would benefit all participants. I need time to think about everything. Let's meet at my office to go over everything in more depth. Have you enough time to think about everything? Let me clarify. You are suggesting that we live together. Victoria, are you advocating that all four of us get divorced? As soon as the divorce is finalized, the four of us will officially divorce. I want to marry you the very next day. Will you marry me? Although we only recently met, we had known one another for many years. It's only been a few days since we hadn't considered the prospect of love. At the moment, I am entirely committed to loving you. My feelings for you are genuine, Victoria. Please ponder about this when you visit my workplace. Drive carefully. I bent over and kissed her as she entered the car. This kiss was a promise of love that I was willing to give. She put a towel on the seat and drove away as she left. I pondered if she would come to my office, accept my offer, and where I would spend the night. Victoria was already in the parking lot. When I arrived, as soon as I parked, she rushed to open my door and slid into the small area between me and the steering wheel. I love you, she exclaimed impatiently. I'd like to wake up with you every morning. I'll marry you. She lingered for a moment, kissing me before asking what we were going to do. Next, we need to speak with our husbands. Let me check the GPS to see where they are. Both beacons showed that they were in Victoria's home. Sit down. We'll go to your place, I said. 10 minutes later we arrived at the house and parked behind her car in the driveway. We heard faint sounds as we quietly entered the house through the back door. After searching the entire home, we discovered them on the floor in the living room. Sophia deceived me there. They ignored our presence and continued their operations. I encouraged Victoria to sit on the sofa and took a seat beside her. Victoria avoided looking me in the eyes. The situation was loaded with a variety of words and behaviors that were not always appealing. After a time, they ceased their shenanigans and Ryan saw us. Oh no, he exclaimed. Sophia noticed us and froze. Victoria interrupted the stillness. You've damaged my carpet. Sophia ran to find her clothes, but Ryan remained seated on the floor observing us. I mentioned that maybe you need some time to get ready and dressed. Oh my God, Mick, I feel terrible about this. Was not anything we had planned. she exclaimed as tears welled up in her eyes. Let's chat when we need to freshen up and change. I offered when they stood up and exited the room. I gathered their clothes and went to the bathroom. Victoria was already trying to remove the stain from the carpet. You will determine the following steps. I informed her what house should we live in. Would you like to stay here or at my place? Why should I choose? She responded, it is their fault for betraying us. We need to make a decision. Ryan and Sophia entered the room. Just then I invited them to another sofa and they sat at opposite ends. Victoria eventually gave up and joined us, sitting next to me on the couch. Ryan began to speak, but Victoria cut him off with a raised hand, silencing him. Then she looked at him and asked Ryan, do you truly love this woman? Is it just physical attraction? After a moment of silence, Ryan lowered his gaze and confessed to Sophia, I think I love her. I turned to Sophia and asked her, do you love Ryan? Sophia responded immediately, if things were different, would you consider living together? Ryan paused before saying, I don't want her marriage to end, so you're asking me for permission to keep seeing my wife. Do you believe Victoria should face the consequences of your actions on her own? I asked sharply. I did not want you to find out. I did not want anyone to be hurt. Ryan confessed, I want to save my marriage. Victoria asked coldly, do you mind if I have an extramarital affair? Ryan's eyes widened as he protested. No, you are my wife. I continued. How would you react if I had an affair with Victoria right on the carpet in your living room? Ryan was stunned. No, it should not be like that. He said, wait, are you connected? He questioned Victoria incredulously. No, I have never been involved with Victoria. I clarified. I thought it would be fair if we played out this scenario with both of you present, so you could see the emotional toll of betrayal. Sophia wiped her tears with a napkin and apologized for offending me. Ryan accused Sophia of deliberately planning and returning to the myriad for extramarital affairs, causing me even more pain. Victoria ordered Ryan to pack his suitcase within 5 minutes and be out the door in 6. She told him to contact her lawyer and arrange for the return of the rest of his items. Ryan stood motionless while Victoria looked at her watch. Then she turned to Sophia and warned her that she would be heading to our house soon. Sophia had 5 minutes to pack your things and leave. Upon arrival, Victoria repeated that they both needed to contact your lawyer for further preparations. She threatened that if any of them returned without going through a lawyer, she would distribute incriminating photos to everyone, including their children. Victoria warned Ryan, reminding him that they had 4 minutes in hurry. Ryan quickly headed for the bedroom. Victoria started counting down, and when she got to 1 minute, I went to the bedroom door. You better leave before time runs out, I said. Ryan quickly packed up his things and left without saying a word to either Victoria or Sophia. It's time for you to go, Victoria. Don't forget to lock the door when we leave. If Ryan comes back, call me, I ordered. I told him that the photos would be on the internet before he could find them. I added, be careful, we can't predict what Ryan might do, Victoria warned. I followed Sophia as she was leaving the house and she followed my car to our house. I opened the door a crack and greeted her. Tears ran down her cheeks as she entered the house. Once inside, she sank into a chair in the kitchen, shaking with sobs. I'm really sorry, Michael. Good, that's how it should be. I replied, in January you started a relationship with Ryan and our intimate relationship ended. Did I miss something? Have you been unhappy with me? No, it's just that. With Ryan, I got a sense of importance. I believe you can do it without me. The children don't seem to depend on me. You seem to have everything under control. Ryan made me feel important. He didn't even say goodbye when he left. He's not filing for divorce, which means he doesn't want to be with you or just a convenient choice for him. Do you understand what role you played in this situation? I met her gaze and gave her the answer she was looking for. She was a woman known for her free morals and could be content with being alone. I could only hope that everything she had done was worth the consequences. This led to the collapse of her marriage, her home, her possible future with me, and perhaps even her relationship with her children. Sophia sat with tears streaming freely down her face. I took a Diet Coke from the fridge and sat down in front of her. When the tears subsided, I looked at my watch and reminded her that she had the 5 minutes we had agreed on. As soon as the timer on the oven was set, I noticed that when everything goes according to plan, she wouldn't be there. A moment later the door closed behind her. I watched her pack 2 suitcases into the car and drive away with Ryan following in his car in my office. I turned on the surveillance screen and saw that they were both parked nearby. As I turned on the recording, I heard the car door open and Ryan got in. Sophia's sobs echoed in the car. They won't actually divorce. Ryan tried to reassure her, but deep down, Sophia knew the truth. I was going to get a divorce and would never take her back. I used to be a good wife. She lamented, feeling that now she was just nobody. What have you done to me? She accused Ryan, her voice full of pain and anger. What are you going to do now? She demanded, feeling abandoned and betrayed. You don't care what happens to us. We got caught and now you're leaving me. She accused him, calling him a jerk. If I could, I would send these photos to your children, not mine. She threatened, her voice full of bitterness and resentment. I can't bring myself to do this. I can't bear the thought of my children seeing me with you, with the one who ruined my marriage. She cried, her voice breaking a moment later. I heard the car door open and close. Then there was the faint sound of the engine starting and the car drove away. I turned off the sound, feeling a wave of anger and bitterness wash over me. Despite my emotions, I couldn't bear to watch Sophia suffer. There was an empty tissue box in front of me. While rummaging in the garage, I came across a set of locks that I bought a few years ago but never got around to installing. When I finally installed them, Sophia's keys no longer fit my house. I immediately called Victoria and asked, "How are you?" She replied sadly, and confirmed that she would be back soon. Ryan had come to the house and wanted to talk to her, insisting on being let in. I quickly left the house, knowing that the journey would take only 10 minutes. I told Victoria to call me on my cell phone if he showed up before me. Ryan turned out to be even more disgusting than I imagined. He dumped Sophia, used her for his own pleasure, and cheated on me without hesitation. I cursed him for his callousness and swore that I would never accept him into my life again. Hang on, I'll be there soon. I love you. I said. The call ended abruptly, leaving me with a heavy heart. While driving, I followed the speed limit as I drove into the driveway. I noticed Ryan's car parked at the curb and saw him standing on the porch deep in conversation. As soon as I closed the car door, he stopped in place and turned to face me. Let me talk to Victoria. No, she was your wife. I replied sternly. I warned you not to come back, but here you are. Remember what I promised to do. Don't make me do this. I just want to talk to her. He insisted. It's too late. I've seen you and I've already sent out photos. I have more than 100 of them. I even sent some to your children. I said coldly. I sent letters to your friends into the newspaper, each with your face in it. Talking to Victoria won't save your marriage. You will receive the divorce paperwork on Monday. Congratulations. You wanted to have fun, but you received more than you expected. Ryan ignored a police cruiser parked nearby and aggressively approached me. I didn't move, watching him approach. A hard hit to my chest pushed me to the ground. Just as the attacker was going to strike again, 2 police officers soon intervened and apprehended him. I'll find you, he yelled as he was detained and put in the back seat of a police cruiser. Victoria arrived and we chatted briefly with the authorities, while the guy continued to hurl threats from the car. When the police left, we returned to the building. Did you really email those photos? No, it will only damage Ryan. My children are set to come next weekend for their mother's birthday, and if they are intrigued in the images, I will not dare to show them. I hope they don't ask to view them. Witnessing Ryan's inappropriate behavior with Sophia was too much for me. I do not want our children to find out about this. Part of me wanted to understand the issue. Why didn't you do it? He created a bleak vision of my future, filled with loneliness and a burning desire for him. Despite his statements, there was a clear lack of love for me, our children and our family. A part of me was afraid to open the door. I'm still hopeful that he and I can solve everything. But while I stood there, I made a decision. I did not open the door. When I noticed his automobile on the street, I understood I didn't need him to feel complete. Over the previous 4 days, I've recognized that I shouldn't be alone. I don't need his presence anymore. There is a man who adores me and is delighted to express his feelings for me. There's a man who has been looking after my children for a long time. You was their football coach, not Ryan. You went camping with us. You fixed the leaking water heater standing in the doorway. I observed Ryan was upset and decided to call the police. I spoke with them, recounted the scenario in detail and stated my concerns about his predisposition to brutality. I noticed them driving up to the house. I was worried he would harm you and he did. His punch caused you excruciating anguish. I was hoping you could kiss me to lessen the ache. It seems like a good idea. Perhaps we might go to the bedroom to relax a little. I hugged her and she hugged me back as we proceeded to the bedroom to my amazement. The room was completely vacant. The bed was not made and there was no carpet on the floor, despite the lack of decorations. We spent the evening together in bed, cuddling, kissing and enjoying one another's presence. Till the sun came up, Victoria's and my phones both rang as the light filled the room. Victoria answered hers without getting out of bed and I dashed into the hallway to respond. Sam called. Dad, what's happening? My eldest kid was on the phone, but wilted. I asked, what do you mean? Sam revealed that he called his mother in the morning to plan their approaching weekend visit. However, she burst into tears and told him to call me. After disconnecting up, she ignored further calls. When will all 3 of you be allowed to come home? If necessary, we can come over tonight. What's happening? He asked. I can't talk about it over the phone. Call me back and tell me how you intend to return. If you are traveling by plane, I will meet you at the airport. If you are traveling by automobile, please notify me when you return. You don't want to tell me about it on the phone? No, I responded. I apologize for keeping you waiting, but it is better this way. Following the call, when I looked inside the bedroom, Victoria, who was on the phone, appeared pale and immobile. As soon as she noticed me, she motioned for me to approach. She interrupted the conversation for a second, closed the phone and whispered, "This is Lily. Her father called from Pris yesterday night asking for assistance with bail. She wants to know what occurred. Please find out when they can return. We desperately need to hold a family meeting. My kids are returning tonight. Let's meet at my house and spread the news." Ryan was still in detention while Sophia's whereabouts remained unclear. Victoria told her daughter to return home and take her brother with her so they could communicate when they were around. They were scheduled to meet at my house. Lily asked Victoria a lot of questions, but Victoria promised to answer them only when they were together. I contacted our lawyer to arrange for the release of the images and informed him of the attack and her future plans. He approved of our approach and promised to personally bring the images that he had made. I purchased packing boxes and packed Ryan's belongings before storing them in the garage. Victoria found a spare key to his car, which we stashed in the garage before heading to my house. Calls from Victoria's phone were redirected to mine once inside. I started packing my belongings while Victoria looked around the place and asked me for suggestions. When the phone rang, I checked the caller ID and handed the phone to Victoria. Lily said she'd be there in an hour. Victoria thanked her and concluded the chat shortly after my children called to say they would also be there in an hour. Victoria offered to order pizza and salad for delivery, which she did, collecting clothing and other items. I felt compelled to do something to busy myself. When I got out of the bedroom, I saw Victoria standing at the window. I went over and hugged her, knowing she would be emotional. Any cries or anger were not intended at us, but rather out of disappointment. We felt resentful and betrayed. I persuaded myself that we had done nothing wrong and reminded myself of our mutual affection. I knew I could not do it without her. Yes, we can do it, and so can you. I hope my presence here makes your life a little simpler. She murmured, bending down to kiss me. At that point my son's automobile approached the entryway. This coincides with the arrival of the pizza delivery. I am going to arrange the table, Victoria exclaimed, hurrying into the kitchen. When I opened the front door, I noticed my son Sam helping Victoria bring food into the home and quickly paid the delivery man. He looked around taking in the spectacle before us. He saw Victoria, but his mother was nowhere to be found. "Where's Mom?" he asked. I said I don't know. Victoria's children appeared and I welcomed them heartily. They began to ask questions, but I raised my hand to stop them. "The meal can wait," I said. "Let us all assemble in the living room and I will explain everything." Victoria's children sat on one sofa, mine on the other. I asked Victoria to sit in a large armchair and I got a chair from the kitchen. I was about to sit down when there was a knock at the door. My lawyer, Henry Hawkins, gave me a huge envelope. He silently wished me luck when he noticed all the kids in the living room. He inquired whether I needed him there. When I rejected thanking him and closing the door behind him, I sat down and decided to share the story rather than answer individual inquiries. When I started talking, everyone froze. "I went fishing with pals a week ago," I began. My acquaintance stated that he saw Sophia at the Marriott Hotel in the afternoon. Intrigued, I attempted to track her car using a GPS tracker. A few days later Sophia went back to the Marriott. Soon after she left Victoria's husband, Ryan White, entered via the same door. After grasping the issue, I obtained Ryan's hotel records, which revealed that he had been renting the same room intermittently since January. The children exchanged glances and Ryan's son pointed out that just because they shared a room does not mean they were unfaithful. The entire group nodded in accord. "You're correct." One of them spoke. I decided to hire someone to check it out. Hopefully there was no affair. I also phoned Victoria to ask if she knew anything about why Ryan was seen at the Marriott. Our lawyer recommended that we leave the city for a few days to gain a better understanding of the situation. Victoria stated she traveled to the Mirage in Las Vegas while I went to Treasure Island the next day. When I spoke with the lawyer, he indicated that he had images of Ryan and Sophia which were in the mail. Lily asked, nodding to the envelope on the floor. "Yes," I responded, "Victoria and I have decided to postpone our return for another day. This situation is very terrible." When we returned they were at Victoria's house. We caught them red-handed. We proposed that they get divorced so that they could be together. Ryan declined, but Sophia accepted. After allowing them to retrieve their personal stuff, we led them out. I haven't communicated with Sophia since Victoria approached me after Ryan returned and threatened her from the porch. She notified the authorities and Ryan was jailed after attacking me and threatening both of us. As far as I know, he remains in detention. The interrogation started. "Do you desire a divorce?" We both confirmed this. "Have you seen the photos? We witnessed them cheating on us in your mother's living room. You should not look at the photographs. They are required for legal reasons. If necessary, father is going to jail. He attacked me and threatened your mother in front of 2 police officers. I believe you will serve his sentence for this, Mom. How long ago did you discover your father was unfaithful?" I found out when Michael showed me the hotel record. He took our retirement money to reserve a stay at the Marriott Hotel. "Wow," Lily exclaimed. The others nodded their agreement. "So what happens next?" "One of the masks there will be modifications. I chose to sell my house. Victoria said that it's too big for her right now. Mom, I do not want to move," her daughter interjected. "I'm considering getting a roommate." Lily's question changed the course of the conversation. "Mom, Are you and Michael together? Victoria said that they spent a lot of time in Las Vegas. However, upon coming home, they chose to continue their relationship before we discovered our spouse's adultery. Michael and I had never kissed, but now I have the honor of calling Michael my lover and future husband. We hope you can accept the new reality we are facing. We adore each of you. There was a long period of stillness in the room. Lily eventually got up from her seat and approached me. She knelt down and tentatively accepted the packet. She muttered, "I don't want to see these photos, but I feel compelled to. I refuse to believe this story, but if the images prove it is true, I will have no option." She spoke with trembling hands. She cautiously opened the mail and glanced inside. She looked at just one snapshot before swiftly closing the package and exclaiming, "What a scoundrel." She handed me the envelope containing the text. "You must tell them what you think of him." I was tempted, but before I could do anything, Victoria's son approached and grabbed the envelope from my grasp. He reached inside and pulled out roughly 10 images. He gently studied each photo before returning it to the envelope. After that we devoured the leftover pizza and salad. At 9:00 p.m., we ate at a Chinese restaurant. Despite the obstacles, the children, who have been lifetime friends, have accepted their new status as members of a mixed family. While we were waiting for fortune cookies, my son, Ethan, suggested that we arrange a hike this summer. Victoria smiled and answered, "Some of my fondest memories from when you were younger were the hikes we took together." I remained mute for a time until Victoria's daughter Lily looked at me and asked, "May I, Dad, may I?" Tears streamed down my face. How did she fall in love with me so fast? How could I refuse? They all agreed with her statements. I apologize. May I? Of course. It sounds fantastic. Let's organize our schedules and choose a date. We exited the restaurant. Our plans for the first family camping vacation were eventually approved. Resentment and sadness remained, but we looked ahead with hope. 4 years have gone. Sophia has not appeared in court and has gone missing ever since. The day after speaking with the children on the phone, she took money from her credit card and vanished. Ryan is currently serving a prison sentence ranging from 2 to 5 years. The children have yet to visit him. The envelope remains with me and is safely preserved in our house safe every year. We keep our family custom of hiking together. Ryan had the chance to keep his home employment and Victoria. I wonder whether he ever considers it. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I once deeply loved my wife Emma, until the moment I discovered her having an affair with her boss Gabriel on our bed. That moment, my world was completely overturned. I angrily drove Gabriel out of my home and warned him never to return. But this was just the beginning, my plan for revenge was just getting started. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I am sitting in a prison cell and will not agree to any inducement to reduce the accusations of assault and battery. I told my folks my story in the hopes of explaining how I ended up in this circumstance. If I had taken advantage of these opportunities, I could have avoided jail time, community service and potentially saved my marriage. But since this episode my marriage is no longer a priority, at least my liberty would have been protected. My name is Daniel Hayes. I'm 29 years old and worked on a construction site before being imprisoned. I was once happily married to Emma, who was also 29 years old, and I believed her to be my life partner. When I say I was married, I mean just that we are in the process of divorce. Inke, who formerly worked as a secretary for one of the partners at a legal company, may still be in this position. As far as I know, it is obvious where everything is going. Some persons in positions of authority frequently have a mistress at home to elevate the prestige of their family, and any woman under the age of 50 is considered a potential target when presented with the opportunity to wield their influence. These individuals do not hesitate. they understand how to use the legal system to their advantage and frequently have the financial resources to get the desired outcome. Gabriel Wiseman is one such person. Our wise father founded a business and he loved his success until he made a few significant blunders. I must say that I completely understand his attraction to women. Randy was tall and powerfully muscular with a permanently tanned skin. He was just under 40 years old and my wife kept pointing out how handsome he was. I wasn't offended by her compliments, because I recognized the attraction of our friends and even odd women. We met. We were upfront and honest with each other, understanding that in a world of nearly 8 billion people, it is human nature to find others beautiful. Emma has never given me reason to question her loyalty. I used to believe that we were inseparable and entirely devoted to one another. However, despite her insistence that nothing has changed, I am having difficulty understanding her position in light of recent events. Although being in prison allowed me to choose who I talked to, I had shut off communication with Emma since my incarceration, despite attempts by our lawyers, family and concerned friends. I've made it obvious to everyone involved that I will discuss Emma again and any communication between us will be cut off. After being harassed by several friends and Kale's sister, I choose to remove myself from them and refuse to communicate with them. My lawyer, seeing he was on thin ice, didn't want to pass up the opportunity to profit from my impending divorce. As a Marital lawyer, he saw an opportunity to earn a big quantity of money. Despite the fact that I was facing a 10-year term for serious assault and bodily harm, I ended up receiving a 2-year sentence. I was fortunate to have the judge who heard my case, and I suspected his personal experience affected his decision. I believe his wife was unfaithful to him throughout the trial and sentencing. He stated that I had been subjected to significant provocations by my wife and her partner, as well as the latter's disrespect behavior. However, he also stated that some of the injuries were not caused by self-defense and that some of them warranted a lengthy prison sentence. He said that if I accepted to the district attorney's plea deal, I could save the state from having to go to trial. I've been serving my term for 8 months and am hoping to be released in a year if I continue to behave well, especially since I had a spotless record before this incident. When I am liberated, I want to exact retribution and cause agony on those who have injured me. No matter the repercussions, even if it means returning to prison, they will all receive what they deserve, particularly that vile bastard. Simply put, this is what I sent to my folks. Dear parents, I apologize for bringing you embarrassment as a result of my conduct in prison. It was not my purpose to bring shame on you. I was faced with a decision. I could either face the consequences, live with the guilt of what I had done, or accept a plea deal to avoid going to prison. I hope you can see why I couldn't live with this sensation. My feelings for Emma were strong and genuine, and I truly believe that our relationship was meant to last. But I was mistaken about her character. I never suspected her relationship with Wiseman, even when she casually acknowledged his good looks. But what does it matter? After all, lots of people are gorgeous. One day the direction of my life changed dramatically. We finished a significant remodeling of the house. This morning we had a drink with the team at lunch and went about our business. When I arrived home, I saw a BMW parked in the driveway, but Leah's car was nowhere to be found. This immediately created concern, because I had never questioned her allegiance before. Someone had obviously driven her home in a fancy automobile. As soon as I walked inside her calm house, my attention was pulled to the sounds coming from above, so I went to our bedroom. I discovered my wife with her boss, which was extremely heartbreaking. While they were ignorant of my presence, her employer blatantly commented that he was a true guy in comparison to me. I felt a flood of rage pour over me, and for a little minute I was paralyzed. Despite his outward appearance, I realized his true power resided in hard labor, something he, with his toned figure, would never grasp. Without thinking, I grabbed him by the hair, drew him away from her and pressed him against the wall. I looked at Leah, who appeared shocked by the incident. I sternly advised her to pack her belongings and leave. Gabriel brushed me off and pretended to be cool. "So you think you are cool?" He chuckled, but before he could finish his sentence, I slapped him in the face with all of my force, causing him to stagger. I told him he wasn't welcome in my home and could try his luck elsewhere. I cautioned him that if he stayed, he would have serious regrets. Wiseman recklessly chose to ignore my words and swing at me without thinking. I grabbed his wrist and immediately twisted it behind him. I warned him again. He began shrieking that if I even touched him, he would ensure that I spent a large amount of time in prison and would stay with Leah while I was away. He added that I was a pitiful excuse for a man. His arrogant expression vanished as it continued to squeeze, producing a terrible crunch that echoed across the room. When he screamed in pain, I knocked him down to the floor. Leah rushed up to me and begged stop it. Ron, if you continue to act in this manner, he may arrest you. Please stop. Are you more concerned about your boyfriend, Leah? I snapped back. Now, Ron, I am concerned about you. I do not want him or me to ruin your life. I was a fool. She admitted. I looked at her coldly and said it is no longer your business. She attempted to approach me. Overwhelmed with emotion, I eventually spat in her face, which I now regret greatly. She continued on, regardless of my actions. I yelled at her to pack her belongings and leave, calling her a disgraceful person who I no longer wanted to meet. To my surprise, she obeyed in gathering her and she began to cry. I turned to Wiseman and added, your actions do not match your name. You are a jerk. A person of intelligence would never purposefully incite people like me, especially with disrespectful expressions like peeping, unless they are looking for trouble. As you are, pay attention. As soon as this woman finishes packing, you will leave as well. I recommend that she take you to the emergency room to relieve your pain. Don't return here anymore. My grandfather gave me this house before we married. She has no rights to it, so do not try. If you do, I won't hesitate to take more serious measures next time. If you don't want to end up in a hospital bed or in a wheelchair, stay away from me. It's your responsibility now, either bring her home to meet your family or get rid of her. I don't care behind me. Leah let out a desperate moan, but I stood my ground. Leah, I'm far from perfect and I'll never forget what you did. You're an insidious liar. Maybe you should have been more careful and booked a hotel room, then maybe I wouldn't have found out the truth. I hit him hard on the sensitive area. Was this your devious plan? Do it in my bed. Another blow followed, causing him to cry out in horror. Remember, if you give me even the slightest reason, in the future, I will completely ruin your life. Dear Mom and Dad, I decided to explain to you how everything went wrong between Carrie and me. I know it was harsh, but I hope you can understand my point of view. I am in the process of divorcing her, and as soon as it is completed, I will be free from this toxic relationship. I have no intention of looking back or even acknowledging its existence. My last memory of her will be an insulting act. I spat in her face, which unfortunately seemed justified at that moment. I appreciate your support during this difficult time, but I must admit that I have lost faith in the institution of marriage. I can't imagine ever being able to trust another woman the way I trusted Leah. It pains me to say this, but she betrayed that trust in a way I could never have imagined. I'm sorry, Mom, but I didn't hesitate to trust Leah, and now I see the consequences of this decision. That night led to my arrest and the beginning of all this chaos. Wiseman did his best to get me behind bars, provided the sheriff's office with detailed reports on my injuries, and enlisted the help of a friend in the district attorney's office to bring charges against me. Among those charges was aggravated assault, a crime for which I could have been jailed for up to 10 years. He managed to convince Leah to press charges against me for spitting in her face. After my arrest, the trial began. It turned out that Leah decided to drop the assault charge against me, considering it insignificant. With the help of a lawyer, I received a plea offer from the district attorney. The deal included a plea of guilty to misdemeanor assault, a 6-month suspended sentence, and payment of Wiseman's medical bills. This offer was conditional on 2 conditions. First, Wiseman demanded that I sign an agreement in which I promised to keep secret the information that I had recently shared with my wife about the attack. Second, I was asked to postpone my divorce from Leah until we completed a marriage counseling course. These conditions seemed to them to be a way to find an easy way out of the situation, but I did not want to agree. Instead, I decided to turn down the offer and stand trial, despite the fact that my lawyer regarded this proposal as positive, since it was possible to avoid imprisonment. He also warned me that if the trial did not go in my favor, then I would face a long term of imprisonment, up to 10 years. I began to doubt that he really understood the gravity of the situation, the dramatic events that had occurred in my own home, and that WIS men had shown me such disrespect. Despite the possible consequences, I was determined to take revenge at any cost. I wasn't afraid of going to jail. I felt prepared and confident in my ability to cope with life behind bars. I was sure that when I was released, I would be able to find a job in construction. Despite my criminal record, I was determined to fight for justice and not let anyone disrupt my life. I didn't want to reconcile with Carrie. She disappeared from my life forever. As the days passed, I was informed that a visitor had come to see me, since relatives had already come a few days ago. I thought it was them again, but when they brought me into the room, Leah was there and I quickly called the guards. They came to see what was going on and I strongly demanded that they no longer let this woman come to see me. She tried to say that she was my wife, but they escorted her out, saying that I had the right not to let visitors in. I turned to a lawyer for advice and started the divorce process. I asked my lawyer about the possibility of litigation with Leah's employer and her boss Wiseman. He informed me that although alienation of affection lawsuits are allowed in our state, none of them have been successful in 2 decades. At the same time, he mentioned that the company may prefer to settle the case out of court to avoid public outcry, and we could emphasize their lack of moral values. I also asked about the consequences of resolving a legal dispute before or after our divorce. He gave a direct answer. He suggested waiting until after the divorce to reduce the estate before coming to an agreement. Our house is safe, but she will get half of the rest of the property. I will resolve this issue with them after the divorce. If you happen to talk to her, please don't discuss any of this with her. I know that you both loved her, but I believe that you will not disappoint me. Mom and Dad, I appreciate both of you in. This situation is temporary. I hope you now understand the whole story, not just the one that Leah and a few friends told me, who thought I should forgive her before I was released. There was a hitch in the divorce process. Leah demanded that certain conditions be met. I had to either agree to consultations and she had suggested earlier, or allow her 3-hour visits during which we had to talk. She knew that I could easily brush her off during these visits. Despite my strong desire to end the divorce, I decided that 3 short consultations were better than the initial court requirement. I briefly thought about giving up both options, serving my time and then disappearing. But I was determined not to let her kick me out of the house, especially since my parents were approaching retirement and wanted me their only son in their lives while they were getting old. The very thought of being in her presence made my skin crawl, but against my better judgment, I agreed to her offer of 3 visits. I reassured myself that if the situation became too unbearable, I could always ask for help to get her kicked out. During my first visit, Leah greeted me with a casual hi. "Ron, you look decent." Considering everything that's going on, I couldn't suppress my rage and replied, "Go to hell, Leah, it's your fault that you couldn't control yourself and slept with your boss. Say what you need to say and then get out." Leah's attempt to bring me to tears just disgusted me. I no longer cared about her sentiments. I just detested her realizing that hate is not the reverse of love, but rather a love that has been damaged beyond recognition. I've not yet reached the point of mature indifference where thoughts about my ex-partner cease to matter. I aspire to acquire this condition of utter indifference in the near future. "Ron, I'm surprised by the damage I've done to you in a relationship." Leah stated, "You're not the only one who looks at things that way," I answered. "Ron, could you just listen to me without resorting to insults?" She asked. "I can hear you, Leah, but I'm not interested in hearing what you have to say. You cheated on me in her own home, in her bed, with a man who mistreated and humiliated me. How could you ask me to forgive, forget, or even endure your presence in my life?" Leah's face grew pale and tears flowed down her cheeks. "That's why I wanted 3 meetings. She explained, "I am not feeling well today, but I will be back. My love for you is unshakable. Regardless of your thoughts. I consent to these 3 encounters, but please understand that I carry a profound animosity against you for causing us harm. I despise both your deeds and you. Reconciliation is not an option for me following these meetings. I don't want anything to do with you anymore." She stood in silence and lightly knocked on the door requesting permission to leave. A week later, another visitor appeared on the porch. My mother. Despite my cautions, I decided she had come to speak with me about Leon. "I understand you are afraid to bring this up," she began. "I appreciate that this may have a detrimental impact on our relationship, but please allow me to share my views." I agreed, allowing her the chance to speak. "You hold a particular place in my heart, but this is a one-time request." "Okay, Mom," I had to cut her out of my life. "Whatever you say, nothing will change. I am going to adore you anyway." My mother replied, "Thank you, son, I adore you more than anyone else, even your father." I understand what she did. "You can't be pardoned, but I'd like to discuss this for your sake, not for her sake. I do not expect you to forgive her or give her a second opportunity. She does not deserve it. You deserve a trustworthy spouse, but, Ron, what I'm about to say is for your own good. You may feel as if you loathe her right now, and this is entirely possible. However, you will not find peace in your life unless you let go of all of this hatred. I'm just asking that you talk to her without being aggressive or verbally attacking." She approached me last week hoping to strike up a discussion. "Ron, she is severely traumatized, completely broken. She is concerned that she was duped by this devious man and ultimately betrayed you. She acknowledges she has lost you and recognizes the gravity of your remarks from the prior visit. You brought her as much misery as you wanted if your purpose was to break her. You've succeeded. I am simply asking you to listen to her without insisting that you change your views. I understand you will not do it, and neither will she, even if it appears that there is no way to remedy everything. Please allow her to go with dignity, out of respect for those good times you shared together. Imagine how you'll feel 10 years from now if it turns out that your statements influenced her decision to kill herself. Mom, I can be indifferent and say, and I don't care what's happening to her right now, but you are correct. Anger will subside over time, making place for guilt. In the present situation, I wouldn't want to live with the guilt over her act. Thanks for your wise remarks, Mom. I'll quit trying to make her life miserable. I truly loved her with all of my heart. However, it appears like divorce is the only way out. I'll be released from prison shortly and I'm determined to stay free forever. I am grateful to you and Dad for your ongoing love and support. I could not have asked for better parents. Thank you for guiding me to this conclusion, Mom. I know it's the correct decision for me, even if it's not the best one for Leah." A few days later, Leah approached me again and this time I initiated the conversation first. "Leah, I'd like to apologize for my prior behavior. Looking back, I see that my statements were harsh and lacked of civility you are deserving. After conversing with my mother, I learned how vital it is to be kind, especially after all the fantastic moments we had together before everything went upside down. Thank you, Ron, and thank you very much to your mother for her support, even though I didn't ask for it. I recognize that I may not have another shot with you, but I feel compelled to convey my regret for my actions. To be entirely honest, you are the best person I have ever met or will ever know. Perhaps we can avoid a third encounter. I do not want to disturb you any further, but I believe it is vital to resolve the matter. Despite the fact that I am nearly 30 years old, I behave like a child. I allowed myself to be persuaded by an older man who appeared smart and lavished me with attention, resulting in the betrayal of the person I actually love. I now realize how dumb I was. Ron. I made a mistake which I really regret. He used a small amount of money and compliments on my attractiveness to control me, and I fell for it. I was naive and ignorant, falling for superficial flattery. Most of all, I regret allowing him into our bed. More than any other aspect of my treachery. I have no justifications for my behavior and I am aware of the gravity of my mistake. His urge to engage in the unlawful act of being with a married lady in her husband's bed compelled me to make a heinous decision that resulted in profound contempt for you. I sincerely apologize, Ron. I now understand that you have the right to seek divorce. My acts demonstrate a lack of self-esteem, and if I can't respect myself, how can I expect you to love me the way you did before? I'm still hoping to save our marriage, but now I understand that this is impossible. My heart is torn because you're the only person I've ever truly loved. I am ready to sign all of the divorce papers as soon as feasible. Ron, you deserve more than me. You are a fantastic person and will be an excellent father. I've always wanted to start a family with you and grow old together. If there is anything I can ask of you, this is it. Please do not allow my faults jeopardize your future. You deserve to be with a lady who will make you happy and support you as you establish a lovely life together. May your family be proud of you and cherish one another. I'd like to be that kind of lady for you, but I lack the confidence to change anything. Perhaps one day you will recall our time together fondly. Rather than focusing on how I let you down, I've given my word. Now it is time for me to leave. I want you to know that I made mistakes that had an impact on my own life, but just don't let my actions destroy yours. My feelings for you will always be there. Goodbye, Ron. Despite everything that had happened, I felt genuinely affected. I told her, my Leah, you are correct. We cannot repair our relationship. Everything is clear to me now. I'll never be able to regain the trust one once had in you, but today you reminded me of the woman I once loved. Leah, I want you to know that while I can't love you again without trust, I no longer harbor animosity towards you. I hope you find happiness. Leah. A mistake does not make you bad. It simply means that you are not right for me. Goodbye, Leah. We shared a brief hug before she left. She clearly struggled to say these words. She admitted her flaws and stupidities, but nothing she said could alter my decision to end our marriage. Carrie agreed to sign the papers without requiring another meeting. She fulfilled her promise by signing the divorce papers, which marked the start of our divorce proceedings pending a final decision. Shortly after Leah and I had our final breakup, I received confirmation of my release date from prison. After I was released, my parents came to pick me up. I spent all of my time in prison. I was determined to make Gabriel Wiseman's life difficult by strictly adhering to the law. The day after my release, I met with my lawyer to discuss our plans to bring justice to Wiseman. Even though I served a year in prison for my actions against him, I believed that his punishment was insufficient. When I discovered him in my bed with Leah, he threatened me with imprisonment, so I physically assaulted him. Was it worth spending a year in prison? I don't think so. He only received a small portion of what he deserved. I was determined to send his life into a tailspin. My lawyer and I devised a strategy for holding Wiseman accountable. Our initial plan was to contact his firm and inform them that we intended to sue for negligence to prevent future relationships between his employees. We anticipated that they would most likely reject our request, citing a lack of similar cases investigated in the state over the previous 2 decades. As a next step, we intended to launch a media campaign to promote our cause. The story goes like this: the husband, feeling insulted, publicly talks about how he found his wife with the boss in their house. He tells how Wiseman humiliated him until he had to physically expel this lawyer from his territory. Subsequently, the husband was arrested on charges associated with Wiseman and the district attorney and spent a year in prison for assault. In addition, Wiseman's actions played a significant role in the ongoing divorce proceedings. Thanks to my lawyer's connections with a journalist who had a grudge against Wiseman, our strategy bore fruit. The story got into the newspapers and attracted the attention of the national press. We assumed that Wiseman's associates would want to avoid a scandal and would prefer to settle the case out of court. My ultimate goal was to destroy Wiseman's marriage just as he destroyed mine. I decided to postpone my revenge until I had settled matters with the law firm. Our expectations regarding the result turned out to be absolutely correct. Although the company rejected our claims and confidently stated that we would not win anything in court, chaos broke out in the company. After my lawyer sent the letter, all traces of their former equanimity disappeared. Their tension was palpable. They even threatened bankruptcy if I talked to the media, unaware that I was already on the verge of financial collapse. Facing a year behind bars with almost no savings invade prospects for the future. Strangely enough, difficult circumstances made me immune to the fear of bankruptcy. When my lawyer contacted them again, he emphasized the seriousness of my situation and offered to take up the case for free. Due to the blatant injustice my unfortunate husband had been subjected to, they requested a face-to-face meeting at their office. When we entered the conference room, we found ourselves face-to-face with Gabriel Wiseman. As I sat down, he couldn't help but quip. "Well, look who's here, the little cuckoldum I heard you came to beg. Did you have a good time behind bars?" Thanks to me and the district attorney, I knew you were too foolish to accept the deal he offered. Gabriel, I asked you not to talk to me in that tone. Now you've earned yourself another trip to the cheerleader doctor, I retorted furiously. At this time, Jonathan Wiseman, another descendant of the company's founder, intervened in the conversation. "Come on, Gabriel, stop playing the tough guy. We're attempting to find a solution, not aggravate the situation. So if you can't keep silent, you should let others deal with it." Feeling a little offended by his partner's criticism, Gabriel sheepishly answered, "Okay, Jonathan, I understand we've known one another for a long time. That's why we're here. Let's hear them out." My lawyer, Giles, interjected in the conversation. "Gentlemen, a purpose and expressed in our letter is simple. We want to make a claim for alienation of affection. Although some may consider this a trivial matter with little prospect of success, we believe otherwise. This is a very unusual opportunity for us to earn considerable recognition for your law company with the help of a resourceful journalist. However, the story of Mr. Jacobs' treachery and imprisonment, which was made possible by the links between a partner of this firm and the prosecutor, may not get the attention you were looking for." Howard Green, senior partner and the eldest son of Arnold Green, one of the firm's founders, intervened. "My client lost his wife and spent a year in prison as a result of your partner, Gabriel Wiseman's acts. If not for Wiseman's inappropriate behavior, my client would be happily married and working for free. This firm has caused serious damage to my client, and if a lawsuit does not resolve the issue, we will examine alternative actions. I must inform you that my journalist colleague's ex-wife works at this company. Could you guess which partner she obeyed? He is particularly interested in damaging your public image." Giles stated that Peter Cooper, who had remained silent up until that point, let out a startled scream. Indeed, he stated, giving Wiseman a contemptuous look as if he were a bothersome particle on a shoe. Giles resumed his remarks, noting that while we believe $1 million is insufficient, it is an appropriate amount to handle the company's current issue. Peter Cooper interrupted him again. "We will let you know our decision by the end of the day. Good afternoon, Mr. Hayes. I regret for any inconvenience given by this individual," he said, exiting the room with obvious disappointment. It quickly became evident that the partners were not only willing to pay compensation, but also chose to buy out Wiseman's shares at a drastically discounted price, thereby removing him from the list of partners. They needed my signature to publicly acknowledge the final settlement of the case with their firm and avoid future claims. Another aspect of my difficulty has been settled, allowing me to focus on other issues. My major purpose was to get back at Wiseman, and I didn't need legal assistance, just my determination and a little bit of planning. I began getting to know Wiseman's wife. She was a regular at the gym, visiting 4 times a week to keep her physique, despite having 3 children. Although she was slightly fuller in the hips than previously, she was still stunningly gorgeous, and I puzzled why someone like her wasn't enough for Wiseman. After 2 weeks of studying her daily routine, I discovered an unusual pattern in which she visited the home of a man 10 years younger than her. One Wednesday I decided to approach her as she was leaving his house. "Mrs. Wiseman, might we talk?" I caught up with her as she walked toward her car. "I'm sorry, but I'm in a rush," she said. "Does your hubby know about the Wednesday meetings, Mrs. Wiseman?" My question caught her off guard, exposing a common secret. When she hesitated, I wondered if there was something else to the narrative. So what do you need? She finally asked Mrs. Wiseman. This is just a discussion. Let me buy you a coffee from the cafe across the street. This is a public space and I pledge not to hurt you. We found empty chairs and I began the conversation by asking if she remembered her spouse returning home from an injury more than a year earlier. He had a dislocated shoulder from many fractures. She verified that she recalled. Then I admitted that I was the cause of these injuries. I explained that I had found him in bed with my wife and challenged him. He attempted to discredit me. I took affairs into my own hands. Did he explain that he is no longer a partner at his company? She shakes her head. I tackled this topic too subtly. I'm now looking for methods to get him in even more trouble. Mrs. Wiseman, I assume you are aware that your husband has previously behaved in this manner. I asked yes, it was normal for our entire marriage. As you may have observed, I've recently been having extramarital affairs too. One of them is Ryan, whom I saw this morning. Smiling gently. She glanced at me and said, I do not mean to offend you, Mr. Hayes, but I can't help but wonder what your wife was thinking when she said Randy was great in bed. Maybe she was insane, or perhaps she was captivated. He's quite good at it, but not in bed. My ex-wife was also unable to provide me with a satisfactory explanation. She simply hates herself for betraying me so readily. She is extremely sorry. Do you, like Mrs. Wiseman, put up with his adultery and find solace elsewhere? I inquired with disappointment in my voice. Mrs. Wiseman seems to follow my train of thought. I see what you mean, Mr. Hayes. Did you really expect to meet a devoted woman who would be surprised by her husband's infidelity? Perhaps you were hoping for a divorce. She remarked, recognizing my intentions. I'm sorry for disappointing you, Mr. Hayes. Over the last 8 years I've had the most profound closeness of my life, certainly not with my hubby. It's very wonderful. I hope we could meet more than once a week, but I need to be careful not to get detected. I am attempting to be circumspect, but it appears that I am not being sufficiently circumspect. You figured it out immediately. You have to understand that I adore Randy. I once loved sincerely, but his cheating ended that love. Having children complicates things, Mr. Hayes. I don't suppose you have any children together. Regardless. In our partnership only I have financial resources. I inherited a significant trust fund from my grandfather. If we ever part up, I could have to give him alimony. However, I am not convinced about it. Maybe these monies are safe. I never considered getting divorced due to her children. For their sake, I keep Randy with me because, despite his imperfections, he is a decent father. Mr. Hayes, I try to be discreet, but it appears that Randy is aware of my relationships with other guys. On Wednesday evening I don't have time to tidy up. After meeting with Ryan, I have a feeling he is aware. Despite his confidence in his ability to cuckold other men like you, I think he can just pretend. She replied, smiling. I'd want to have my needs met more frequently than once per week. Are you prepared to reciprocate the intimacy? I would gladly assist you in carrying out your revenge. Are you free on Friday mornings? I prefer the morning because I need to pick up the kids from school in the afternoon. I've accepted that Wiseman will not divorce in the future, but perhaps I could try sleeping with his wife as retaliation. It's claimed that revenge is best served cold. My name is Esther. Mr. Hayes, if we're going to have a secret connection, I'd like to know your name too. My name is Daniel Esther, and I can't wait until Friday. I know where you live. Why don't I come over at 10:00? The children will most likely be at school by now. I said. She nodded in accord. She was not what I expected, but she was an incredible woman. I couldn't resist her charms. Since I met my wife and her husband, I have not had close relationships with anyone. It appeared to me that this was the correct decision. We closed the chat by agreeing to meet on Friday, which was not what I expected. I eagerly awaited the conclusion of the stillness. The prospect of seeking solace in Wiseman's wife, despite her lack of physical attractiveness, sounded appealing. I couldn't wait to know her better. I had no idea how happy that would make me. That Friday morning we had an unexpectedly good time together, and then we slept side by side cuddling as if to reinforce the reality of our common experience. I instantly understood that we had a deeper connection than just physical desire. We had casual discussions at first, but then she mentioned that our wives might trade us for each other. She praised me by calling me handsome, and in return I expressed my surprise. Why would your husband look for someone else when he has such a wonderful wife waiting for him at home? Every Friday. We met in the same way till that terrible day came. She lovingly kissed my cheek before delivering those dreadful words. "Ron, we need to chat." When she kissed me with exceptional passion, attempting to relieve the tension, I couldn't shake the sensation that she was about to end our relationship. "Ron, I've already stated that I am from an affluent family. I have a trust fund, which is probably why Randy married me. I represented a visually appealing life partner and, more crucially, a source of financial stability. What I didn't realize was the depth of this money. My grandfather was a true tycoon with an unimaginable money and spending habits. If someone could squander this wealth, it would be his sole source of heir. My grandfather, doubted his son's capacity to manage money responsibly, so he gave him a monthly allowance for comfort, not lesson. The remainder of the money was put into a trust fund for me, which I will be able to access when I become 38 years old. I'm not sure why this number was chosen as the age for access, but the deadline is approaching. In just 8 months. After spending time with you on our first Friday together, I felt compelled to learn more about my trust money, particularly in regards to divorce. It is entirely secure. Randy has no rights to it. I brought it into our marriage and neither of us have replenished. It has stayed mostly unchanged, with the option to withdraw a small sum each year. My financial advisor encourages me to follow specific regulations to protect the deposit's inviolability, which he believes is critical, although he is normally assured in its safety. I question if I truly need Randy in my life. Can I give him an infinite number of visits with the children, as determined by us? I realized I'd come to terms with Randy and no longer loved him. Why should I stay with a partner who keeps cheating on me? I understand it may appear deceptive, but he cheated on me before I cheated on him. Ron, I am not asking you to replace Ryan. I want to express that I have feelings for you. I want to see you as frequently as we both wish, and I believe we can be more than simply casual partners. I'm ready to depart, Brian, if you're ready to join me, Esther. I believe this is the most crucial conversation of our lives. I waited for her to show her gratitude before saying goodbye. I wholeheartedly support your proposal. Like you, I initially saw it as a method to exact retribution, but now I realize that it is evolving into something more profound. We continued to meet every Friday until we had properly addressed everything she informed me. She met Ryan on Wednesday, but merely to say goodbye. Ron, I've devised an insidious but intriguing scheme. Let me divulge my strategy, which I intend to surprise Randy with next Friday morning after she shares her proposal. A broad grin flashed across my face. She was a genius. The following Friday arrived. Esther and I were fully engrossed in our typical Friday morning trip. At this time, our passion for one another seems inexhaustible. We had no idea that a man named Jonathan Fox, dressed in a scruffy business suit, was calmly sitting in the living room below conducting business. Suddenly we heard a voice say, "Who the hell are you? What are you doing here? Where's Esther?" Randy was summoned by his master to an urgent midday meeting. Despite his persistent pleas for additional information, she emphasized that it was critical and begged him to come. "Are you Mr. Wiseman?" "Sir. Your wife informed me that you were coming." Randy approached and heard a voice. "She's upstairs with her escort if you'd like to join them." Ryan's voice resonated across the room, prompting us to stop the talk. Esther was looking forward to his arrival. While I was distracted and lost in my own thoughts, Esther took the initiative. "Come on, Ron, show me what you are made of. You are superior to my spouse in every way," she screamed, attempting to persuade me. "Randy, sweetie, you seem upset." "Relax, I'm simply having some fun on the side, exactly like you." With that, I turned around, allowing Randy to see who was in bed with his wife, the cuckold himself. "You must be joking," he exclaimed. "Why would you bring this clumsy guy into our bedroom? Get rid of him before I lose my cool." I got out of bed and went over to him. "So what do you think of my answer? And in terms of threats, do you feel yourself to be that powerful? Remember, I promised you a visit to the doctor." He seemed terrified, but I calmed him down. "No, not worry, we've got something else for you. There is a surprise waiting for you under the pillow." I escorted him to his bed, and as he reached beneath the pillow, he pulled out an envelope. "Esther and I," said with one voice, "you have been served." Jonathan Fox, who followed us upstairs, promptly snapped a photo of us. "It's official. We did everything perfectly," I declared. Randy froze in surprise, appearing as stunned as when I dislocated his shoulder. Once Esther gave Randy a gentle slap in the face to bring him back to reality, then explained that what he was suffering was simply vengeance for his acts against me. She publicly declared that she no longer loved him because of his infidelity during their marriage and that her feelings had evolved into genuine neglect. Esther told him that she would not stand between him and their children, offering him complete access to them. She even offered him the services of a lawyer if he desired, believing that for the sake of the children, they could handle the divorce matter calmly rather than turning it into a bloody battle. Randy stayed calm and nodded in accord with her statements. Despite his gruff personality, he was no idiot. He accepted that his marriage was ended and that fighting it would be a waste of time and resources. Standing there, I witnessed his world shatter. My first goal was met. I successfully divorced Emma, and with my mother's help, I did it with grace and dignity, recognizing her error. Esther accepted responsibility for the consequences and apologized profusely. My mother's warnings proved accurate. I was able to secure a significant settlement from Leah's employers, and with Esther's assistance, I successfully turned over Wiseman's script, eventually teaching him a lesson. The manipulator was duped and I played a role in destroying his marriage. Furthermore, perhaps I fulfilled Leah's wish when she said, "Don't let my mistakes define your future. Find someone who truly deserves you, create a family, find happiness together, make your parents proud of you and enjoy your life to the fullest." Despite Leah's mistakes, her wise words stayed with me even in the darkest moments. After going through all of this, I concluded that karma exists. I broke up with Leah without malice. I did not seek vengeance on her, but no matter how it happened, karma struck her. She was recently discovered with another man in her bed. The offended spouse was furious when she discovered her husband with another woman in their marital bed and poured boiling water from the kettle over the cheaters. As a result, they were transferred to the hospital with severe burns. Carrie is no longer as beautiful as she once was. Her face is severely damaged. She probably considered the story behind her actions as well. From a young age I was a driver. In this I found my calling. I was involved in freight transportation. It was a nerve-wracking job at times, but I knew my business well enough to deal with any difficulties. I had a wife named Isabella. We met while we were still very young. Those were enjoyable student years. My friend Ethan and I once attended a cheese fair. Ethan dragged me there, claiming that we could eat cheese for free because there wasn't much else to do. I agreed. The weather was quite hot. There were many people at the fair and tables were set up with small portions of cheese for sampling. Ethan shamelessly ate various types of cheese and I smiled as I watched. I wasn't particularly fond of cheeses, but suddenly my attention was drawn to Isabella. She was in a beautiful blue dress with a small woven bee basket. Her beautiful white curls gracefully framed her face and gently fell on her shoulders. Something in me changed at that moment. I felt the most tender feelings inside. It was quite silly, but I couldn't take my eyes off her. She stood in line to buy cheese. As soon as she took out her wallet, some guy nearby snatched it and ran into the crowd without hesitation. I ran after him. He tried to blend in with the people, but I was quite fast and agile, so I caught him. The guy realized he couldn't escape, dropped the wallet and broke free. I picked up the wallet and didn't chase him again. I returned to the girl, who stood in shock. I gave her back the wallet and looked into her incredibly beautiful eyes. She looked at me with gratitude. We started talking, and that day lit up with new colors for me. We walked for a long time until late in the evening. Isabella was an amazing girl, easy to talk to, and I didn't want to part with her. We continued to date, and it was simply magical. Gradually our relationship became stronger and stronger, and over time we got married. Now we lived in a beautiful house that I managed to buy. My youth was not very affluent, but I worked hard to earn everything I wanted. I diligently worked in free transportation, and it brought in a good income. I dreamed of a private house and a cozy place, so I decided to expedite the process. I borrowed money, took out loans. In the end, I did buy this house. It was our family nest, where many happy days were spent. Time passed. I completely paid off all debts and continued to THDVE in this business. Now we had an adult son, Dylan, who was already 25 years old. Dylan inherited my perseverance, and together we developed our freight transportation company. My experience and Dylan's help allowed us to run a fairly successful business, and we lacked nothing. My wife was a psychologist. She worked as a psychologist at a school. We didn't have any particular problems. We always lived harmoniously and happily. I didn't notice any secrets or mysteries about Isabella. She was always open and sociable. I believe they had the strongest family without any issues, but I couldn't even imagine how wrong I was. A man named Jonathan moved to near us. He wasn't a bad guy, but he was too intrusive. He often invited himself over and invited us. Initially everything was friendly, neighborly. I politely overlooked Jonathan's excessive intrusiveness, but he became more and more annoying. I even had a conversation with him about it. I told him directly that he shouldn't bother us so much. After all, we have our own family and responsibilities. It seemed to me that Jonathan understood me, but Isabella didn't want to understand me. She persistently defended Jonathan. At that time I didn't give it much thought, but soon unpleasant suspicions began to creep in. I noticed that Isabella had become a bit peculiar. Her behavior was secretive, yet agitated. She became nervous, twitchy. I tried to find out what was going on with her, but Isabella brushed it off and reassured me, saying that everything was fine and she had no problem. I believed her, but the events that unfolded started making me doubt more and more. Especially the raised toilet seat and lid caught my attention. Isabella had long accustomed me and Dylan to always keep the seat and lid down. She loved cleanliness and rules in the house, so this puzzled me greatly. Was there another man in our house? But Isabella didn't mention anything like that in. Her neighbor hadn't visited for a long time, so what was going on, and it wouldn't be a big deal if it happened just once. I observed this feature multiple times. Then I started noticing that booze from the bar was disappearing, but Isabella rarely drank before fruits and champagne appeared in the fridge, and I observed empty bottles in the garbage. All of this seemed pretty bizarre. I could be away from home for several days. I had many visits and meetings to enhance the business at home. There was only Isabella, but what was she up to? Isabella, please sit down. I want to chat to you. I asked Isabella while we were at home. Yes, Peter, what's happening on? I can see that something is happening. There's someone unknown in the house. I have noticed the lifted toilet seat and lid several times. Alcohol has started to disappear from the bar. The refrigerator is full of fruits and champagne. What does all of this mean, Peter? Have you decided to lecture me again? Yes, I began drinking a bit. Sometimes my pals come over. We chat. What is wrong with that? Do your pals lift their toilet seats and lids? What rub? Of course not. Maybe you saw it after I cleaned the toilet. How fantastic. I haven't noticed it in so many years and now I see it all the time. And is Jonathan following your buddies again? You're paranoid. Peter. Our neighbor has nothing to do with this. He stopped visiting us after I yelled at him. I'm simply trying to relax a little. There's nothing more. Why does it feel like you aren't telling me everything? Peter, I'm not going to constantly explain or prove things to you. I am startled by your lack of trust. We've been living together for years and I assumed you had no cause to suspect me of anything, and now you're scolding me like a guilty schoolgirl. I am not cheating on you and I don't intend to do so. I didn't think about it and I am not hiding anything from you. Okay, Isabella, I adore you so much and I'm trying to figure out what's happening. I can see you're acting weirdly. Don't worry, darling, everything's fine. There is no cause to be concerned. Everything remains the same as always. So don't become stressed out and worried. I'll prepare a celebratory dinner and we'll spend the evening just fantastic. Isabella uttered many comforting words, but I remained concerned. I tried to convince myself that everything was all right and that I was simply overthinking. However, our neighbors remain in my thoughts. Could that scoundrel be having some fun with my wife? Just thinking about it made me want to burn everything to the ground. I attempted to carry on with my normal life and hobbies, but feel unpleasant inside me. It did not subside. All of my chats with a man came to nothing. Either she was lying to me or I was losing my mind. My suspicions may easily end our marriage. Something had to be done, but what do I tell Isabella or keep a constant eye on her? It was quite dumb and I didn't have time for it. I thought for a long time about what to do next. Everything boiled down to our house. There was something going on there and I decided to investigate. I requested a covert surveillance system. It was fairly basic. When Isabella wasn't home, I mounted cameras throughout the basement. I had a stash with a connected hard drive where I saved all of the recorded videos. Finally, everything was prepared. I was preparing to travel for a few days on business. Isabella behaved as usual. I didn't see anything strange. I packed things and departed, but as soon as I left I felt uneasy inside. My work travel lasted a few days. There were numerous jobs ahead of me, but I was unable to concentrate on any of them. Isabella absorbed all of my thoughts. I decided I needed to hurry home. I couldn't wait to review the surveillance camera footage. I felt something horrible when I unexpectedly returned home. I envisioned discovering Isabella with a partner, but it did not happen. I entered the house, but there was no one there. The house was neat and orderly. The trash cans were empty and there were no strange items. Still, I went down to the hard drive and attached it to the computer. A boring moment in the video froze. There was no one home. I fast-forward the movie to the evening. Isabella arrived at home. She began preparing something in the kitchen as it became absolutely dark. Outside the doorbell rang. Apparently her pals had arrived. I observed a man approach and opened the door, but on the doorsteps was someone I never expected to see. It was neither the neighbor nor Isabella's buddy. It was Alex, an employee at Isabella's school. I knew about this guy. Isabella mentioned him. She felt sorry for him, whereas I saw him as a slacker who refused to work. He couldn't graduate school despite being 18. He acted arrogantly, hiding behind his father, who was a senior official. His father wanted Alex to succeed in his studies and graduate from school. However, this little bastard had no intention of making any changes in his life and they couldn't expel him from school. And now he comes into my house as if it were his own. He grabs my wife, throws her into the couch and begins licking her all over. I was astounded by what I witnessed. These bastards had sex and a variety of postures. Isabella acted like a prostitute in explicit pornography. It was simply dreadful. I couldn't conceive such a thing. I was overcome with heat. After witnessing this, a chilly perspiration spilled from my forehead. Nausea engulfed me. Confusion and dismay filled my head. I sat with my eyes wide open, motionless. I wasn't sure what to do. Then rage began to rise. I recall how my breathing got more laborious. Rage shook my body. I clenched my fists while waiting for Isabella remained absent as evening approached. It seemed strange, and she should have returned home from work long ago. I waited patiently, sitting in the dark and looking out the window. Suddenly the silence was broken by the creaking lock. Isabella entered the home. I approached the hallway and was taken aback. Isabella had arrived with that despicable wretch Alex, and they quickly began kissing and undressing. I grabbed a bat and hit Alex on the head. Isabella screamed and I knocked her out, leaving the lover unconscious on the floor. I had the urge to dismember them and throw the pieces in the trash. However, a revenge plan began to form in my mind. I dragged these wretches into the shed and tied them to the chairs. Then I started making a device out of 2 drills. "Wake up, you bastards!" I yelled and doused them with a bucket of cold water. "Peter, what are you doing?" Isabella screamed with fear. "Shut up, creature. I will explain what I'm going to do." I responded with a madman's smile. "Free me, you sick bastard. Do you happen to know when my father is? He will bury you." Alex, the obnoxious one, started arrogantly. "How brave you are when your daddy solves all of your problems, but he won't help you anymore. You'll squeal like a pig as I drill through your thick skull. I will transform your brains into Swiss cheese and your skulls into calendars." I replied, "No, Peter, please do not do this. I am guilty. I lied to you. Yes, I cheated on you with this guy. I am guilty, terribly guilty, but you don't need to do this. I'll explain everything to you." Isabella pleaded, "Shut up, creature. I've seen it all. Your escapades were captured on a hidden camera. It's disgusting and I don't want to hear anything more. You'll pay for everything now. I declared you won't dare. You won't do this." Alex spat. "You're right, little bastard. I'm not a butcher or a doctor. I abhor digging into your flesh. That's why I've devised this not-so-clever contraption. Take a look in the mirror. Drills are attached to the structure aimed at your heads from above. I'll pull this rope and the drills will start burrowing into your skulls. Oh yes, I'm not a barbarian. I found some painkillers in the first aid kit and injected a bit into your heads. I apologize, but it's all I have. Besides, they say brain surgeries should be done with the patient conscious. So enjoy." I explained and showed the device hanging over their heads. "Now, Mr. Peter, please don't do this. I understand, forgive me. I'm a real monster, I know. Please let us leave. Don't do this," Alex urged. "I see, all your courage disappeared instantly, but I don't care. Nothing will save you. Now let the show begin," I replied. As I stood behind these miserable individuals, the boom of the ignited drills resonated through the space. The drills whirred above the heads of these wretches. They stayed utterly immobile. I tightly secured and positioned their heads in a way that rendered them immobile. They helplessly shouted in agony. The drills approached their skulls, the room filled with the fragrance of bird bones. The drills began drilling into the bone and rapidly heated up. Small streams of smoke accompanied by a horrible odor filled the air. These wretched people shook and shouted in dread. Their grief had devoured them. Their shouts grew louder as blood poured into their eyes and mouths. I'd never heard such cries before. The sound was one of true misery and horror. But I had no intention of slaughtering these wretched people. Everything was staged. In reality, the drills were drilling into regular steaks for bones that I had taken from the refrigerator. I squeezed a little blood off the beef chunks and mixed it with water and red food coloring that I had at home. Isabella adored making different pies and cakes, typically with bland food dyes. However, the taste of blood remained authentic due to the presence of real blood in the meat. "Well, bastards, how does it feel? Can you still speak? Have you transformed into a vegetable?" I shouted out to these beasts. "Peter, enough, please stop." "What are you doing now?" Isabella yelled. "Oh, so, you can still speak. Then let us continue. I switched on the drill a few more times and they wailed like unkilled pigs. All right, bastards, you are now able to regain consciousness. I roared and tossed meat at their faces. I will let you go, but I do not want to see you anymore, and if any of you dare to cross my path again, I will thoroughly drill it into your minds. I will disembowel your miserable bodies. Now get out of here, I said, and untied these wretches. These wretches ran like they were professional marathoners. Their heels glistened across the neighborhood. Anger still burned within me, and I was relieved that I had not slain these monsters. I had scared them quite a bit. They'd remember the horror for the rest of their lives, and I didn't care what this bastard's father did. However, time passed and no charges were filed against me. Nobody came to me. Isabella also did not show up at home. I tossed all of her belongings on the street and told her to come get them when I wasn't home or I'd lose control and hurt her. I quickly discovered that Father Alex had been caught accepting a big bribe, which was why he had no time for me. He was presumably a rare bastard. Like his son, the father went to prison for an extended period of time. The next difficult phase was Isabella's divorce. After all, this lustful beast will try to steal as much property as possible from me. Although everything here was purchased with my money and I did not want to give this creature anything, I was willing to spend a large sum of money to lawyers just so that this creature would not receive anything. This was difficult, but fortunately an unforeseen incident rescued. The day Karma caused this to suffer, there was a scandal in her school. It turns out that this scum hung together with other high school pupils at school. I developed a taste for it. All of this nonsense came to light at the perfect time. Evidence, images and videos of these horrible entertainments have surfaced. Isabella lost everything. At 1 minute she was jailed for child molesting. I didn't expect her to say such terrible things, but it was true. Isabella did not survive her imprisonment. She hanged herself in her cell. As for Alex, he got drunk and hung around with other losers. Like him, in one day he was struck by a car. This idiot did not make it out alive, so the nasty story came to a conclusion. So my new story began. I was prepared to live the rest of my life alone. This tragic scenario did not make me pleased, but I had not expected anything else, but fortune decided to save me from this unfortunate turn of events. I met Lauren. I met this amazing woman at a regular store. She purchased a large number of items, but she misplaced her bank card and did not have enough cash to cover everything I offered to pay. Lauren disagreed, but I insisted and paid. Then I took her home. She stated she still had money at home and would give it to me straight. Soon we started talking while driving and eventually decided to grab coffee together. Lauren proved to be an amazing woman who offered me hope for happiness. So it occurred. Lauren and I grew close. She too had long since abandoned the dream of a happy family life, but we've both realized that we can be happy today. We lived together and cherished each new day without recalling our faults from the past. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. My best friend, Lucas Davis, confided in me during an unexpected lunch that he witnessed a shocking secret. In a hotel in Atlanta, he saw my wife, Scarlett, seemingly hurrying out of a room that wasn't hers. This news turned my world upside down. How do I face this sudden betrayal? And as the truth gradually emerges, I find myself caught in an emotional whirlpool more complicated than I could have imagined. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I was sorting through the morning mail that my secretary had left on my desk, when my cell phone rang with an incoming call. Only a few individuals knew my phone number and a quick scan revealed it was my best friend, Lucas Davis. Hello, Lucas, what can I do for you? I inquired, still sifting through the mail. Daniel, can we meet today for lunch? A quick check of my calendar revealed that I had an opening. Sure, how about Sereno? At 12:30 that works, see you. Then, after alerting my secretary about the luncheon at 12:30 via intercom, I pondered why Lucas wanted to meet. We had lunch together rather frequently because his office was close by. I quickly refocused on the dinner before shifting my concentration to prepping for a staff meeting. I had a half hour. The rest of the morning sped by, and at 12:20 I went to Sardino. I left my car in a neighborhood location that was easily accessible by foot. I arrived just as the clock struck 12:30 and noticed Lucas sitting alone in a rear booth. He waved to get my attention and stood up to greet me as I neared Lucas. These unplanned lunches are usually fantastic. I smiled as we shook hands and sat down. Lucas and I were pals since high school, a 20-year bond. He and his wife Sophia were close to my wife Scarlett and myself. Lucas was my favorite tennis partner. Agreed, he said, although you have the big managerial job, I am just a humble salesman with time on my hands. Lowly salesperson, my foot. You earn more than I do and work more hours. Don't give me that, I exclaimed, laughing. Okay, I understand enough of the flattery. Let us eat. After completing our orders, we talked about recent happenings in our lives and bemoaned our recent golf games. However, I realized he was carrying a burden as our talk decreased. Lucas abruptly became serious and said something that left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Daniel, I just returned from Atlanta. This morning. I took the first flight out, which required me to leave my hotel by 6:00 a.m. While on the shuttle to the airport, I noticed a woman in the hotel corridor who looked exactly like Scarlett. She was leaving one room holding her shoes and entering another with a key card. She appeared to have just woken up a little unkempt. I was too astonished to say anything, and she vanished fast. The Scarlett has a twin sister or cousin that resembles her. It took me a moment to collect my thoughts. What hotel was this? The Downtown Hyatt Regency. Are you okay? I must have appeared clearly shaken. Scarlett is visiting Atlanta on business and staying at the Downtown Hyatt Regency. I eventually managed to say, "Oh, I'm very sorry, Daniel, perhaps I should have said nothing." Do you remember the room she exited and entered? Let me think. It was located on the 6th floor. She exited room 611 and entered 614, something similar to that stuff. Scarlett is meant to be in room 612. Damn, that's rough. Daniel, do you believe she noticed and recognized you? She looked down the hall at me as I closed my door. The hotel doors create a lot of noise when they lock shut. She gave me a short glance but did not recognize me as she entered the other room. The way she appeared suggested that she had spent the night there and was sneaking back to her room. It's an incredible coincidence that I slept at the same hotel and exited my room just as she crossed the corridor, so she'll be returning this evening. I wonder if she will say anything by now. My appetite was gone and I needed to be alone to contemplate what Lucas had said. It was difficult to misinterpret being observed leaving another hotel room early in the morning. Look, I need to return to my office. Please do not mention this to anyone, not even Sophia. If Scarlett and I have a problem, I'd want to deal with it discreetly before it becomes public information. Okay, Daniel, I'm very sorry about this. If there is anything I can do, please let me know. I pledged to keep it to myself. I hoped when I saw this is not what it appeared to be, but I believed you needed to know. I'd like to know whether Sophia is participating in anything. Thank you, Lucas. I'll keep you updated when additional information becomes available. We exchanged goodbyes and I returned to my office. The remainder of my afternoon was a blur, as my mind replayed what Lucas had told me. Allow me to take a moment to explain Scarlett and my relationship. We met in college while she was pursuing her BS in computer management and I was pursuing my BS in civil engineering. Our paths intersected during one of our overlapping courses and we immediately hit it off by our senior year. We were living together and married shortly after graduation. We've been married for 10 years and our intimate relationship has always been busy and fulfilling. As far as I knew, she never complained. Scarlett is 32 and really gorgeous. Despite being pounced on frequently, She stays in shape by exercising regularly and eating a good diet. I had entire faith in her faithfulness until today. She works as a senior buyer at a local manufacturing plant that makes computer components, which requires her to travel several times a year to meet with vendors. It's hard to believe she would jeopardize our marriage by being unfaithful. I work with a national contractor that specializes in residential and commercial construction. I am currently the assistant manager for the heating and air conditioning department, although I've gained expertise in various other areas of the organization. At 33, I don't consider myself very attractive, but I'm in terrific shape thanks to Scarlett's influence. Her dedication to fitness pushed me to continue exercising, with regular gym sessions and tennis. We reside in a condominium but have been considering purchasing a home since Scarlett is concerned about her biological clock if she wants children. I'm on board, because I've always believed that having children is an essential component of a meaningful relationship. Without children, our relationship is primarily around companionship. I've never considered other options, since I couldn't handle the idea of hurting Scarlett or bringing an STD home. It wouldn't be worth it, especially because Scarlett makes me very happy at home. Admittedly, I am tempted, but I have always managed to keep my priorities. Straight after lunch with Lucas, I sat in my office reflecting on his revelation and thought struck me why not learn more about Scarlett's current trip from her boss, Sebastian White. Scarlett and I had lunch with Sebastian and his wife Natalie several times before, so I felt safe reaching out Sebastian. This is Daniel Thompson. Got a minute? Sure. Daniel. What up? I'm a little ashamed to ask, but could you please have your travel department verify what time Scarlett's plane lands? This evening. I wrote it down but misplaced it. I didn't want to call her and explain. I had forgotten the information, so I decided to ask you instead. Of course, Daniel, give me a moment. I could hear him talk with his secretary before returning to the line while she is checking. How have you been? We really need to have dinner again soon. I have been excellent. I'm very busy at work. By the way, Scarlett and I are discussing starting a family. I added with a laugh. That is fantastic, Daniel. It is about time. Natalie and I have 2 children and we could not be happier. That sounds great. By the way, do you know who accompanied Scarlett on her trip? I feel worried when she travels alone. She took Matthew Hill again. He's a recent college graduate and she's been showing him the ropes. I attempted to laugh it off. How many times did they travel together? This is the 3rd time Sebastian has returned with flight information, airline flight number and estimated arrival time. Thank you, Sebastian. I probably don't have anything to worry about. Scarlett is self-sufficient and capable of managing her own affairs. You are welcome, Daniel. Do not worry about it. Don't discuss our chat. We are both aware of the importance of maintaining positive relationships with our spouses. He replied, chuckling, absolutely. Have a wonderful day, Sebastian. After hanging up, I sat at my desk wondering if Scarlett was up to anything on her trips. Matthew appeared like the most plausible suspect. She had never mentioned anyone traveling with her previously, which could indicate she was hiding something. However, I had to proceed carefully. Confronting her without concrete evidence may backfire. I planned to see her at the airport that evening. She usually takes a cab home, so showing up unexpectedly would allow me to measure her reaction. I could always tell her I missed her and wished to surprise her. I stepped back from the security checkpoint waiting for Scarlett to get through so we could return home. I had been watching the arrivals board and was expecting her at any moment. The first people began to pass through security and it wasn't long before I saw her, but she was not alone. A tall, gorgeous young man stood beside her, his arm across her shoulders. I swiftly slipped into a nearby storefront to continue spying. As they made their way to baggage claim, they continued to talk animatedly, unaware to my presence. As I followed stealthily, my rage simmered as I managed to take a few photos of them using my cell phone. When they arrived at baggage claim, my worst suspicions were confirmed. When they gathered their luggage, they had a passionate kiss, full with lust and tenderness fit for lovers. I was grateful for the evidence on my phone, but the wrath I felt within was excruciating. I could not wait any longer to confront her. Scarlett turned to go and find a taxi. She noticed me move forward. She grinned at first, but her face became pale as she noticed the sight in my eyes. As I neared Scarlett, she froze indecisive and shocked, realizing what she had just witnessed. Do not come home, get yourself a place for the night, or visit your parents. I do not want to see or talk to you until I am ready. Know that I'll be consulting with an attorney. I turned to walk away, leaving her astonished, but before I could get very far, she gathered her calm and screamed out. Daniel, wait, she rushed to catch up. It wasn't what you were thinking. It was simply a friendly kiss. We can't get divorced. Over that. I turned back to face her. A small audience had assembled to observe the unfolding spectacle. Matthew had conveniently vanished. Yes, we can, Scarlett. That was not a kiss you should give to another man, especially if I am not present, and we can split over it. I am sure there was more involved. Adultery is one of the reasons why irreconcilable conflicts might exist. The mention of infidelity caused her to pale even more. Honey, I would never do that to you. It was only a kiss. Tell me, Scarlett, whose bed were you in last night? Scarlett turned as white as could be, while denying any inappropriate behavior. I slept in my own bed. You've got to believe me, she cried out. I decided to try a small bluff to see if I could get a confession out of her. Lucas arrived in Atlanta at the Hyatt Regency this morning. He observed you leave Scarlett, your traveling companion's chamber. If you have a legitimate reason for leaving his room at 6:00 a.m. carrying your shoes, I might be able to ignore the indecent kiss I just witnessed. Scarlett was stunned for a moment and briefly glanced at the audience before responding. She was clearly aware she had been apprehended. Daniel, we need to address this in private. Can I come home with you? I promise. If we can't fix this after discussing for half an hour, I'll go. I do not think so. If you can explain why Lucas spotted you leaving that room at 6:00 a.m., I'll consider discussing further. I'm not giving you time to make up a tale now. It's either the truth or farewell. A marriage depends on you delivering a sensible explanation right away. She glanced at me despondently before responding. I am sorry, Daniel, I honestly don't have an excuse that would satisfy you. I adore you and do not want to lose what we have together. Please allow me to come home still boiling with wrath. I wanted to get revenge at her by publicly embarrassing her. It did not disturb me that I was exposing my own anguish. I needed to expose her as an adulteress and let her bear the disgrace. I apologized to Scarlett. Right now I don't see how we can make this work. My trust in you was broken. A good marriage is based on trust. It would be a shame to continue after what you've accomplished. I refuse to spend the rest of my life wondering about you when you aren't present. Let's terminate this now so I can get on with my life. I turned and walked away. I heard someone clapping in the background and another guy who was listening gave me a thumbs up as I exited the terminal. I did not glance back as I got into my car in the short-term parking lot. Tears flowed down my face. I couldn't drive for half an hour because I was fighting the temptation to go back and get her. In that moment I realized how much I loved and needed her more than I knew. The weekend passed in a blur. I don't recall much about it other than watching a lot of old movies on TV, possibly in an attempt to relive a nicer time. Thankfully, Scarlett did not attempt to contact me. If she had called, I would have most likely hung up. As the days pass, I began to feel guilty about subjecting her to public humiliation. However, I justified it as a form of retaliation for her betrayal, which relieved my conscience. Little Monday morning came after a sleepless night. I still hadn't heard from Scarlett, so I knew it was time to make a preliminary decision about our marriage. My employer said a few days ago that he needed someone to handle the Seattle office temporarily for a few weeks. Liliana, the normal manager, was leaving on maternity leave, and as far as I knew no one had filled the position. Some time apart might allow me to calm down and organize my ideas. When I arrived at work, I visited my boss's office to inquire about the Seattle post. "No, I have not filled it yet." He replied, "Are you interested? We need someone out there shortly." "I'm interested." I said, "How soon would I need to arrive?" "I do not mean to pry, but I am assuming you have discussed this with Scarlett and she is fine with you being gone for 6 to 8 weeks. He asked Scarlett and I have separated, so I now have time to consider alternative options for my future. I explained, "I am sad to hear that. I assumed you two were going to start a family soon for reasons that I will not get into. That won't happen anytime soon. I need this time to reflect on my marriage and plan my next moves." "All right, I do not mean to take advantage of your personal situation, but we need you in Seattle as soon as feasible. You'll need to catch up on operations before Liliana goes in less than 2 weeks. Anything you can do to increase your availability would be greatly appreciated. I should be able to get out there in 3 or 4 days. I just need some time to wrap up loose ends in my personal life, trying to give David an update on the Kingston project before you go, and you may use the balance of your time off to prepare. So do I need to take care of anything this morning, but I will meet with David after lunch." He stood up and shook my hand. "Thank you for stepping forward, Daniel. I appreciate it. I am sad about you and Scarlett and I hope everything works out for you. Keep me updated on your progress and let me know if you encounter any problems." The remainder of the morning was a frenzy of activity. I focused on securing half of our joint bank and investment accounts in case Scarlett decided our marriage was actually over. Since our confrontation at the airport, I hadn't heard from her and didn't know where she was, but I anticipated to hear from her. Shortly in the afternoon, I met with my coworker David to brief him on the project I had been working on. He was astonished to learn that I was taking the position in Seattle. Apparently, my manager had not been informed of my personal concerns. "Scarlett, how do you feel about being gone for a few months?" he asked. "My wife would be outraged if I did something like that. Of course we have 2 children, so I can't leave her alone with them. We didn't want to signal that we were likely to split." I left my response unclear. "We're dealing with some personal issues, so I'm taking this time apart to let things calm down." "That is unfortunate. I hope the separation helps," he said sympathetically. The remainder of the afternoon was spent discussing the project's development and presenting David to important staff before winding up for the day. I promised him I will be around for a few more days. "If you have any questions, please phone my cell. It's Monday now and I plan to leave by Thursday." On my way home, I decided against cooking and instead stopped at TGI Fridays for dinner. After a lunch and a few cold drinks, I resumed my journey home. Eating out alone was unusual, but given the situation of my marriage, I expected to have to grow used to it for a while, if not eternally. When I got home, I discovered Scarlett's car wasn't in the garage. She must have stopped over to pick it up, most likely carrying some clothes and personal belongings with her. Barely through the door, my cell phone rang when Scarlett's name appeared on the screen. I hesitated before responding. "What is it, Scarlett?" I asked, attempting to maintain a neutral tone. "Daniel, may I come over so we can talk? I went there earlier with my father to pick up my car and some stuff. I'm staying with my parents for now," she remarked, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Scarlett, I don't see much to talk about. I am not really in the mood to listen right now," I responded to Kirby. "I'm very sorry, Daniel. I know I've hurt you deeply, but we need to give our marriage another shot. If we could simply talk, I'm confident we could work things out to save our relationship," she pleaded. "Scarlett, you violated our agreement. Right now I'm too upset to even consider staying together. I suggest you do not call me again when I am ready to speak." "I will call you." I heard her sigh with resignation. "All right, Daniel, I will wait, but can you make it soon, just so you know Mom and Dad aren't pleased with me either." "Scarlett, I will tell you what, you are welcome to come over on Thursday evening at 7:00 p.m. We can discuss stuff." Then I hadn't planned to be there, but I left a message to express my feelings. I merely needed to find out what the message would be. Okay. Daniel, thank you. I love you. I couldn't resist writing a last chapter, even if it felt immature. You can also bring your friend and relax in what used to be her bed if it is your thing. Daniel, it was a one-time error and I promise it will never happen again. You can rely on me for that. I'm not sure how I'm expected to trust you or believe this was our first conversation. You'd better be prepared to confront the issue of trust because yours is currently zero. How can I consider raising a family with you if I don't trust you? Daniel, I understand and do not blame you. Please give me a chance. Oh, goodbye, Scarlett. I hung up the telephone. We're done with the conversation. The following day was frantic. I arranged a divorce lawyer appointment early Wednesday morning and spent the rest of the day packing all of my clothes except those I needed for my trip to see Seattle and personal things. I spent much of the day moving everything to a storage facility. I was unsure whether I'd ever return to this house. It was packed with too many wonderful memories. Now, tainted by her betrayal, I subsequently stayed at a motel near the airport for the next 2 nights on my way to the divorce attorney. The next morning I went by the office to pick up my vacation itinerary and have one last conversation with my boss. So Daniel, enjoy your time out there and say hello to Liliana. For me she's very impressive. I believe they are training her for larger and greater things. I met her once during a corporate retreat. She's intelligent, charming and rather attractive. She must be married now. If she is expecting a child anyway. Send her my compliments. You never know, she might become our boss eventually. We will do. Take care and I'll see you in a few months. We shook hands and I exited the office to meet with the divorce attorney. I arrived just on time for my appointment and was quickly ushered in the attorney. An experienced elderly woman who has undoubtedly handled many divorce cases, began by asking me to explain my circumstances and goals. I described my finding of Scarlett's infidelity and indicated that I had accepted an out-of-state transfer for a few months. I need to know my options. I added, you have several options, she remarked. First, you might choose to do nothing and resume your marriage when you return. However, accepting her adultery without intensive counseling may not be an option. Another alternative is to file for a formal separation and see if the time apart helps to heal the marriage. Finally, considering your circumstances and the length of your absence, you may consider filing for divorce. If you continue to adore your wife, I would recommend drafting a separation agreement. This can act as the foundation for a future divorce and preserve your assets while you are out. It can also specify obligations for both parties. For example, you could ask her to consult a psychoanalyst to determine what caused the infidelity and whether she is likely to repeat it. However, you may be required to vow to give the marriage another try for a set length of time. If things still do not work out, the divorce might then be based on the provisions of the settlement agreement. I thought of my feelings for Scarlett and the bliss we had once enjoyed. After careful consideration, I directed her to create the separation agreement she suggested. I explained what I desired in terms of asset distribution, including giving Scarlett the heavily mortgaged condo and contents, except for my personal stuff and a few other objects which may still be there. I had already decided on a $5,050 share of our finances, which she documented in the agreement. I didn't want to restart our marriage without some certainty of its chances of success after therapy. The therapist would determine the duration of the therapy. Scarlett also needed to record in writing how many times she had been with her lover and how many lovers there had been since our marriage. I suspected there was only one, but I wanted her written explanation so that if anything came up later that she hadn't mentioned, we could move forward with the divorce. The lawyer listened intently to my situation, taking notes as I stated when I finished. She told me that she would have the agreement completed and ready for my signature. That afternoon I agreed, though I felt apprehension about what I would do if I realized Scarlett had taken several boyfriends during her marriage and that I had been duped several times. After leaving the attorney's office, I called my friend Lucas and asked if I might stop over that evening to speak with him and Sophia. He confirmed that they'd both be home, so I told him I'd be there at 7:30. After lunch I returned to the attorney's office. She had created a separation agreement for me to peruse. After reviewing it, I asked a few minor changes to my conditions, which her secretary swiftly accommodated. I signed the document. I then requested that the agreement be given to my wife at her home the following evening at 7:00 p.m. She would expect to speak with me, but I believed the separation agreement would cover everything I needed to say. The lawyer confirmed that it could be arranged for an extra charge, and I agreed. She also said she'd keep me updated on the legal proceedings. While I was away, I ensured she had my cell phone number in case she needed to reach me. After leaving the lawyer's office, I had one more chore to complete. I made a call to Scarlett's supervisor, Sebastian White. Sebastian. This is Daniel Thompson. Oh, hello, Daniel, what can I do for you? Sebastian, there's something you should know. Scarlett and I are parting ways because I learned she was having an affair with your other employee, Matthew Hill. When they were traveling together, there was a moment of astonished quiet. Oh my God, Daniel, I am so sad. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we have a stringent anti-fraternity policy for our staff, which Scarlett and Matthew agreed to when they were employed. Can you prove this? I have a witness who observed Scarlett leave the Hills hotel room at 6:00 a.m. Scarlett admitted to me that she was in Atlanta on Monday, plus I have images of them kissing inappropriately in the airport on Monday evening. That clearly shows an inappropriate level of intimacy. I'll speak with our HR department first, followed by Scarlett. Okay, Sebastian. After hanging up, I felt satisfied that I had taken action against Matthew. I was curious to see what would happen. That evening in Lucas's house, I discussed what had been going on between Scarlett and me. They sympathized with our separation and my planned extended absence. I believe that separating for a few months will allow us both to reflect on our marriage and determine how to move forward. I remarked, you might be right, Daniel. Lucas responded, we will miss hanging out. You've been our best buddies for so long. I'm not sure what we'll do without you both. Let's hope Scarlett and I can reconcile in a few months. If it comes down to it, I'll be counting on you to help us heal our marriage. You can rely on it, Daniel. Sophie reassured me. I will call Scarlett and talk to her. Do you know where she is staying? I'm sure she is devastated. She informed me she was with her parents. Do you have her cell phone number? Oh yes, I will call her tonight. Okay, I should get moving. I'd like to hear from you people while I'm away and get updates about Scarlett. If she continues to see that guy or anyone else, there is no prospect of reconciliation. We'll do whatever we can. Daniel, take care and enjoy your trip. Lucas stated that I left their residence and returned to my motel that night. I felt like I had completed as many loose ends as possible before my departure to Seattle the next morning. The journey to Seattle was unremarkable. After picking up a rental car at the airport, I drove to my extended stay hotel, which was conveniently positioned approximately 2 blocks from the office allowing for an easy walk each day, provided the weather cooperated. After checking in and unpacking, my stomach told me it was time to eat. Tired from the long travel, I decided to eat at the hotel's restaurant. Looking at my watch during the lunch, I noticed that it was 8:00 p.m. back home and Scarlett should have received my message by now. I had kept my phone turned off all day and decided to check for any texts. Unsurprisingly, Scarlett missed 4 calls, while my colleague Liliana missed 1. I started by listening to Liliana's message. Daniel, welcome to Seattle. I look forward to seeing you in the morning. Come in early and we'll go for breakfast together. If this is an issue, please call me on my cell phone. I'll see you tomorrow regardless. By Scarlett's texts were all variations of the same frantic request for me to call her as soon as possible. I decided to complete my supper and head back to my room before responding after a leisurely breakfast and a cup of coffee. I returned to my room. When I arrived, I settled in and called Scarlett. I intended to keep the talk as dispassionate as possible so that my rage did not dominate the tone of our discourse. I received your mails, Scarlett. Did you receive the breakup paperwork at the house? Yes, I did. I wanted to express how much I appreciate you giving our marriage another shot. Could you please tell me where you are and when you will be returning home? I'm in Seattle handling the office while the manager is on maternity leave. I'll probably be here for a few months. This time apart will offer you an opportunity to begin therapy. Perhaps we can find out what has been going on. I have already started looking into it. Honey, I'm hoping to get the name of a psychotherapist who can see me as soon as possible in the next few days. Please update me on your progress. I will phone you every evening, Daniel, to let you know all right. I'm exhausted and should go to bed. Good night. Before you leave, I'd like to tell you that I spoke with my employer, Sebastian White, today. He indicated that he had spoken with you and was really dissatisfied with my behavior with Matthew. I have been officially punished and will no longer be traveling for the company. I was shifted to the finance department because Matthew was still on probation. He got fired. I feel terrible about everything, especially the hurt I've caused you. I'm even thinking about quitting, because the reason for my transfer will most likely come out and I'm not sure I can face my co-workers. I'm sorry, Scarlett, but I don't feel too sympathetic just now. Good night, Daniel. I love you. I did not react and simply hung up. I hope my silence indicated that I was still quite unhappy with her. I was pleased to have exacted some vengeance on Matthew and Scarlett as well. I enjoyed a decent night's sleep and left early the next morning after a shower. I walked to work, arriving at 8:00 a.m. The office did not open until 9:00. There was a car in the manager's parking slot, so I knew Liliana was there. As the office door closed behind me, she smiled and offered her hand. Hello, Daniel, it has been a while. Welcome to Seattle. I was taken aback when I took her hand. She was almost as tall as I was, with shoulder-length, red hair and a noticeable pregnant belly. She exuded the bright warmth of imminent parenthood and her brilliant green eyes captivated me. Liliana, it's nice to see you again. Are you ready to go to breakfast? I'm starving. Let's go, she said, walking toward the door I just entered. I followed her as she locked the door behind us. We don't need to rush back, she explained. Grace, my assistant, will be here shortly to handle everything. Are you in the mood for pancakes? That sounds wonderful. Let's head to IHOP. Then, as I got into her car, I was struck by her confident demeanor. Liliana understood exactly who she was and what she desired. After clenching her stomach behind the wheel, she drove easily and competently to her destination. During the journey, we discussed mundane issues such as the weather and traffic. When she arrived at the restaurant, she directed the group to a booth in the rear. We placed our orders and relaxed with our coffee. It was then that I realized she was wearing a stunning diamond engagement ring but no wedding band. Curious, I chose not to dig into anything so private. However, she did not hesitate to inquire about my condition. Daniel, what does your wife think about you being out here? I presume she is fine with it. Actually, we are currently separated. This time apart is intended to let us both reflect on our marriage. I am sad to hear that. I did not mean to pry. I noticed you are still wearing your wedding ring. I intend to keep it on until our marriage is properly dissolved by a court order. I'm very sad about your marriage. I hope everything works out for you, but while we're on the subject of personal lives, I'd want to clarify my current situation. You don't need to do that, I swiftly intervened. I am pregnant, which I suppose is pretty obvious. You've obviously noticed that I have an engagement ring but no wedding band. My fiancé was in the Army Reserve and was called up to Iraq. I discovered I was pregnant after he had already departed. It turns out that birth control pills did not work for me. So here I am feeling like a bloated cow. You do not look like a bloated cow. In fact, I believe there is nothing more lovely than a pregnant woman. When do you anticipate your fiancé to return? He's actually back. She spoke, her voice laced with regret. He is interred at the TOA National Cemetery in Kent, Washington. He was slain by an IED after only 3 months there. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I exclaimed immediately, reaching out to take her hand. That must have been horrible to you. I'm done sobbing. I'm now focused on life for our child. It's a boy and he'll be named after his father. Wow, it is incredible. When is he due? 2 weeks from yesterday officially, but it could take several days in any case. That is why I need to get you caught up on our operations here as soon as possible. I've been quite nervous till they found someone to cover for me, so I'm here now and we can begin anytime you're ready. We talked while we ate, and once we finished our meals, we sat down and drank our coffee together before heading to the workplace. Liliana stated that there is something you should know. My assistant, Grace, had been hoping to take over while I'm abroad. She's tremendously ambitious, but we've just been together for about 6 months. She is obviously intelligent and has recently graduated from college, but she lacks experience. With a few years under her belt, she'd be an ideal candidate for such tasks. That is why I particularly asked for someone more experience and more maturity. She understandably feels neglected because I did not offer her the position, so she may come across as bitter first. She is nonetheless a hard worker who is well versed in her profession. Grace will be important to you, and I doubt she would be vindictive enough to undermine your efforts. Thank you for the heads up. I sincerely appreciate it. I said one reason I wanted to eat breakfast away from the workplace was to discuss this privately. The other was just getting to know you before you started, so are you prepared to dive in? I am ready. I believe working with you will be fun, even if only for a short time. We left the restaurant and headed to the workplace. As soon as we arrived, a young woman was speaking with the secretary outside Liliane, his office. She went over to us with a less than welcoming expression. Grace, I would like you to meet Daniel Thompson. He'll be covering for me while I'm away. Grace scowled slightly rather than smiling, confirming Lillian's assessment of her attitude. She was a brunette with stunning blue eyes, a well-proportioned, thin form and appealing legs. Nice to meet you, Mr. Thompson. She remarked, extending her hand for a shake. It's Daniel, Grace, and it's good to meet you as well. Liliana has spoken highly of your work. I'll rely on you to assist. Keep things moving smoothly, washes away. She'll have a lot on her mind. Without thinking about the office, my statement made her flush, so she reacted. Thank you, I will do my best. I know Liliana will be counting on us to keep things running until she returns. Grace has my whole attention. Liliana smiled and said, Grace, I'll be in my office with Daniel going over operations to get him up to speed. After that, could you show him around? Then the 3 of us may have lunch. All right. I'll see you later, Mr. Daniel. She said with a slight smile. Maybe Grace was starting to warm up at least I hope so. Liliana verified my suspicions once we were behind the closed walls of her office. I think I perceive a slight fall from Grace. Let us hope it lasts now. Let us get down to business once you are fully up to speed. I'll be relieved for the next few hours. We dived into operations, studying our most significant clients and suppliers and gaining a better grasp of the office workers. After we finished, Liliana contacted Grace to present me to the team. After that, we went to lunch and resumed our talk about office management and the complexities of conducting business in Seattle. Grace joined us and I made a concerted effort to ensure she had an important role in the conversation. Liliana was correct about Grace. She was not only intelligent and skilled, but she also demonstrated a lot of potential. Her combination of femininity and almost overpowering attitude made every interaction with her interesting. I couldn't help but notice she wasn't wearing any rings on her left hand. If I hadn't been so much older and married, I might have been tempted. We returned to the office after lunch and I continued to review the operational processes with Liliana, despite the fact that I was already aware with the most of them. Due to the company's management rules, Liliana appeared to be determined to pursue every possible avenue. She had also integrated some of her own original ideas, which could benefit other officers within the organization. It was evident that my stay here would be both informative and interesting, with two ambitious and knowledgeable ladies keeping a careful check on my work. Liliana became clearly exhausted later in the day. I urged that she go home and rest. She was plainly fatigued, and with Grace's help, I insisted she rest. She reluctantly agreed and prepared to go to save her the trouble of preparing dinner. I asked if she wanted to join me for pizza that evening. I explained that it would save her time cooking while also providing me with some companionship. Her mood improved with the suggestion and she agreed. I received her home address and phone number and offered to pick her up at 700. Grace appeared happy with my invitation to Liliana. Grace spoke openly about her life after Liliana departed. I am delighted you asked her out. She has been quite lonely following the loss of her fiancé, and she has been immersing herself in work ever since. It is past time for her to consider her own health and that of her child. Does she have any friends or family nearby who can assist her? Parents live in San Diego and she is their only child. Her mother intends to come once the baby is born to help. Her fiancé's best buddy has been checking on her, but he's now away. She doesn't have many other pals and I'm too far away to be any assistance. That's why I'm delighted you're nearby and volunteered to take her to dinner. I will do my best to provide extra assistance. As I become acquainted with the office and its clients, we should be able to reduce her workload so she can focus on preparing for the birth. Now, how about you get me up on the office finances? We spent the afternoon reviewing the financials and I returned to my hotel at closing time before leaving. Grace informed me of Lillian's intentions for the remainder of my orientation. Every day we'll meet for lunch with some of our key clients and suppliers. Liliana wants to get you up to speed as soon as possible in case she has to depart early. We arranged the majority of the appointments for next week. Do you think you can handle it? She inquired with a grin. I suppose I can manage. I responded smiling. Great, see you tomorrow. We departed together and I waited for her to lock up and get into her car. She waved as she drove away. I found myself thinking that Grace was someone I'd like to get to know more, despite the fact that she is rather young. Back at the hotel, I had a shower and decided to lie down for a quick nap, setting an alarm in case. I'm glad I did, because it jolted me awake from a deep sleep. An hour later, I guess I was more weary than I anticipated, as I immediately changed into trousers and a polo shirt. I drove to the address. Liliana gave me rental autos. GPS directed me right to her location, an upmarket condominium complex featuring a pool and tennis courts. It was just 7:00 p.m. When I knocked on her door, she looked refreshed when she answered, dressed casually in maternity slacks and shirt. Wow, I exclaimed. I don't normally get that reaction. She remarked smiling. You're gorgeous, I told her. Thank you, Daniel. I don't hear it very often in my situation, and I certainly appreciate the boost to my ego. Come inside. I walked into her condo and followed her to the living room. Do not worry, Liliana, your condition just adds to your appeal. I think you and I will get along just fine. Now I'm scared that I won't be as dazzling as you claim. After I deliver the baby, have a seat. May I get you something to drink? I'm driving, so Coke would be nice if you had any. I have Diet Pepsi. Will it work? That is perfect. She entered the next kitchen and our talk proceeded. What did you think about Grace? I noticed that you two seemed to get along. She was anxious that you would impose your own ideas on running the office, but I'm delighted you included her in the conversations. She has plenty to offer. You do not have to worry about the office while you are away. Grace and I should be able to handle everything just well, and if we run into any problems, you're just a call away. Liliana laughed when she returned with our drinks. I noticed she was also holding a Pepsi. I guess I'll be too preoccupied with the new baby to think about the office. Motherhood is going to be an entirely new learning experience for me. I looked at a few images on the table. One image showed her standing next to a man in an army uniform, a captain with blonde hair. They both seemed really delighted. I assumed their baby would be beautiful. In the other photo, the same man was dressed casually beside Liliana and the towering African-American men. "That's a picture of me and Sebastian, my fiancé," she explained, pointing to the man in the army uniform. "The other one is with Dylan Robinson, his best friend. By the way, if you need anything at any point, please phone me. The hotel is about a 10-minute drive away and I am available at all times. I don't mind 3 a.m. calls." I said her. She laughed again. "I may just take you up on that. I've been wondering who I should contact if something happens when the baby decides. It's time." Dylan was meant to be here to assist, but he is on deployment for the Air Force in Germany. He intends to return in a month. He's been a shoulder to weep on since I learned Sebastian had been killed. "Then your backup plan is decided." I was curious about her relationship with Dylan, but I figured it wasn't my place to ask because she didn't clarify further. We completed our drinks and proceeded to the small pizzeria down the street. We talked for hours, sharing anecdotes about our lives and keeping each other up to date on our current situations. Liliana was someone I felt comfortable confiding in, so I told her about my problematic marriage. She listened sympathetically and shared her own heartbreak over her fiancé. She had learned of his death from his parents as she was not registered as his next of kin. Shortly after receiving that tragic news, she realized she was pregnant. After roughly 2 hours of conversing, Liliana was clearly fatigued. The restaurant owners were also indicating that they were preparing to close. I accompanied Liliana back to her condominium. I led her to the door and she gave me a soft kiss on the cheek before going inside. I waved goodbye and headed back to my hotel. Upon entering my room, I noticed the phone's blinking light indicating that I received a message. Scarlett asked me to call her as soon as possible. I called her number right away. "Daniel." She answered. "Yes, Scarlett, it's me." He requested me to call when I arrived. "Is there something wrong?" "No, nothing is wrong. I just wanted to hear your voice. I'm deeply sorry for what I did with Matthew. I know I've profoundly harmed you and I can't convey how much I detest myself for it or how terrible I am. I'm not sure why I did it. I had a couple of beers after dinner to unwind following a stressful day with the supplier, and before I knew it I was in Matthew's bed. I'm not sure what came over me. I didn't want to engage into a lengthy conversation about it straight now. That would happen later. Have you reviewed the separation papers? Have you got any questions? No, that's another topic I'd want to discuss. I detest that the separation papers bring us closer to divorce, but I'll agree to anything you want, especially if it means saving our marriage in the long run. I really love you. I'm not sure how I could let myself go from my love for you and have an affair with another man. I may never really comprehend, but I have an appointment with a psychologist next week to attempt to figure things out. I've also scheduled a lie detector test to ensure that my night with Matthew in Atlanta was the last time I ever cheated on you. I hope this fulfills the criterion in the separation agreement and allows us to move forward. Okay, Scarlett, I'm not going to say I love you, because I'm not sure I do anymore. We'll have to see if time can mend the damage you've done. I'll chat to you soon. Good night. I heard her SOB as I hung up. Over the next few days, I continued to work at the office. Liliana eventually let Grace and me take over. She usually arrived mid-morning and left mid-afternoon. As the days passed, he appeared to be more rested. We had lunch meetings with major clients and suppliers and all looked pleased with Liliana's operations. His absence, with her due date, approached the workplace routine settled with me directing operations and Grace handling the majority of staff interactions. Liliana and I ate supper together most nights, which kept her company and prevented me from eating alone. I frequently brought takeout pizza or chicken which we would eat at her condo. During these dinners, we talked of issues, and I was astounded by her understanding of my interests. When it was time to leave, she kissed me on the cheek, indicating that she enjoyed my company. I liked hers too. I continued to phone Scarlett in the nights. Our conversation was brief. She continually expressed regret and apologized for her mistakes. I eventually urged her to stop, not sure if she was remorseful for her acts or just got caught. She acknowledged attending a psychologist and making progress with her concerns. I maintained in touch with Lucas and Sophia, who informed me that Scarlett was keeping close to home and had confessed her indiscretion to Sophia. According to Sophia, Scarlett appeared to be truly sorry and concerned about losing me. Despite everything, it was difficult not to feel compassion for her. About 10 days after coming in Seattle, I was awakened at 4:00 a.m. via a phone call. Hello. I responded, groggy Daniel, this is Liliana. I believe it is time to go to the hospital. I was suddenly aware I'll be there in around 10 minutes. Be prepared to go. I will be ready. I had been laying clothing ready for such an occasion, so it just took a minute to get dressed and go to the rental car. 8 minutes later, I arrived in front of her condominium complex. She waited in the lobby with her small suitcase. It only took a few seconds to get her in the car, and we were on our way to the hospital. Her contractions were only a few minutes apart, so I knew it would be close. I had carefully planned our route to the hospital, so we arrived at the emergency entrance swiftly, despite the early hour. I rushed in and alerted the receptionist about the problem. An orderly soon provided a wheelchair and assisted Liliana into it because she had pre-registered. We skipped the paperwork and went directly to the delivery area. I followed her as she was wheeled along, but when they realized I wasn't her father, they directed me to a waiting area where I spent the next 2 hours. During that time I called Grace to provide an update. Impatient, I approached the receptionist to ask for Liliana. Hi, is there any word about Liliana Perez? She had a baby boy and they are both doing well. Can I see her? I wondered why I hadn't been notified sooner. I apologize, she has requested no visitors. Strange, I thought. Is the baby okay? Can I see him? The infant is okay. You can find him in the nursery down the hall. Thank you. I walked down the hall to the nursery and looked through the glass looking for Liliana, this baby. There were multiple infants. So I examined each bassinet for the surname Perez. I was taken aback when I eventually saw it. The baby was clearly black. It was then that the truth struck me. My God, it's no surprise that she doesn't want guests. How will she handle this? I stood there astonished. Grace approached full of excitement. Which one is he? She is not seeing any visitors right now. I pointed at the Perez bassinet. She gasped at what I had just seen. Oh my, are you certain there isn't an error? I responded by knocking on the nursery door. A friendly aide responded and I asked her to confirm the identity of the Perez baby. She checked the tag on the baby's ankle and nodded to confirm the surname. On the bassinet. Grace behind me exclaimed, oh no, she must be devastated. I've got to see her. She turned and went back up the hall and I followed at the nurse's station. I saw which room she was in. She informed me over her shoulder. Let me speak to her alone. I nodded in accord. Grace was more capable of handling this than I was. Suddenly I remembered the office and realized no one would be available to open it. You go ahead and talk to her. I will go over and open the office. I told her I will see you later. She nodded and entered Lillian's room, ignoring the no visitor sign. Grace arrived at the office shortly before lunchtime. She entered Liliana, his office, where I was seated, and closed the door. So what is the story? I asked. The father's name is Dylan. She claims she was so devastated when Sebastian left for Iraq that she had no idea what she was doing. She and Sebastian made love several times the night before he left, hoping that the baby was his. She doesn't know what to do and is seriously considering placing the baby for adoption. I believe she should consult her father before making that decision. I know I mentioned it to her. I hate to say it, but if Sebastian had come home to find her with another man's baby, I doubt she would have had a happy ending. No, I do not think so either. It's amazing how we can screw up our lives and only blame ourselves. How was she doing when you left Karma? But she needs to control her emotions and figure this out. Dylan is supposed to return in a few weeks and they'll have to figure out what to do about the baby. I was struck by Grace's maturity in dealing with the situation. I'm impressed with how mature you are. About everything. Most people your age would be confused. She burst into laughter. How old do you believe I am? I felt as if I were on thin ice. 22. I'm 26. Oh, I apologize. You look very young, and Lillian mentioned you were a recent college graduate, so I assume she laughed again. I like the part about looking younger. I recently completed my MBA at Wharton. I felt like sliding under the desk. I'm very sorry. Wow, I feel extremely embarrassed. This is going to cost you a dinner. When do you want to pay up? Trying to regain my composure. I responded, I recognize my error, so if you're free tonight, we can do it then. That sounds good to me, but let's visit Liliana first. She said they'd be sending her home tomorrow with the baby. She called her mother while I was there and she'll be flying in tomorrow morning. I promised to pick her up at the airport. That sounds wonderful. We may visit Liliana after work and then go to supper, all right? I need to get to work now. I had lunch at the hospital before I came in. She added, opening my office door and going out. The rest of the day went nicely and we met at 5:00 p.m. to proceed to the hospital. The no visiting sign was gone from Liliana his door. Grace stepped in first, requesting me to wait outside while she checked on Liliana. She reappeared shortly and waved me inside, entering wearily. I saw Liliana sitting up in bed, smiling, albeit her eyes were a touch red from previous weeping. She seemed pleased, now cradling her son in her arms. How are you doing, Liliana? I asked. It's better now, thanks. I realized I had someone who needed me and I needed to get my act together to care for him. Would you want to see him? She folded back the blanket, still covering his head. The baby's black hair and olive complexion contrasted sharply with the lioness. He was sleeping comfortably and seems comfortable. Liliana. He looks stunning. I thanked her. I'm quite proud of him. All of the nurses say he's beautiful. I inquired, feeling somewhat forward. Have you made him yet? Yes, he is going to be Liam Dylan Perez. I named him after both my father and the baby's father. That's a great name. I responded with a kind smile. How are you feeling right now, Grace? Inquired. Do you believe you'll be ready to go home tomorrow? I'm feeling pretty good, though I'm still a little sore. She said, blushing as she looked at me. We sat and spoke for a long until Liliana became exhausted. The baby remained asleep on Liliana's breast and Liliana summoned the nurse to return him to the nursery. Grace and I made our excuses and departed. There were many unresolved questions when we spoke with Liliana, but we chose to postpone them for another day. Grace and I appeared to have an unwritten agreement not to press Liliana until she was ready to speak. Dinner with Grace was interesting because we had never had the opportunity to sit down and talk before. We talked about our personal lives, and she informed me. She was from the Finger Lakes region of my state, where she was born and raised. She earned her undergraduate degree at Cornell and thereafter attended the Wharton School of Business in Pennsylvania. Her parents still remained in New York and she visited once a year, usually around Christmas. She acknowledged dating someone, although the relationship was not exclusive. She was waiting for Mr. Right to arrive. Since learning Grace's age, I've unconsciously seen her as a woman rather than a young girl. We enjoyed a great evening together, and as Liliana had already informed her of my marital status, we didn't have to linger on it for long. By the end of the evening, I realized I might easily fall for Grace if I hadn't already committed to Scarlett. I planned to maintain our connection, professional and cordial, until I had resolved things in my mind before Liliana gave birth. I had considered deepening our connection, but I now had trust difficulties with her similar to those I experienced with Scarlett. How could both women so simply give in to another man? Both were caught and must face the repercussions of their crimes. Scarlett, we risk losing our marriage, and Liliana will have to live with the memories of betraying the man she loves. This saddened me, and I had no idea how to handle it. I determined I couldn't take any further action until I handled my difficulties with Scarlett. I'd previously set some criteria for continuing our marriage and our separation agreement, so I'd stick to them for now. This meant calming down with both Liliana and Grace until I learned the outcome of my marriage. Over the next 2 weeks, I continued to work at the office and spent time with Liliana. Liliana's mother had arrived to help, allowing her to rest and recover. I often went out to lunch with Grace and we got along well. It felt like she expected more from me, but I kept to my decision to prioritize my marriage. Scarlett and I talked most evenings and she kept me posted on her progress with the psychologist. The lie detector tests verified that she was speaking the truth about only being with Matthew once and never cheating on me with anybody else. This information did not surprise me. She informed me that the psychologist will submit a preliminary evaluation report by the end of the month. Liliana Dylan's lover returned home and was informed of the baby's paternity. Liliana stated that he received it nicely and declared his readiness to support and raise the child. He rapidly established a regular presence at Liliana his condo, returning frequently to see his kid. I met Dylan, and while he appeared to be a decent enough guy, I couldn't help but question his character. How could he woo his best friend's wife while she was vulnerable? Of course, weakness or drunkenness, like in Scarlett's case, was not an excuse for infidelity. This event encouraged me to do additional soul-searching. What about Scarlett? Her excuse was that she was exhausted and drank too much. Who can you trust if I fell in love? Married Grace. Could I trust her more than Liliana or Scarlett? Will she get the 7-year itch and cheat on me? While I doubt myself, I traveled on business. Would I be able to decline in advance if it came my way while I was away from home? Probably not. I discovered that staying faithful takes conscious effort. It is up to each individual to recognize that the vows or pledges we make to another person are significant and necessary for the maintenance of a long-term relationship. This moment of insight may help me make a decision about my marriage. 10 years later. Things were abnormally quiet at home. The kids were in bed and my wife was on the phone with her mother in the kitchen. I was lounging on my lazy boy watching ESPN. They were examining highlights from the French Open in Paris. As expected, Federer and Nadal both proceeded to the finals in straight sets. They'd compete for the championship. I heard my wife complete her call and enter the room. She sat on the couch. Mom says Dad will retire next year. He asks her to think about where she wants to travel. I proposed Hawaii or perhaps even Fiji. What is wrong with Cancun? We went there for our second honeymoon and had a wonderful time. Some may be shocked that I reconciled with Scarlett following the period of adjustment stated in our separation agreement. I realized she was the best long-term option. We'd both been severely upset by her betrayal and I knew she was truly sorry. I forgave her, but I couldn't forget it was a tiny cloud that would hang over our marriage for a long time, but I knew she would never allow it happen again. I became more cautious about avoiding situations where temptation could occur. Scarlett quit drinking alcohol completely when we went out. She only drank Diet Coke and made sure I knew where she was at all times. Over time, we developed a trusting and loving relationship and we eventually decided to start the family we both desired. Her psychologist had indicated that Matthew was a womanizer who exploited women's emotional needs. Scarlett was debating whether she wanted to have a child or pursue her job. Matthew flattered her and, with the help of alcohol, persuaded her that her career was more important. This emphasis on her job reduced the significance of our marriage in her mind. Liliana married Dylan. They dated and finally married. Having a child together must have affected their decision, but I questioned whether it would be enough to overcome the betrayal. It must have been genuine affection, because last I heard they had another child. Liliana concluded that being a mother was more important than being vice president. Grace found Mr. Right and eventually landed the vice president position Liliana had passed up. She had no children. According to what I've heard, life had taken unexpected turns for all of us, but we eventually found our pathways and reconciled with our pasts. I know some will be disappointed with the ending. When you reach the finish, you may write the ending. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. At a Halloween party, I discovered a secret between my wife and the husband of my best friend. This revelation not only shocked me but also all those present. It made me question who you can trust when those closest to you betray you. Welcome to the Butterfly Tumblr Radio channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. The Halloween party was already in full swing when my wife and I arrived. It was hard to look away from her toned body, which was well shown off by her tight jet black Catwoman costume. She was beautiful, even after having 2 kids with my parents for the weekend. Elena was really hot. I have to admit that sometimes I forget how attractive she really is. I was dressed like a pirate original sexy, of course not. However, I wasn't bad. Elena quick kissed me on the cheek and went to chat with the other guests. I headed to the drinks area, where several of my buddies were having a very loud debate. They seemed hot and tense. As soon as I was within earshot, I realized why the tension was so high. It was one of those debates that challenges your intellect, forces you to think outside the box. Who will win, Hulk or Superman? I had to shake my head at the pointlessness of such debates. You'd think that in a room full of grown, intelligent men, there would be topics of conversation that wouldn't be so stupid. Everyone knows Superman is the obvious choice. Why was this even discussed? Be that as it may, I have decided to participate in this monumental debate by offering my expert opinion, which I have gathered from a scientific point of view through extensive research conducted during my childhood. This included spending hours looking at Marvel and DC comics. Since my knowledge clearly exceeded that of anyone else, I was confident that my contribution would end the debate once and for all. Surprisingly, the other participants did not consider my arguments absolute. I only managed to make the conversation louder. But this is what happens when you mix grown men with beer. You get a bunch of teenagers burping, farting, and sometimes wrestling. You'd think that a room full of scantily clad nurses, cat women, and various animals would draw our attention to base thoughts. We all had to finally agree to postpone the discussion. There was too much beer and too much fun. I planned to stay relatively sober, since I knew Elena wasn't going to take us home. We just got here and I could see she was already having a really good time. She was sitting on the couch next to her best friend. Megan was also dressed as Catwoman, and yes, she paid as much attention to her costume as Elena did. Elena and Megan have been inseparable since middle school. As children, they live on the same block. They are so similar that the only way they can coexist in the same place at the same time is either as best friends or as fierce enemies. They talked the same, dressed the same, did almost the same things, and even looked the same. Both sets of parents were mom and dad for them. A running joke when they were teenagers was that one of their mothers had a set of twins and gave the spare child to another family. The only mystery was to find out who the real mother was. By the way, they both hated that joke. Sui was married to a guy named Lucas. They got married 2 years before Elena and I did. At that time, we had been married for 6 years. You would think that because the two girls were similar in many ways they would marry the same guys. Wrong. Megan's husband is my complete opposite. I'm a person who doesn't do much physical labor at work. Lucas works with his hands all day. I am the district manager for 6 local restaurants that my company owns. While I may not be a suit and tie person, I am usually at worst businesslike. In case you're wondering, I'm not a nerd or a weirdo. I played baseball in high school and also took up boxing in college. However, my boxing was more of a hobby than a career, but it kept me in shape. I admit that after I got married and settled into family life, my time in the gym decreased a bit or a lot, but I wasn't overweight and I was in shape. Lucas, on the other hand, works in a local factory. I'm not sure what his official specialty is, but I know it involves lifting heavy stuff many times a day for 8 to 10 hours, not to mention he practically lives in the gym. As you can imagine, he is very muscular, while my hair stays short and neat. His hair is long and pulled back into a ponytail. His beard completes his image as an Aztec warrior. Lucas looks like Drogo from Game of Thrones, while I look more like Don Draper from Mad Men. I never really warmed to him. I didn't dislike him per se, but we didn't really have a connection that would make us close friends or any other type of friend to me. He was Sue's husband. Since Megan was my wife's best friend, I saw him sometimes. I have never looked for it in any other context, nor have I had the desire to. I'm sure he felt the same way about me this night. He was of course dressed as Tarzan. Really, it was cold outside and he came to the party wearing a loincloth. I call it being a jerk. Defined actions that can only be construed as referring to him being a jerk. Anyway, Tarzan was hanging out with the women, as he always did at these kinds of parties. He was very flirtatious and often bordered on inappropriateness. However, neither woman seemed to mind. His thinly veiled sexual innuendos often made them giggle and blush rather than slap him. Even Alicia, it really burned me. One would imagine that Sui would find this behavior awkward. I know Elena would have done this if it weren't for me. However, Megan simply laughed along with them. Sometimes she would playfully pat him on the shoulder and say, "Lucas, stop it," but she never really admonished him or even looked at him angrily. She looked proud that women lusted after her husband. Lucas was in a playful mood tonight. He had drunk enough alcohol to lower his already slight inhibitions, so his flirting was palpable. Single women married women. It didn't matter. He grabbed their breasts, groped their asses and rubbed their crotches. I have seen several husbands become angry when their wives became the object of such attention, but no one reacted to it. Maybe they were afraid of him. Maybe they were drunk. Maybe they just didn't want to make a scene. I don't know. However, I kept my ears open whenever he was around Elena, one act of being a jerk to my wife and we'd be out of here. Elena must have sensed my anxiety because she came over to me. "Are you having fun, Tom?" she asked loudly because of the music. I nodded my head and took a sip of beer. I watched her sway to the music. As she stood next to me, I noticed that her gaze shifted to Tarzan. Without realizing it, she silently assessed his body. I felt something I didn't want: her lust. I admit it. I started to get jealous. What idiot dresses up like Tarzan when it's cold outside? Elena snapped out of her trance and turned to me. "You know Lucas, honey. He should always be the center of attention." I chuckled and took another sip of my beer. It suddenly lost its taste. Elena noticed the change in my sour mood. "Honey, don't tell me you're jealous." "Why would I be jealous of him? I don't feel the need to go out naked to attract women." Elena laughed dismissively. "Of course not, honey," she said, as her attention turned back to the hoe. As the evening wore on, more alcohol was consumed. This made people even less shy. After a while, Lucas and his loincloth took a backseat. As I hung out with my real friends at some point during the night, Lucas started making advances toward Elena. I didn't even notice it until I went looking for her, because I hadn't seen her for a long time. I found her in the kitchen with Lucas. They stood close and talked in low voices. It was too intimate for my liking, and my jealousy instantly reared its head. Lucas saw me first, and I saw him retreat a fair distance. Elena must have sensed the change in climate because she turned around and saw me too. She tried to smile at me warmly, but it seemed forced. "Hi, darling, I was just looking for you," she said quickly, too fast. "Really, Elena, I was in the same place all night." My tone sounded accusing, although I tried to hide it. She visibly shuddered. Lucas quickly and quietly left us there alone. "Are you mad at me, honey?" she asked, her voice dripping with innocence. "What were you two talking about?" I find you in this corner with him whispering like two teenage girls who have a secret. What the hell is going on? Honey, stop it, nothing happens between me and Lucas. He was just being flirty, as always. Nothing to get your panties in a bunch over. Are my panties in a bunch? What the hell is that supposed to mean? A smirk appeared on her face, but it quickly disappeared. It gave way to an expression of sympathy and concern. I'm just a little drunk, honey, don't mind me with these words. She patted me on the cheek and left. Lucas and Alicia were not seen together for the rest of the night. Believe me, I watched like a hawk. In fact, it was almost as if they were actively avoiding each other. I did see them exchange mysterious glances, but that was all that was enough, more than enough to make my spidey senses tingle. I was starting to feel awkward, very awkward. I had to take a break, the beer was starting to take effect and I had to go relieve the pressure, so I went upstairs and went about my business. When I came out of the bathroom, I ran straight into Lucas. It was as if he had followed me here and was waiting for me. Do you have a problem with me, Tom? He asked, slurring his words. His eyes looked into mine menacingly, as if he was trying to intimidate me. What I asked. This moment seemed surreal to me. In fact, something was a little off about this whole night. I asked if you had a problem with me. You always look down on me, you with your luxury car and luxury house, always waving your money around. Do you think you're better than me? If this conversation doesn't make sense to you, you're not alone. I had no idea where this came from. You're drunk. Lucas. Go home before you say something you'll regret. I said, pushing past him. Said something like what? Something like sleeping sweetly with your pretty wife. Now he has my attention. I turned and walked towards him until we were millimeters apart. Shut up. Don't make me act like my suit. I'll kill you. Leave my wife out of any of your sick fantasies. He looked at me and grinned. Fantasies are for something that didn't happen. Idiot, I have memories. The last words sounded like thunder, and so it was. This puts an end to this discussion completely. His words reached me. You're full of crap, I said, although I wasn't as sure as I would have been before the party. What about the mole on her thigh or the fact that she's not a real blonde? Of course, you can't say that now, since she tied it up her. That was the last thing he said. The only other sounds that could be heard were the sickening thud of bone on bone that a fist makes as it connects firmly to the jaw, followed by the sound of 195 pounds punching through the drywall. I walked down the stairs like a raging bull. Once I was downstairs, I found Alicia. She rushed towards me. Tom. What? The question froze on her lips. One look at me and she knew I knew. Her wide eyes filled with tears confirmed everything Lucas had said. Oh my God, someone call 911. Lucas is unconscious. I can't resurrect him. I heard screams from above. I don't know who it was. I did not care. I just stood there and looked at Elena as if I had never known her. Maybe that's how it was. People began to climb the stairs to see what was happening. I just stood there staring at Elena, looking for the woman I married. Honestly, at that moment, I didn't care whether Lucas was alive or not. What the hell did you do to my husband? I heard a scream come from behind me and then small fists hit my back. I ducked to get away from Sui, who was swinging at me desperately. Someone grabbed her and pulled her back. Tom. What the hell? Asked my friend James. He was the one throwing the party. The wall, which now had a Lucas-sized hole in it, belonged to him. I ignored him completely and turned to Megan. Did you know that your husband slept with Elena? Megan instantly went quiet and stopped trying to attack me. She looked at me as if that explained everything, but she wasn't angry. She didn't call me a liar. Most importantly, she didn't look at Elena. She just looked at me like she knew, and now me too. I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder. Tom, we need to talk, but not here. I turned around and gave Elena the coldest look I could muster at that moment. such rage rose within me that I had never experienced blinding white-hot rage. It was so strong that tears flowed from my eyes, although I didn't actually cry. It was as if the tears were some kind of release valve keeping me from exploding. He woke up. I heard a shout from above. Susie left Elena and I and flew up the stairs to be next to her. Fallon Jungle Boy. My anger began to subside. The grim reality of what was happening suddenly became apparent. What if I killed Lucas, even though I didn't mean to? One moment of anger could doom me to lifelong consequences. I may already be charged with assault. My career that I worked so hard for could have been ruined because I lost it to a drunken idiot, the drunk idiot who slept with my wife. Tom, come on, honey, let's get out of here. We need to talk us. No, Elena, you are going home with your boyfriend and his wife. I'm getting out of here. I pushed past her and headed for the front door. Elena ran after me in desperation and grabbed me. Tom, you won't leave me here. We're going home and we're going to talk. Can you hear me? Damn it. You're not going to upstage me anymore. Her face was streaked with tears. She was a mixture of furious and incredibly sad. If that makes any sense, I have no idea what the hell she was supposed to be angry about. I can't deal with you, Elena. Do not go home. I could already go to jail for assault. I don't want to add domestic violence to this. Do you want to hit me? Do it, chicken. At least you won't ignore me. Damn, this will be the first time you touch me in weeks. As she said this, she poked my chest with her finger. Her anger was growing rapidly and I had no idea why she was the deceiver here. The only one who had the right to be angry was me. Is this your reason? Because I don't come home and caress you every night. Is this your reason for cheating with this? She didn't answer me in words. Her defiant gaze spoke for her. For your information, Elena, I work for a living. I don't have a husband to pay my bills for me. Maybe if you got a job, you'd know what it's like to come home tired. That's when I remembered we have an audience, and believe me, they were all ears. The only thing missing was the buckets of popcorn in their hands. Elena was actually making fun of me, poor Tom. He is too tired to make love to his wife, and yet he finds time to sit in front of his computer and watch adult movies every night. Maybe if you stopped looking for silicone Barbie dolls on the internet and paid more attention to your wife, she wouldn't have to cry to her best friend about her husband not being interested in her anymore. By this time, Elena was practically screaming at the top of her lungs. Her fists were clenched at her sides and her tear-stained face reflected pain, and anger. For me, this was the final blow. I couldn't have been more humiliated than I was in that moment. I didn't have a smart answer or any kind of retaliation. I tried to say something in response, but nothing came out. Everyone around me, my friends and neighbors, were looking at me. Their faces did not hide how they felt as they watched this exchange. Shock, disgust, sympathy, entertainment. I had no choice but to turn on my heels and disappear into the night. Elena's cry of despair followed me until I started the engine and drove away. This story is based on real events. In case you were wondering, I'm not Tom in this story. I'm James, the guy who threw the Halloween party. Yes, I own a Lucas-sized hole next to my daughter's room. I spoke from the perspective of the main character because I felt it would make the audience feel the anger and humiliation that Tom experienced. I had to put myself in his shoes when I wrote this. My wife and I couldn't help but talk about it. In fact, it has been a topic of discussion in our house ever since. I know it's wrong to get so caught up in a situation like this, but it's like a train wreck. We can't help but wonder about things we don't know. Megan wasn't angry when Tom told her that Alicia was sleeping with Lucas. So she knew, was it a threesome or some other situation? Honestly, a threesome with these two would rival any adult movie. How long does this last? I also saw the looks Elena and Lucas shot at each other at the party. There was definitely something there. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. Maybe not. It was very clear that Tom was neglecting Alicia sexually, maybe even in more areas. Was this an excuse for cheating? I don't think so. Does this explain why she cheated? Absolutely. Women whose sexual advances are consistently rejected will be more tempted to have an affair, especially if the husband shows sexual interest in other women besides her. Even watching adult movies can be considered cheating if it makes your spouse feel betrayed and inadequate. By the way, Elena is sexy as hell in real life. In my opinion, a man would have to be dead not to show any interest in her. But this proves the truth of the saying, for every beautiful woman there is a man who is tired of having sex with her. The most important question: what will happen next? At the moment, the four of them are keeping quiet about the current situation, but something like this cannot remain silent for long. It's just a matter of time. Although this story is based on a true story, I did not witness everything. I had to take creative license with some things. For example, I didn't hear the exact conversation that took place when Tom hit Lucas. I heard from others the exact wording had to be embellished. I obviously didn't know what was going on in Tom's head. I knew what would be going on in my head if it were me. I just accepted it. I feel for him and the choices he faced. Elena treated him very unfairly, regardless of her reasons. I'm not sure if I'm looking for reconciliation or divorce in this situation. I have to be honest. Of course I'm somewhat biased, since Tom is a friend of mine and of course Superman would completely defeat the Hulk. I agree with Tom on this. Thermal vision flight super speed, no competition unless there's kryptonite in there. Neither here nor there. Mr. Kirkson. They're calling you online. Who is it, Betty? Mr. Ford is calling for you. Sir Tom called me. I've been trying to contact him since the explosion at my Halloween party. Until now, he, his wife and 2 other lovers had remained silent. No one heard a sound from them. Of course there were questions. So many questions. I mean, how could this not happen? The show was so public and humiliating, even cruel. It had all the elements you would want in the best drama: sex, violence, betrayal and the epic showdown between David and Goliath. Only this time, Goliath had a glass jaw and wrote a drunken check that was too expensive for him, and David cashed it with real hatred. Connect him to me, Betty, sir. He sounds a little upset. Well, yes, his wife actually publicly humiliated him. If he weren't upset, I'd be a little worried. Thank you, Betty. I'll deal with him. I waited for the click that meant I was on the line with Tom. Hello, buddy. I've been trying to call you, since I didn't dare say these words out loud ever since I found out my wife slept with that idiot. Yes, I had a lot to think about. I could hear the anger still simmering beneath his calm demeanor, even over the phone. His emotions were transmitted right through. So do you want to talk? I heard him chuckle on the other end of the line. It sounded like a snort. Why do I want to talk to you, James H. Good buddy, so you can post it online? Does your exciting story need a sequel? Do inquiring minds want to know what happened next to the idiot who couldn't satisfy his wife? Can't your loyal fans just wait to see how my life turns out? Crap, fine. He read my story now. He's not only angry at his cheating wife, her cheating best friend and her Neanderthal lover, but he's angry at me too. Great. Tom and I went to high school together. He played baseball. I played football. We were still connected to each other and formed a friendship that lasted for many years. When we left school, we lost touch with each other for a while. He went straight to college and I joined the Air Force. After graduating from high school, he returned to our hometown and got a job as a manager at Olive Garden. Sounds like a waste of a college degree, right? That's what I told him. However, he was persistent. He was soon promoted. He excelled at any job he was given. His numbers always looked good. He had an excellent business mind. Soon enough he became a district manager in charge of several restaurants. His salary now rivaled mine almost. I was honorably discharged from the Air Force. After 10 years. I immediately took a job with a company that has contracts with the military. Long story short, I returned to my hometown, reconnected with Tom, and our friendship resumed as if there had never been a break. So my good friend was furious on me, not good Tom. Normally I would try to make a witty joke to soften the situation or at least ease the tension. Unfortunately for me, it was quite obvious that in this situation it would actually be counterproductive. I especially like the end. He interrupted me. All I could do was shut the up and let him talk. You know, where I put my tail between my legs and ran away from there like a very nice touch. His sarcasm seeped into my ear at that moment. I truly felt like a shitty friend. I had no defense against this. Tom, where are you? We need to talk. You know what's funny, James? I've become really popular these days, much more popular than I was before. It seems like everyone wants to talk to me. It must be my charming personality. It was then that I noticed that his voice was slurred. I heard the sounds of liquid being poured and hitting the glass walls of the glass. Tom, are you drunk? He laughed sardonically. No, James, I was drunk an hour ago. I can't tell you who I am now. Fine, I was a shitty friend. I admit it. Now it's time for me to fix it. Where are you, Tom? Just as I was asking this question, I was putting on my coat and grabbing my keys. I had a lot to do at work, but at the moment it didn't matter. You, James. I won't tell you where I am. Don't you dare come to this bar looking for me. I'll you up if you do that. The line went dead. However, it didn't matter. I knew exactly where he was. There were only a few bars in our city that were worth going to. Tom had his own favorite at Mo. Part of it was because he was in love with the pretty buried there. She was one of those women who could flirt with you but at the same time give the impression that she was completely unavailable. However, this did not hinder her popularity. She was still very easy on the eyes. When I walked in, my heart almost broke when I saw him sitting at the bar all alone. He was the only visitor there. Looking at my watch, I realized that it was just afternoon. Karen waved to me when she saw me enter. I could see the compassion in her eyes as they met mine. Does this handsome stallion belong to you? She joked, but the smile did not reach her eyes. I nodded softly and tilted my head to the side, indicating that I needed her to disappear and give us a minute. Tom, that was all I could get out. His fist slammed into me and I saw stars. Damn it. No wonder Lucas was hurt so badly before I knew it. I was on the floor wiping blood from my lip. He stood over me looking at me angrily. Finally he shook his head and returned to his place at the counter. I got up from the floor and waved to Karen, who was clearing tables before Tom spotted me. Now she stood and looked at us with eyes as big as saucers. She started to approach before I waved and nodded silently, letting her know it was okay. She nodded in response and went back to clearing tables. Now that you've gotten that out of the way, can we talk? I asked bravely. Sitting down next to him, he took another sip of his beer and shook his head off the record. He asked sarcastically. I laughed to myself. At least he still had his mind. This is a good sign, I think. In any case, this is already something where you stopped, Mother, he said with disgust. Do you and your mother get along? You met my mom, right? Yes, I still remember how she searched me to make sure I didn't bring no prohibited substances to her house. We laughed about it together. Tom took another sip and then looked me in the eyes. For God's sake, James, it was humiliating enough to go through that. Then read about it to know that all my friends knew it was me, Tom. I just wrote it. Of course, I didn't want to humiliate you. Besides, no one will know it's you, I said, trying to convince myself as much as Tom. Two Catalu women, Tarzan and a pirate, not to mention the pirate who threw Tarzan into the wall. How many Halloween parties do you think this happened? At most of them are the same. Tom looked like he wanted to hit me again. Do you think this is funny? Okay, humor definitely won't work. Sometimes I can't help it. You right, Tom? I am truly sorry for putting you in an awkward position. Well, I'm not sorry for hitting you. I rubbed my chin and laughed. You still hit like a no wonder you always got your ass handed to you. When you boxed, this melted the ice and then it continued to melt. I was able to get him away from Mo and into my car. Karen gave me a grateful look and hugged me as we left. Take care of him. James, he's going through a lot. My jaw was throbbing and starting to swell, but I got to Tom, and that was what worried me the most. The moment I strapped him into my passenger seat, he was unconscious. It was as if he hadn't slept for days. Instead of taking him to his mom's house, I took him to mine on the way. I called another friend. John, how are you, Rishi Rich? He asked cheerfully when he picked up the phone. John was one of those guys who still thought he was in his 20s. Great guy, although very immature. I emphasize very, since most guys are at least a little immature. He's the one who started the whole Hulk vs. Superman debate. He is always the life of the party. However, none of the wives really want their husbands to revolve around him. He had a habit of making his friends behave like teenage troublemakers. We all love him. John, I need your help. I found Tom at Mo's. I may need your help to get him into my house and into bed. He is dead to the whole world. Crap. I'm glad you found it. I've been looking for him all week after what that did to him. It's a wonder he didn't put a bullet in his head. John parked his Mustang behind my Tahoe in my driveway and we set about the task of lifting 200 pounds of dead weight and placing it on the couch in my basement. Not an easy task. We talked for a bit and he left after I promised to let him know what was going on. Since I returned home early, I had a quiet house all to myself. Believe me. This was rare, so rare that I found myself with nothing to do. I didn't want to leave the house in case Tom woke up. I didn't want him to get confused about where he was, so I grilled the steak on the George Foreman grill and baked the potatoes. Then I looked through my cable sports package to see if I could catch any good games or at least interesting debates about good games. I finally settled on a documentary and started eating my gourmet meal. It wasn't long before my wife Sophia walked through the door with our kids in tow. Darling, what are you doing at home? So early, she asked, kissing me on the cheek. The children ran upstairs. I found Tom at Mo's drunk as hell. I brought him here and lowered him to the basement. Her face immediately showed indecision. Are you sure this is a good idea? I don't want any drunken behavior in front of the kids. He'll be fine, honey. I'll make sure he stays in line. She stroked my cheek and I shuddered. That's when she noticed how swollen she was. James, what the F did he do this? I'm fine, honey, forget about it. Rich, get him out of here. Honey, everything is fine. A man just found out that his wife was cheating on him just a couple of weeks ago. It happened so publicly that anyone would feel embarrassed. He's crazy. Plus he went through it alone. I'm his friend. He had a lot of pent-up anger and I didn't care if he took some of it out on me. Also, my jaw is not made of glass, like Tarzan's. He should really think about wearing a different suit next year. Sophia couldn't help but laugh at that. Seeing Tarzan get his ass kicked by a pirate was pretty funny. I don't think Jane would be too excited about it. Yes, Tarzan definitely got what he deserved. Lucas should spend less time pumping iron and more time hitting the bag. Sophia laughed, or at least learned to dodge. We laughed together when she calmed down. One thing I've always adored about Sophia is her personality and sense of humor. This is one of the reasons why I can't stay mad at her for too long. I went downstairs to check on Tom. His thunderous snoring let me know that he was still very much alive, in the sense that his heart was still beating, but essentially he remained functionally comatose. I put a pillow under his head when he made a sound that would wake the dead. His alcohol fumes would have killed everyone nearby. What the Tom? I muttered. The smell seemed to stick to me. I needed to get out of there. A few hours later, a zombie resembling my friend emerged from the depths of hell. His bloodshot eyes screamed death and decay. As he shuffled around my kitchen, Sophia took one look at him and then gave me a silent warning that spoke volumes. Keep him in line or he's gone. I stood up and went to the kitchen to greet him. How are you feeling, buddy? It's like my wife cheated on me, humiliated me in front of all our neighbors and then ran over me with a truck. At least your memory is intact. 2 out of 3 is not bad. His eyes narrowed. My memory is fine. I remember your story too. Do you remember how you hit me in the face? For that I asked, rubbing my tender jaw. This part seems vague. You may have to do this again just to be sure it was done. There was no real bite in his words, despite his stated desire to hit me again. I knew he wouldn't do it. I've said this before, but I'm really sorry about this story, Tom. I didn't really think that many people would see where it was posted and I didn't think that you would find out about it. I was wrong. People actually read it. I even received a message from a guy I know who heard about this party from someone. Then he read your story online. Who was this guy? You do not know him. He's an obnoxious brager named Harry. He lives in Virginia. I laughed out loud. Do you know Harry Ena? So have you heard of him? Nice guy, once you get over his attitude. By the way, he took my side and also thinks you're in. Having said this, he smiled. Yeah, well, I'm sure he thought that way before he read the story. I wrote about you. Tom nodded and laughed. I gave him a friendly slap on the back. He didn't indicate that it was undesirable, so I knew we were fine. James, why did you have to make me look like such a weakling? Did I really just up and run? Weakling, Tom. You took the guy down with one blow. I was afraid that you would bite his ear off. If you had boxed like this in college, you would have been a champion. Nobody thinks you're a weakling, you. It was a hobby. I didn't tell the idiot. He grinned and shook his head. I really kicked his ass, didn't I? He added with humor. There was a mixture of pride and laughter in his voice. Hell yes, I bet your sweet ass couldn't do that, he said playfully, nudging me with his elbow. No, it would probably take me 2 hits. He couldn't help laughing. He laughed involuntarily. It was good to see Rich what happened after I left. I looked over my shoulder for a while, expecting to be taken to prison. Well, Tom, after you left October 31st, after party, Elena howled in despair as if she was being executed and collapsed to the floor. Loud sobs came from her slender body. Seeing Catwoman lying on the floor broken was a surreal sight. Sophia ran to her and helped her up. She led Elena over to the couch and sat down next to her. Catwoman number 2, Megan, walked slowly down the stairs with a disgraced Tarzan. He held his head and his wife hugged him, directing his movement. Elena saw them and became furious. She jumped up from the sofa and practically flew towards them. What did you told Tom? You ruined my life. Tarzan, who had already had his ass kicked by the pirate, was now dodging Catwoman's claws. Catwoman number 2 tried to get between them. Alicia, stop it. Stop that, Megan shouted, defending her husband. Tarzan being saved by a woman from a woman just added more fire to his punk ass. Can this idiot further embarrass the jungle man? You should have said something, right? You could not just accept no as an answer. What the hell is wrong with you? The jungle man looked at Elena's fury with detachment from the expression on his face. I realized that he did not understand everything. Yet. The knockout must have sobered him up. He was fully aware that he was the source of today's pain. Elena, I'm sorry, I was drunk. She stopped trying to attack him and collapsed to the floor again. What should I do now, Megan? What should I do now? Back to the present, James's kitchen. After that they had to drag Lucas to the emergency room. It turns out he had a concussion. He wanted to press charges, but Megan and Elena talked him out of it. Elena begged him not to do this. She knew that if you were arrested, there would be very little hope of your return. Tom chuckled and shook his head. In any case, there is little hope for this. I nodded my head. Sadly so. Tom, what happened to you after you left? The only thing we heard was the sound of rubber hitting the road and the roar of your engine. I wanted to chase you, but my Tahoe was full of other cars. I was worried that you would have an accident. You haven't answered any of our calls. Yeah, well, I needed to get out of there and think. Understand, I couldn't come to terms with this. All our friends just look at me. They judge me. I needed space, so you went to your mother's house. It must have been pretty terrible for you to go back there. Yes, well, life challenges you sometimes. The only way to deal with this is to do something you wouldn't do at any other time. Tom, October 31st after party, I drove manically along side streets that led outside the area. To be honest, I had no idea where I was going. Stop signs, speed limit signs, traffic lights, none of it mattered. I drove like I was the only one that mattered on the road. What was that sound? I turned my head and looked at the passenger seat. That's when I recognized it as the ringtone that plays when Elena calls. Her beautiful face lit up the screen of my Android. She smiled at me, a loving smile frozen in time. I remember taking this photo. I was so happy, so full of love and adoration. I had to fight the urge to throw my phone out the window. Her picture on the screen lied to me. If I answered it, the voice on the other end would lie to me the happy singing melody that announced her intention to contact me. A lie. She slept with Lucas. She probably kissed him a wet, passionate kiss that conveys excitement and lust. Crap. I bet the bastard loved it. Another man's wife slept with him. What right did he have? I'm the one who sat with her when she was sick. I was in the delivery room with her twice, holding her hand and wiping her sweat. I was the one who promised to love her in sickness and in health. I was the one who dedicated my life to her. The insistent ringtone continued to torment me with its lies. He stopped for a minute only to start again. I turned it off and took out the battery. Silence, no more lies. I drove around the city aimlessly for what seemed like an endless amount of time. My body must have been on autopilot because my mind shut down to protect itself from being overloaded. Streaming video of tonight's events and worse, the events I imagined happened between my wife and the jungle was driving my processor through overclocking. It wasn't until I looked up and saw my parents' garage in front of me that reality set in. I didn't remember driving here. Apparently, my subconscious took me back to the place of my childhood. I turned off the engine and went inside. Every child has a key to their parents' house, even if they have sworn never to return there again. Well, maybe not every child, but I did it because it was late. The living room in which I grew up was dark. In fact, nothing has changed over the past decades. The sofa, the coffee table, the lamp, all the contents were exactly the same furniture that I remembered frozen in the same place. I could navigate with my eyes closed. Strangely, I found some comfort in this. That night changed everything for me in an instant. I've always been skeptical when people tell stories where their entire world changes in an instant, except in a tragic event. Of course. This night made me a believer. Everything I knew about my life was turned upside down in one drunken conversation with a Neanderthal. Returning to the familiar environment in which I grew up made me feel stable after an earthquake that destroys buildings and leaves the ground shattered. What people want most is for things to be calm. Stability is really what I needed at this moment. For now I was safe at home. Who's there? I heard my mom call me. I pictured her crouched in the corner with a baseball bat, ready to beat the crap out of an unwanted visitor. It's me, Tomoe. Yes, the light suddenly turned on, momentarily overloading my vision. I had to squint to avoid going blind. Why, in the name of all that is holy, are you lurking around in the dark? Are you trying to kill me by giving me a heart attack? I'm glad to see you too, Mom. As my eyes adjusted, I was greeted by an elderly lady in floral pajamas. Her hair was tied up in curlers. Why are you here so late, and why are you dressed like an idiot? Straight to the point, this is my mother. Until that moment, I had forgotten that I was still wearing most of my pirate costume. By this time, I had lost my hat, my parrot and my eye patch, so now I just looked like an idiot. Long story, Ma, listen, I'm going to stay here for a while tomorrow. The children will go home, but I will be back. I'll tell you about it, but I don't want to discuss it in front of the kids. Okay, you'll notice that I didn't ask her to stay with her. I just let her know my intentions. This might seem a little strange to most people, but not to us. My family is not what you would call lovebirds. My old man is a straightforward guy. He never says more than is necessary and expects the same in return. The hug consisted of a brief push to the chest and a pat on the back. I love you is a term reserved for the experience when someone is dying. He and my mum were the perfect couple, because she was exactly the same. She was very limited in the amount of affection she showed him or for me. How they even got to each other's genitals to make me is a mystery that is both puzzling and disturbing at the same time. I honestly think there is no one else who could handle any of them. They were destined to find each other or suffer alone in this world. Great Tommy, you know where everything is. I go back to bed. Her frail figure disappeared around the corner and up the stairs before she shouted, and lock yourself up. The next morning I decided to activate the device that caused the vomiting and look at the damaged 29 missed calls, 15 from Elena, a few from James and a few from others who were at the party. I didn't answer any of the calls. No doubt it was full of people who wanted to pump up watching adult films. The wife neglected the for information about his whereabouts. After several hours of restless sleep, I was still in pain. I was still angry. I was confused. I'll admit I was curious what the hell happened, but other emotions were overwhelming me. I also wondered where the cops were. I don't know what happened to Lucas after I left. Did he go to the hospital? Did he press charges? Am I going to go to jail? I rolled out of bed and slipped out of the house before my mom woke up. I wrote a note saying that I was leaving and that if Elena called to tell her, I would call her when I was ready. She was free to take the children if she wanted. If not, I would bring them home later. Luckily it was Sunday. I didn't need to be at work. This was good because I needed something liquid and strong. The pain from last night was sitting in my chest and I needed something just as strong to numb it, so I parked outside my favorite bar and went inside. I spent the next couple of weeks hiding at my mom's house. During this time, the only contact I had with Elena was when I brought the kids home and picked up a few things. After several stilted attempts at conversation, she left upset before I left. I heard her talking on the phone. My ears perked up as I listened for several minutes. If she had been on the phone with that, I would have freaked out. Judging by her half of the conversation, it was sweet. Not sure if it was better or worse. I spent most of my free time between my parents' house and the bar. My dad was traveling on business, so it was just me and my mom. Oh joy, she's really not one for deep conversations. To her credit, she really listened and was very supportive, but I don't think she really understood. Besides, I would never tell her about adult films, especially after all her warnings in my younger years about blindness and hairy palms. During my stay with my mother, we spoke very little. I gave her the general idea of why I am staying with her. She listened carefully but said almost nothing about the situation. She asked me what I was going to do about it. The only answer I could give her was a shrug, and I don't know, you'll figure it out, was her encouraging word. Nothing more was said about. This sounds pretty cold when I say it out loud. Surprisingly, in a way it was comforting. I didn't need to retell the course of events over and over again ad nauseum. She did not demand daily information about my state of mind and did not treat me like a fragile porcelain doll that needed to be coddled and protected. No time was taken to cheer me up. I was free to grieve on my own in my own way. I took all my sick and personal days. I just couldn't face anyone, even though no one from my work was at the party. We did live in a relatively small town. The word tends to travel at the speed of light sound speed, the speed with which one gossiper reported to another. I wasn't just dealing with a cheating wife. This was how she destroyed me publicly in front of everyone. Poor Tom, he is too tired to make love to his wife, and yet he finds time to sit in front of his computer and watch adult movies every night. Maybe if you stopped looking for silicone Barbie dolls on the internet and paid more attention to your wife, she wouldn't have to cry to her best friend about her husband not being interested in her anymore. How do you come back from that? Eventually I had to turn off my cell phone. The damn thing was suddenly having problems with out of nowhere. He called and called and called. Different faces lit up, begging me to pick up the phone them all. I don't know if it was the universe's concern for me or Lucas's simple male pride, but the cops never showed up. It was interesting to see how my friends behaved. They emailed a lot. They even called, but they didn't come to my parents' house. I've come to realize that when people don't know what to say, they simply avoid the situation. They weren't bad friends, but they had no idea what was going on or how to help, so they didn't do anything. It was as much a curse as it was a blessing. Since there was nothing to distract me, I thought about it all the time. The only way I could stop was to drown out the terrible images running through my head, so I drank at the bar. Karen became my goddess and also my savior. The worst thing about staying with my mother was that I was driven away from my children. It was an exile of my own making, but it still sucked. I knew that seeing them meant seeing Elena. It was like I knew there was a warm bed waiting for me, but I had to swim across a half-frozen lake to get there, so I drank even more to forget about it. It wasn't until Karen showed me a story written by a good friend that I broke that pattern caught Cataluane. That's what it was called, a story that bore striking similarities to my script. To Cataluane Pirate. Damn Tarzan, Superman vs. Hulk. Here you go, bastard. I pulled out my cell phone, turned it on and angrily dialed 7 digits. Good morning, Mr. Curtin's office. This is Betty. How can I help you today, James? Today at James's house. So what are you going to do with Elena divorce parting? Beat the crap out of her. Tom let out a quiet, sad chuckle and looked at the plate in front of him. Do I have to choose? He joked without much enthusiasm. I saw the pain written on his face. I saw him replaying the events that happened on Halloween over and over again in his mind, listening to her words. It was as if they were repeating themselves. Tom, I have to ask, you can tell me to go to hell if this is too personal, but about an adult movie. What did she mean by that? Tom's cheeks turned red and he shifted nervously in his chair. So what, I sometimes watch such films, but it's definitely not every day. Are you saying that she doesn't look or that you don't look? He asked defensively. Of course I watch such films, but Elena said you were looking at it instead of making love to her. This is true. Go to hell, James, it's too personal. Okay, buddy, fine, but I just want to understand what went wrong with you two. I mean, you guys were always so happy, I never suspected anything. He looked down at his food as his fork circled it around the plate. She just doesn't understand, Rich. What doesn't she understand? Tom dropped his fork and rubbed his face with both hands, taking a deep breath. It was a sad sigh mixed with something else, maybe a feeling of guilt. I work 10 to 12 hours every day. If I'm lucky, I'll only work 5 days a week. When I come home I'm tired, I'm stressed. I deal with angry investors, angry clients, angry managers, sexual harassment claims, discrimination claims and everything in between. All this falls on me. If something happens in restaurants, like some idiot customer claims to have seen a rat and taunts us for free food, I have to deal with it. He took a breath, as if preparing to continue. I waited patiently for him to lay it all out. Elena needs a lot of foreplay. I mean a lot. I have to spend 30 minutes just on foreplay. Then, when she's prepared and ready, we start having real sex. She likes to change positions often. On top of that, she wants me to talk dirty to her while all this is going on. I love my wife. I really think so, and when I have energy it's great. I know guys who complain that their wife is frigid or unimaginative or just wants to get the hell over with. Elena is none of those, but I don't have the strength to do this every night, especially after all the crap I have to deal with throughout the day. He paused and looked in a different direction. Rich, sometimes I just feel better when I'm alone. I hate to say this. I mean, every man dreams of a woman like Elena, a horny woman who really loves sex. I'm lucky to have her. I know it, but I saw his eyes begin to cloud over. This can make it difficult to overcome the pain caused by marriage. It's hard to see the role you played in your predicament. I do so much for her. For girls, I work my ass off to give them everything I didn't have as a child. My dad is very frugal. He only bought me what I needed. I want more for my girls, and then there is my wife, and I enjoy spending time with them. They are my world, but sometimes I just wish I could not do something for someone else when I come home after dealing with all the crap I deal with at work. I don't always want to be a dad or a husband or a boss. I think I missed it a little. How long has it been since you two made love? I mean, before the party. He shook his head. I don't know, Rich. I really do not know. I didn't even realize that so much time had passed. I nodded as some understanding dawned on me. Then I saw anger flash in his eyes. That doesn't give her the right to do what she did. Although James I didn't humiliate her in front of everyone. I didn't sleep with another woman. She should have come to me with our problems. Why didn't she come to me? I had to take a chance with my next statement. It was important to get my point across to him without making him feel like I was taking her side. Maybe for the same reason you never told her why you watch adult films. Communication is hard, especially if you don't realize you need to say something in the first place. How do you tell your spouse that you are unhappy? Easily you say, I'm unhappy, touché, everything was going too far. Usually at such moments I throw in a joke. So I switched modes, so Tom about my wall. He looked at me and saw that I was teasing him. He smiled and shook his head. Consider us even for this story. Idiot. I thought the blow to the face had leveled us off, not even close. I had to laugh. This look at Tom as he was before Halloween was refreshing, even if it only lasted a moment. Fair enough, that's when I saw Sophia standing in the doorway with a strange look on her face. Her eyes told me to see her immediately. I left Tom to eat and walked over to her. We have a problem. What's the matter, dear? She looked at me nervously and pulled me closer to her so she could whisper. Somehow, Elena knew Tom was here. She is on her way, John. He probably called her to yell at her or do something stupid like that. He unwittingly provided her with information about Tom's whereabouts. You need to stop that. At the door, Sophia raised her hands and shook her head. Rich, I'm not going to get involved in this. Tom needs to deal with this. He had been avoiding her for 2 weeks. I found myself becoming angry with my wife. He cheated on him. Have you forgotten about this? No, I haven't forgotten. I have a hole in the wall. As a reminder, I turned to look at Tom, who was absent-mindedly playing with the food on his plate. He seemed oblivious to the kamikaze mission that was preparing to ambush him. What do you want me to do, Sophia? Her face softened along with determination when she saw my desire to help my friend. He has to deal with this himself. Baby. You can be his friend and help him get through this, but he can't escape it. She patted my chest and left. I turned to prepare Tom for what was to come. Tom, I heard you guys, you can't whisper. She's on her way. He rubbed his chin and winced. Then a look of determination appeared on his face. Fine, he said, final, moving away from the table. He turned to me and looked into my eyes. I'm ready to deal with this, he said decisively. He then stood up and walked out my back door. Tom, Beautiful sunset, soft colors cascaded across the pale sky, orange, red and all shades in between. So serene, almost calming. Tom. Honey, the serenity disappeared. I did not answer the alarmed voice that announced the arrival of my cheating wife. I didn't even turn around to look at her. I just kept my eyes on the sky above me. Elena took my lack of reaction as an invitation. She wasn't completely wrong for doing so. She sat next to me on James's back porch and pulled her knees to her chest, as if for protection. I've been looking everywhere for you, honey. She couldn't have chosen a worse way to start this all off. I was in the same place all night. I muttered it under my breath, deliberately repeating the exact words I'd told her. When I caught her and Lucas snuggled together in James's kitchen a couple of weeks ago, she looked at me a little confused, as if she didn't understand my answer. Tom, we need to talk. I nodded my head in agreement with her out of my peripheral vision. I could see her agony. I didn't look her directly in the face, but it seemed to me that it was a depressing sight. Swollen eyes, flushed cheeks, a sullen expression. At least that's what her voice sounded like. I love you, honey, it's a lie. I interrupted her. Tom, stop it, Elena, just stop it. You can't love me and humiliate me the way you did, putting our relationship on public display like this. I would never do that to you. What are you talking about, Tom? You did this to me. I heard the growing anger in her voice. You rushed down the stairs like crazy. Then in front of everyone. You asked Megan if she knew I was sleeping with her husband in front of everyone's eyes. If you wanted to talk privately, you would have pulled me out of there and yelled at me in the car. But no, you were the first to put me on the air. In a way, she was right. I didn't see things that way. When it happened, I was blinded by rage. Okay, Elena, I agree with this statement, but I didn't start this. Your boyfriend confronted me and started telling me what a LWD girl you were to him in front of other people. I dealt with it the best I could. I was furious, justified anger. Could I have handled this differently? I paused to control my emotions, but I didn't cheat with anyone. I continued. You didn't have a woman who would come up to you and shove my betrayal in your face. I looked her straight in the face. I saw the anger drain away. He was replaced by remorse and guilt. I know, Tom. I just shook my head. Do you know, Elena? Do you really think so? I saw her eyes light up again. You may not have physically deceived me, Tom, but you weren't with me. Do you remember last night when I asked you for sex and I shook my head? It was on my birthday. I bought myself some beautiful lingerie from Victoria's Secret. It was damn sexy. I bathed in. The fragrant bubbles in the bathtub getting wet. Thinking about the night ahead. I rubbed my whole body with lotion that smelled like eucalyptus. I spent an hour doing my hair and makeup. Do you remember that night? I actually remembered that night. That was the day I had to fire Frank. He was my good friend. He was one of my assistant managers when I managed Olive Garden. Over the years we have become good friends. When I got up I picked it up. He was accused of sleeping with one of his subordinates. I defended him fiercely. I just knew he would never do anything so reckless. However, the girl had text messages, damn text messages. When they were born. I was gone. I was the one who promoted him. I was the one who supported him. I was the only one who had to deal with it, or they would deal with me. So, as you can imagine, I wasn't in the best mood that evening, but I didn't forget about her birthday. I made a reservation at her favorite restaurant. I was ready to dine out. However, the only thing Elena wanted that night was dessert. You and I went to dinner for your birthday and then we made love that night. Elena, I remember this. She shook her head. Sadly, we had sex. Tom. You couldn't even enjoy it. Then, when I tried to hug, you pushed me away and said you were tired. That's why I gave you space. Her voice caught in her throat and she swallowed to clear her throat. I knew she wasn't finished yet, so I waited for her to continue. Then I woke up in the middle of the night. I saw you in front of your computer. I saw you watching adult films and satisfying yourself. The words came out of her with force. Then she gave up. Her body shook as she tried to cry silently but to no avail. I sat next to her, unable to utter a word. I began to gain some level of understanding. Hearing her understanding her point of view on things opened my eyes until tonight. She was an evil cheater. Now I wasn't sure who she was. I understand, Elena. Okay, I took you for granted. Do you really understand this, Tom? Do you know how much this devastated me? Do you know how painful it is to realize that, at your best, you are not woman enough to satisfy your husband? I don't think you know. After that, I told myself that I will no longer ask you for sex. I wanted you to ask me for this, but you never did so. That's why you slept with Lucas. Did he make you feel like a woman? She sniffled next to me and wiped her nose on her sleeve. Yes, Tom, he and Megan did it. Damn it, Megan and I got drunk once in high school. We did something that night in the morning. We were so embarrassed. We just blamed it on the alcohol and pretended nothing happened. Well, a little over 10 years later I come to her in tears. A few weeks later, feeling like the most inferior woman on earth. I came to her house. I felt so depressed, so broken. I told her I needed to get drunk and we drank. The feeling of inferiority began to mask itself, but it did not disappear. And how did you end up in bed with her and Glass? Joe Lucas came home from work and found us completely drunk. Megan told him about my problems. He started telling me how beautiful I was, how sexy he saw me. Megan told him that she agreed with him. That's when the story about us in high school came out. He got so excited about it. He told us to kiss. We were so drunk that we did it all started with a playful kiss, but before I knew it we were already kissing. When I finally broke the kiss, I turned and saw him next to me when he leaned in. I didn't resist. From that moment on, everything only escalated. How many times have you had sex with them? She turned to look at the now dark sky above us and whispered twice. It hurt. The drunk incident was bad enough. I could recover from this, but knowing she was back again with something else entirely. So, at the party in the kitchen, what did you and Lucas talk about? Her eyes flashed with anger and a little guilt. As she remembered it. He was drunk. He was telling me how sexy my costume was and that he wanted me to come over to their house that night to have some fun. I was afraid that someone would overhear us, so I tried to get him to shut up. I told him that I had made a mistake and that the three of us couldn't do this anymore. Then he started to get a little aggressive. He started rubbing against me. That's when you came over. Yes, I gathered my panties in a pile. Isn't that what you told me? She bit her lip and shook her head. I was angry. Tom. Seeing Lucas pester me like that reminded me that you didn't value me. Were you planning on going to his house later to have some fun? Since he appreciated you, she shook her head and looked into my eyes. No, I was hoping you would finally ask me. I chose the Catwoman outfit because I knew you liked Michelle Pfeiffer in Batman Returns. You once told me about how you fell in love with her because of that suit. I saw your eyes when you looked at me in it. I saw that you finally desired me. I almost missed the party altogether to get what I had been craving for so long. I wish I could do that. I was hoping that when we returned home, you would take me, and then Lucas happened. She said his name as if she was spitting it out. Well, this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't slept with him. Why didn't you just talk to me, Elena? She shook her head, sadly again, and sniffled. I don't know, Tom. I wish I knew that. God knows why I didn't do it well. I guess there's enough guilt here to beat around the bush. She turned to me with hope in her eyes. So what do we do now? Tom. I do not want to lose you. I love you so much. I would give anything for us to get through this. My head was spinning. Can I get through this? Could I forgive my wife, given that I played a role in our misfortune? Leave the past in the past. I don't know, Elena. So much has happened. It would take a lot for us to begin to heal from this. A glimmer of hope grew stronger within her. She wiped away her tears and grabbed my hand. Cute. I'll do anything. Please give me a chance to prove to you how much I love you. I looked into her eyes and saw hope. I started to feel it too. It would take a long time, but it was possible that we could heal each other. If we both fought long and hard enough, we would have a chance. Okay, Elena, but this will require several things. First, we have to go to a consultation. It's simply necessary. Obviously, we still have a lot to work through. We need to figure out how to communicate with each other. She kissed me on the cheek and hugged my neck. Yes, honey, whatever you say. Secondly, you should stop being friends with Megan. That's when I saw the light go out in her eyes and I felt it die in my heart. What did you say? I said you should stop being friends with Megan, Tom. Why are you asking me to do this? I leaned back in my chair and looked at her incredulously. You can't be serious, Elena. You cheated on me with her and her husband. What do you think I'll do about it? Just trust that it won't happen again. Every time you were with her or talked to her. Don't you know what I would be thinking? How can I be healed if this salt is rubbed regularly into my wound? She pushed me away as if I had slapped her eyes filled with new tears. The seconds ticked by and we just looked at each other. You want me to choose between my best friend and my husband? I can't do this. Tom, please don't make me do this. I cannot describe the pain that ran through me at that moment. Strangely, it was actually worse than the pain of catching her cheating. This time there was no rage to disguise it for me. I felt my heart squeezing in my chest, crushed by the weight of the realization that it was too much to bear. The fact that she couldn't choose me over her best friend was crushing, all-consuming, a catastrophe on the level of extinction. The woman I loved most in the world did not love me. The same came. I was not her one and only love, I was one of them. I shared the throne in her heart, with another. Lucas faded into the background. Now, I didn't care about him. He was the least of my problems. Tom, please don't make your choice. Elena couldn't break her ties with Sui. This connection was obviously too strong. It rivaled her love for Tom so much so that she was unwilling to give it up, even at the cost of her marriage. Sadly, they divorced a little less than a year later. It took so long because Elena did everything in her limited power to stop it, even to such an extent as to humiliate her dignity. I never thought I'd see someone as proud as her do this, but she came to his work and begged him not to leave her in front of everyone. I begged him. It was a heartbreaking plea that made everyone who witnessed it feel uneasy. Even I secretly hoped that he would give her another chance, but Tom couldn't bear to see her around him again. As long as she refused to give up on her friend. He felt that he should not share his throne in her heart. In essence, he was right. Neither spouse should share. Now, a year later, the wounds are still deep. There was no winner here. The two of them cope with the children as best they can. They try not to put each other down in front of their children. However, I have endured many nights as a shoulder for my friend to cry on. However, one good thing happened this Halloween. He brought a girl to my party. She wasn't dressed like Catwoman. She may be a rebound girl and not his next great love, but finding a rebound is still a step forward. In real life, people don't just experience the loss of love. This is a step-by-step process. The heart heals gradually, not immediately. Elena, Lucas and Megan didn't come to the party. They stopped communicating with the rest of us. Megan still stands by her friend and still accuses Tom of being unfair and trying to force her to make an impossible choice. In my opinion, this choice was not so impossible. Elena just didn't want to be married as much as a loving wife should. She said she was ready to do anything. It's funny how people throw around words like that, do anything, but what they really mean is that they will do whatever they want. I'm sure she was ready to act as his sex slave or play a loving housewife, but when it cost her something important to her personally, her marriage wasn't worth the sacrifice. In my opinion, he is better off without her. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.